Surprise! Can you hear me? I can hear me. Why the fuck was that music not coming through? That is so annoying. We literally 5 minutes ago had it working, and I've done nothing but create this live stream. I've touched no settings, created this live stream, and guess what? It don't bloody work. But do me a favour, can you hear this? Right, did anybody hear that? Jesus Christ. How ridiculous. Okay, now, which means I'm going to need to double check the Skype settings to make sure that can be heard. So do us a favour, guys. Can you hear this? Did you hear that? Hello, public eye. You can hear the Skype, but you can't hear any other sounds the computer's making. How fucking ridiculous. It is all set up for all the computer sounds to go through one channel. And yet it doesn't fucking want to have none of it. Anyway, fuck it. Moving on, because I'm pissed off with fucking tech. No, I've just double checked that, Lost Souls. So with that said and done, and with that tech issue out of the way nice and early, rather than wait until we get into it and fucking up, how are you all? Thank you all for joining again on this wonderful, fruitful Sunday evening. How long did the live carry on last night? I think, I can't remember. Oh, after it shut down, you mean? Because after Welshie shut down, there's a few of us that stuck around in the back for a wee while. Hi, Peter. But I can't remember what time it was that I got off, to be honest. It was an interesting one last night. I don't really want to get into it. If I bearded vet, if anyone saw the live stream on Base Welshman's channel last night, then you'll know what I'm talking about. I don't want to go into it on this live stream. The moderators are under instructions not to allow anybody to come in here and start making the kind of accusations that were being made last night. And if anybody does come in and make those kind of accusations, they will be gone. So if you see people being booted from the chat, it's not about preventing free speech. It's not about me hiding from anything. It is about the moderators making sure that the shit from last night doesn't get transferred onto here tonight. Okay. As always, the mods know what my levels are and what I'm happy with and what I'm not happy with. So if anyone comes on and starts targeting anybody or anything like that, then they'll be given a warning, and then if they carry on, they'll be gone. If anybody comes on bringing up anything from last night's live stream, specifically in a way to try and attack people, then they'll be gone. No chances. As soon as a moderator sees that comment, they will be booted. We're going to leave it there. Anyway, who have we got on tonight? So, hiya, Chris. Roger, nice to see you. Bumblebee, hello. Tiff, nice to see you too. PJC Net. I hope you're doing well. Steve Olden. Danny Austin, of course. Matt Walker, Peter Bishop, Bearded Vet. DJ Psych, Nightbot. Public Eye, how you doing? Hi, Surf. Hi, B. Alex. Jack Ablaze, nice to see you. Thank you, Blunt Crusader. Hi, Paul. Hello, Kaz. You sneaked that comment in. I didn't see that one. I think that's it for people so far. Paul Essex, hello. Hello, Suzanne Cousins. Good evening, Richard. Gang 1, I'm doing all right, thank you. Hope you are too. Excellent. Nice to see you guys and gals on here this evening. Oh, hello, Psychos, Mrs. Me too. Don't forget, we've got a pinned comment there. If it just to help the channel a little bit, if you could hit that like button, it does enable YouTube to go, oh, people are liking this video. Let's push it to a few extra people. And I would really be appreciative if you could do that. Costs you nothing, just apart from like less than a second of your time. What I will say, however, is a few people have said to me that if you make some playlists, because I've got some playlists, but there's been saying to me, if you make some playlists, they'll happily stick the playlist on, let it run through, in order to try and help the channel a little bit. Because I know not everybody is keen on the adverts that pop up. But you know, if you're not doing anything and your phone's on the side, you could always just pop a playlist on and just let it run. Turn the volume down and just let it run. You know what I mean? Let it go, work its way through the adverts and stuff like that, and it gives the channel a little bit of help as well. I have been making some more playlists, so I do have some playlists at the moment, police force specific. So everyone I put up goes into my PAP reports playlist and also goes into their own force related playlist as well. Now I've got to go through a lot of my older video, 2,000 or so videos I've got to go back to, and add them to playlists as well. But I will be doing that too. Ad blocker does not help me, DJ Sonic. You absolute fucking melt. It stops that in fact actually harms the channel. Miss TT, hello, how you doing? Who else have we got popped in? Steve Alden, I think I've said hello to you, I'm not sure, but hello again, just in case I haven't. Peter, it was a bit of a mad one last night, I will say that. I'm not sure if Base Welsham's left that stream up. But you know, we've got to expect you know some abuse when you put yourself out here like I do and many others do. You've got to expect abuse. You know, my channel's not exactly directed at young people who will just say stupid things in the comments. This is my channel is directed at older people who some have very strong opinions about what I do, and because they don't like what they do, they try and personally attack me. Not quite sure how that even has become a thing, but you know, such is life. I nearly did, bearded vet. Silence is golden. Hello there, how you doing? Oh, Richard, trust me, the trolling I got yesterday was far worse than anything you've done to date. I mean, you might surpass that at some point in the future, but so far it's the worst than anyone else has given me on this channel for quite a while. Ah, dear, oh dear. If it's censored, it's true. How you doing? Yeah, I did see that. If it's censored, it's true. Occasionally, I do cover stuff in America when it's a slow week on UK cops. I haven't covered that because so many other places are covering that far better than I could. I'm not in America. I don't, there's a lot of things I don't understand over there, and it's difficult for me to get any information. So I leave that generally to the people that are over there. But that's, yeah, if they were white cops beating up a black lad, then yeah, there would be more riots, rampage, looting, destruction of property, and all the rest of it, no doubt. Can I let you know right now, under our noses, the government has, in consultation, the public's views on the digital identity? Yeah, there's a few people have been speaking about that. It's, again, that's government stuff like that is beyond my remit. I just don't, if people are having a detrimental effect from it, and I can report on that, then I will do. But when it comes to the actual government, you've got channels such as We Got a Problem, who covers that kind of stuff, way better than I could. But again, there's an awful lot of places out there that are covering some of the things that I don't cover, and they do a far better job of it than I do. DJ Ray, how you doing? Hello, Sarah. Not so bad, thank you. DJ Hertz, how are you? And Paul Fisher. Right, I'm going to open the lines shortly because I want to. These live streams, it's not about me just chatting, it's about getting people involved. And it's, as I've said before, the community around the channel is so very important. And Aid Braid, how you doing? It's really important, the community around the channel, and getting people to come on to the channel either via Skype or through the panel, which we'll open later. Then that it helps massively for the channel. So hi Angela, hello Mr. Nobody. So yeah, anyway, hi Nick. As I've said, anybody that oh, hello Rex. Anybody that brings up what was said on Based Welshman's live stream last night to try and be detrimental will be gone. Right, so I just need to add Rex. Thank you, Rex. Appreciate it, mate. Just need to add you to the list that runs across the top of the page. Save. And in a moment, you should see that scroll across the top of the page. Thank you, Silence. Much appreciated. I did see that clip on the Exposing Frauditors channel, and I did respond to it, saying that I made a threat. Now, I don't know if anybody listens to that. It actually says we're talking about them being abusive, and then me saying, "See, you're safe sitting behind your screen." You know what I mean? Giving it all the big one or whatever the words were I used, but that was not a threat. That was pointing out a fact that they are safe sitting behind their screen, which is why they feel that they can go and abuse people. Hi, CJ. Yeah, I think I will do that. Although, I'll do that for now. So let's right. All right, there we go. We'll stick that on for now. Evening, Tony. Prince Andrew, rather, Duke of York. Nice to see you. What did I miss from Mikey? Where's Mikey? I don't see a comment from Mikey. Oh, I know what you mean. Yes, I know what you mean. Papasaurus Keithicus. Bearded vet. I still have the power to boot people as well. Remember. Right. Okay, with that said, folks, I'm going to change over now onto my Skypey poos. And we'll get the lines open in case anybody wants to call in and talk about anything. Bearing in mind that governmental stuff is not my forte. I don't mind people talking about it, but I probably won't have much of anything of value to add because unless it's to do with the police, I really don't follow government stuff whatsoever. I'll leave that to other people that do a far better job of it than I do. So with that being said, oh, this should be so much easier, but it's not. There we go. Oh, let me remove that. 0151 528 9590. Or call me on Skype. If you've got Skype, just search for Dan Papp and you will find my logo. You can call me that way as well. Calls would be free if you called in from a mobile phone. It will be part of your inclusive minutes. If you want to phone up, you want to have a chat, as it says on the screen, share a story, whistle blow, call me names or talk shite. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
Adrian.
Hello, Adrian. So, Adrian, you'll have to excuse me. It's difficult to remember everyone's name and.
Oh no.
But how you doing, Adrian? It's nice to hear from you again.
Oh, good. I just spoke to a policeman like 3 days ago, and I don't know if this is true, but they're saying that they're hiring like people with criminal records. But the thing is, with the vetting process, they're saying that these people haven't been in prison, so they actually have criminal records without going to prison.
Which is understandable, but then David Carrick hadn't been to prison, nor had Wayne Couzens, and these are two of the worst coppers to come out of the police in many years.
Yeah, a very strange thing is this thing with they have like people. For example, if they have a pedophile or something,
yes,
they're gonna have a person classifying the images.
Yes,
category A, B, C, D. So the weird part is that most of these roles have been applied to males.
Yeah,
and they're saying that they're actually converting them into monsters and stuff. And I think this would be like an area for female.
Well, I mean, obviously there are female paedophiles out there. Obviously not as many as there are men, granted. But I think, yeah, I think what it is a lot of the women that they hire, especially now, many of them seem to be, and please forgive me for the women in the comments, but many of the police women that I've seen over the past few years seem to be very weak. Okay. And what I mean,
I don't know about that thing with very weak, because I've been like in central London, and it seems like they're very aggressive. Like if they
only,
see you, you're tall, doesn't matter how you are, they're gonna
only when they're in a
yeah.
gang, only when they've got their
No,
male
yeah,
colleagues
maybe.
to back them up. So you'll find a TSG drive around. You might get a policewoman jump out, giving it all the big one, but there's like 6 blokes that are there with her, to make her feel like she's got the balls to go and be that aggressive to somebody. That's what I've found, and I'm not saying they're all like it. And sometimes we do need women in the police that are compassionate and caring. But
Yeah, I don't know. I feel like most of the time, like the male are like when they're in a group, it seems like the males are doing like de-escalation, and the women are just showing their balls or something.
yeah, as I say, none of them want to take responsibility for calming a situation down. They all just jump out. The women feel backed up because they've got all their male buddies there. The men, when you get groups of men that are together all day, they start egging each other on and misbehaving. But ultimately, we all do it. If we're in a group of men all day long, we'll have a laugh. It'll get out of hand on occasions, and this is what happens. I see what happens when the police are driving around in vans, and you've got groups of them. But I think that a lot of the women that they're hiring, and again, I'm not saying all women, because I'm not, but I know there are very strong women out there. But a lot of the people that they're hiring don't have what it takes to be in the police anyway, as we've seen and heard recently. A lot of people shouldn't be in the police, and that's not just men; that's female coppers as well. But some of them, you can't trust them on their own to go and deal with a situation, right? And the reason for that is because their arse will fall out. They'll have to resort to using their taser, and again, we've seen this in videos. But then, on the other hand, if they're with a bloke, they feel like they've got the fucking brass, the bollocks in order to be more aggressive, because got the backup from the bloke. But when it comes to, as you was talking, because I've gone off on one a little bit here. When you're talking about things like looking through pictures and that, a lot of women out there just could not handle that. A lot of women could not handle sitting there looking through those kind of pictures. I mean, I don't think I could. I'll put my hands up to that. I don't think I could. It takes
then it's better if you have like a vetting process of women not being able to handle that, and go like 6 months, and then you change it, and then they do like recovery, then having them producing predators.
So I think this boils down to what I've been saying for a long time, that police need to have mental health checkups. And if you've got people that, because remember, a lot of them deal with.
I don't believe in this thing, Dan, because they're always like all these vetting processes are being like commercially owned, and everyone just is healthy. Every type of this type of system is like corrupted already. Like,
yeah, I mean, I've done a video earlier about mentioning this. Okay, the head of the Association of Police and Crime Commissioners, Mark Jones, wants the police to farm out recruitment to somebody else to do. Now, the only people that I can think that they would ask to do that is the people that they get to deal with other things like that, which is Serco or G4S. We've seen the state of a lot of Serco and G4S people that they hire for their security roles.
Yeah, I wanted to talk about this because I wasn't allowed in the job center again, and I was actually pushed out, and I complained about it. And when I complained about it, it was investigated by an independent body. And you know how the email sounded? The email sounded like this. none of we haven't found anything wrong with the intervention, with anything, and the views of the person that conducted the investigation don't reflect the company. So the view of the investigator, yeah, independent company, don't reflect the company.
Right.
So if I complain about this guy that investigated, they're gonna send me another letter of another person that doesn't reflect the views because it's an outside person that's investigating, and it's merely his opinion. And yeah,
Yeah. Well,
so this the
uh,
outside body that always comes.
I believe job centres are G4S, if I remember rightly.
Yeah.
So I've never heard of them having an outside body look at actions of their security guards. Normally, it would be either the company itself or the SIA regulator.
Oh no, that's a different complaint process. So I haven't complained yet to SIA, but I'm thinking about complaining to SIA, and hopefully they don't have like another independent body that they gonna. Because even the council, for example, everything that's happening in the council, like taking care of lights or garbage or problems or a lot of things, have been passed out to a lot of independent companies that are just collaborating with the council.
Yeah.
And yeah, one goes, another one appears, and all the problems that the other company had don't have anything to do with the company, with the council, just have something to do with the previous company that's no longer working. It's like the way that we accept, like, if a person in the government um, is responsible for, I don't know, 2,000 people that kill themselves,
Yeah.
where we accept that after resigning, uh, he had his things forgiven or something. Another person, that person was wrong. He's not working anymore. So most of the time, this thing with the acceptance and stuff, it's either an apology or a resignation. And it's a weird thing that we actually have a resignation, and the person that resigned is now prime minister. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it's a way of it's just their way of getting out of having to deal with it and having to record it, as an issue. When they can put it down as a complaint, but then they can put it down as resolved if somebody leaves without having to punish that person. And it
Yeah,
makes the
I just
company look
think there's
better.
too much corruption in everything,
Of
and
course.
everybody that is made to investigate, it seems like the body that's paid to investigate is first vetted. They verify it that they can have like a big rug to cover all the garbage.
Yeah.
So I don't trust any more of this investigation stuff and searches. Like I think everything is starting to be downhill, and
Hmm.
especially the head started to be like rotten. Like when it comes to judges and everything. Like I heard about Northern Ireland. So,
Right.
for example, MPs over there voted not to have men and females, men identifying as females and going to women's prison, but
Yeah.
the judges can choose, and it doesn't have anything to do with the politicians.
Well, yes, but um, judges don't have to take um, don't have to take orders from politics. Judges are ultimately what they class as lawmakers, aren't they? In a way.
Yeah, it
Um,
was crazy that the guy that bit the woman's nose off. There was a woman that got her nose bitten off. Uh, he ended up in the females' prison. It was like one of the
right.
first cases in UK. That's
Yeah.
about it.
Yeah. There was one recently, wasn't there? I'm not sure if that's the same one or not. There was one recently where uh, I think they got put into a female prison, and they've just that might be what you're talking about. So if it is, forgive me.
Oh
Um,
no, what is there? There've been like quite a lot of them. There've been like a lot of them. and it's going crazy. Like they're testing our sanity and stuff.
Mm.
And I also don't understand. You pointed out at a certain point that when a male officer has sex with a female officer on the job, only the male gets punished and stuff. Like it's crazy.
Yeah, there's a lot of cases where the female doesn't really get spoken about. But I think the way they look at it is when it's almost like, even though they've both committed an offence whilst being on duty, for example, if they're knocking boots, they seem to look at it as though the male copper has taken advantage of the female copper, and the female copper is then a victim, when obviously they're both adults and they've both chosen to knock boots whilst on duty, for
I
example.
think we shouldn't filter this thing so much. Think about all the situation, all the thing, of all the sentiments and everything, and just calculate everything cold. For example, in my country, if you steal a chicken, you get it doesn't matter your financial situation or something. You have like a fixed amount of years that you go for the stealing and stuff. And I
Yeah,
think that that's the best way, because that this thing incentivizes. It's very strange. If you think too much, it's not good. So if someone gets like loses the job, the other person should lose the job too and stuff. And
yeah.
shouldn't
I
matter if you're male or female.
And I agree with you. Totally agree with you.
Yeah,
It's this equality under the law, isn't it? Still,
yeah.
although
I don't know. Equality is kind of like optional when it suits certain government
yes,
bodies, and it seems like we have a lot of charities that have money for suing people. It's just crazy. It's like, and I I just don't know. It's just, I don't understand the role of the King Charles stuff. Like,
yeah,
what role does he have? Like, his country's being in, like crime going up. In people don't have jobs. I know he shouldn't be like he shouldn't be political, but he's like the most political person, especially with the Davos and everything. He should be coming out in support. I mean, he can like boost his the image and stuff. Is he
yeah.
counting on appearing on the coin and that's it?
What was I going to say? Um, these people you're talking about, these people should their um, what's the word I'm thinking of? Priorities. We talk about King Charles. We talk about Rishi Sunak, for example. We talk about these people that are at the top of everything, okay, and their main focus should be on what is best for this country, okay. But yeah, as you've just rightly mentioned, crime is going up. Rapes are going up. Knife crime is going up, and it's been going up since the beginning of a certain situation. Right now, again, I'm not against people coming to the UK to seek asylum, providing they do it.
I'm against that. I think we should have like a certain percentage of every country should have their sovereignty and everything, and people should come and have like a 5 year period and go back home and then come back in another 5 years. People should come and visit countries. They shouldn't be living forever in another country. I think
Well,
if they
I
have
mean,
money and they want to invest in government, they should invest in the
as I
country
say,
to stop coming and stuff.
I mean, I get where you're coming from. Again, for me, if somebody wants to come over here and contribute to society, get a job, and actually contribute, pay taxes, and follow our
Yeah, but
rules and
also
follow our
just
laws.
5 years or something. Have a limited time, not push the person in the street and prioritize the new coming and stuff. It's
But
just crazy what's
but
happening.
that's going to be impossible to do, because some people will want to come here and they will want to remain here and they get a job. You can't force somebody out who's contributing to society after 5 years. You see.
Why not? Because you have jobs in UK all the time with contracts. All the time you have jobs with contracts. You can be a contract for 5 years, 10 years, 2 months, 1 year. there are a lot of people that get contracts, and you can't say it's fair or unfair or their decision to get the contract. It should be like people that come to this country, and their main objective is to, I don't know, this thing. It should be like mandatory thing to have a contract.
But what that's doing,
It's just crazy. There's not.
what that's doing though, again, for people that come here and they get a job and contribute, they come in the right way, from day one. Okay, they're here legally, they get a job and all the rest of that stuff. No issues with that at all. Okay, they start contributing to society. After 5 years, what you're doing is you're taking away people's ability to be able to
Oh no, no, you're
climb up
not,
the ladder by.
because every time when they apply for a new contract, they can get a new contract, and maybe you can incentivize it to get it after 1 year, and you can do like a lot of things. But having everyone just crowd into a place because it's all good is like you're saying I put so much food away in 2 years. Everyone just come to my house.
Yeah, but this is
Let's
why
see how fast we can finish it.
but this is why I say about the people coming here unlawfully, illegally, people that
But
are
it
doing
doesn't
that.
really matter. It
Those,
matters the quantity. Like we have the sewage system, the water system, the electric system, everything is made for a certain amount of people.
yeah,
And for example, you have India that has a billion people, or 1,400,000,000, 1,500,000,000 plus
right,
the other 300 millions all around the world. And if they just start pouring like in a giant amount, and they get rid of the parks and everything, and they just do the for seeing like the buildings, you just see the buildings, and they don't do infrastructure and something. It's just we already had like floodings in London because of the overpopulation. A lot of people using the sewage and the water and everything, and it doesn't hold that much. They built a new building, and they connect it to the normal pipes, and
yeah.
those things get it. They have like a certain capacity, and everything is just like damaged. And I think at a certain point we started having like levels of poverty seen in India.
Well,
Like
this is going back
it's
to
just
my.
crazy.
This goes back to my comment about the about King Charles and our government, who should have this country's interests at heart, our best interests at heart, and by allowing all sorts of people. And again, I want to make it very clear, I've got nothing wrong, and I've always said this, no problem with people coming here properly. If I went to Australia or America and I tried to get in illegally, I'd get deported. Okay, they wouldn't let me in the country, right?
Yeah,
But
but then you have treason. Then you have treason. You have the people in the government just exceeding the numbers in an extreme amount, and and they suddenly make the illegal procedure of getting more people that they should have allowed in the country. They would make it legal, and they actually get paid money. I'm assuming, and they're just washing them over the sea. As Boris Johnson said when he heard like this 500,000 pounds or something, he said that's crumbs or something. He heard there was something about Boris Johnson saying uh, stating about a certain amount of money is being crumbs. So I don't know exactly. It just seems like everyone should have like um a majority of people that are native to a certain country. But that's why we had the wars and everything. That's why, for example, if you are in a certain patriot group, like who love Britain or other things like that, you have a hard time getting a job in police.
yeah,
It's just crazy. Like I love UK people. I love the country. I love this thing, and get a boot in your bum. And I think that's gonna be happening to my country soon, and it's kind of crazy that so many grandfathers and so many bloodlines lost to protecting the country, and we have the war in Ukraine, and it's kind of like crazy. Like white on white invasion is not acceptable, but
yeah.
every other all the other people in the world can invade a country just like. what's called climate refugees or something.
Yeah.
Everyone falls under that umbrella, no? It's just, I think English people shouldn't be so polite because it seems like they're getting their blanket taken off of them, and they should uh, they should be more patriotic and more loving of their tradition and country, and they have a lot of traditions, and there are a lot of bad traditions out there in the world. For example, in India, they have this tradition of drinking warm cow piss, and they also have the same tradition in some areas in Africa. And it's just weird that only the British traditions are getting erased,
Yeah.
and it starts with museums and everything. And there's this aggressive touch on the white male.
Yeah.
I don't know. I saw it in my areas and everything. It's just like crazy.
Well,
That's about it, Dan.
I had a conversation with somebody last night. I'm not going to say the name, but I had a conversation with somebody last night, and my point was that I tried to get across is colonization. Okay, now throughout history, any country where people have gone and they've then become the majority of that particular country, okay, it has been completely devastating for the natives of that country. Okay, we've seen it throughout time and time again throughout history. What seems to be happening now, even the head of the Inspectorate of Constabulary said, and I said this in my last video today, said that London in the next decade will become a minority white city. Okay.
Well, it is. It is. I don't know what they're talking about. I walk on the street. I live in London. If
Yeah.
I go to central London, where are the white people? Are they in the house somewhere? I don't see them. It's just a majority. Everything else. It's like I told you at a certain point, if
Sorry,
you find
hang on.
6
No,
English
sorry.
people, I'll give you £5.
Sorry, I've just said majority white, haven't I? That's not what I meant. I meant it will become
Yeah.
a minority white city. Sorry, my mistake.
Yeah, no worries. I understood the other part. This
But
one, what you want to say.
but I agree with that. Again, lots of people have been saying that, but being called racist for saying so. But it's clear
Oh,
that that's what's
you shouldn't
happening.
play by those rules. When someone says the word racist or misogynist and stuff, I'm not saying don't talk like that. I'm not, and that's like a social construct, and some people have and just throw it around.
Yeah,
I don't believe in this thing.
no, I normally call it discrimination rather than racism.
Well, discrimination is they use it in Italy. It means to differentiate,
Yeah,
and I think everyone has the right to discriminate, and they do it. Like for example, you have Muslim people; they're gonna try to have as much Muslim people around them, and they
yeah,
won't like to have any other people. They
yeah,
have black people; they will mostly have like black people on Facebook and visiting their houses and everything. So at certain point, it's in human nature to differentiate and choose people like you to have close by, and then be acceptant. I think acceptance is it's okay. Everyone should be acceptant, but you
well,
should be able to do it.
it's like
Especially when it comes to everyone discriminates when it comes to sexual partners. You wouldn't want
yes,
to have someone, yeah.
I
So
agree. I
I think
agree.
this word is very bad.
What just popped into my head there when you were saying that is it's like when you're at school and you're tasked with picking a team for a football match, and there's 20 people standing there. You've got to pick 10 people. What do? You always go for the one that you know is going to be better than anybody else. So you're
Yeah.
discriminating against others because of their ability
Yeah,
for the one
because
that.
it's the human nature. It's
Yeah,
the
yeah,
human nature, and we have been like taught to refuse to do this thing. And in Italian, I saw Italian teacher coming and kept saying the word, and I was laughing.
yeah,
And she would keep saying it, and I was saying it in English too, and she didn't know this thing with the bad connotation, but I think we should have because when someone fires you, you actually discriminate against you because you've been bad performing, and
Yeah.
it could be like because of your size, because of your ethnicity. Well, some races, people from some countries only grow a certain amount, only have a certain muscle mass and stuff, and yeah, it shouldn't we should just wipe out this thing with the word discrimination as being something bad, and if someone says it, just f off and stuff,
Yeah.
and we should just think about logically, and we should stop like putting so much uh, heavy stuff on our emotional um, uh, on our emotions. And there's the N word. I don't understand why people are depressed about the N word. For example, in America, you can actually get arrested for saying it only with only in an angry manner. So if you say it like in a happy manner or casual manner, you don't get arrested. Nothing happens to you. It doesn't have a bad stigma. They use it
Yeah.
all the time. They sing about it. They don't want it canceled. A lot of people were asked to have it canceled. Like they were black. They were asked to have it canceled, and they don't want to have it canceled.
Yes.
And they're just like oppressing the other people, the white people. So they use it as a measure of oppression. I don't think that's fair, and I think that should just go away, like the whole thing. And if I hear like a black person using it, I'm gonna call the police and I'm gonna say it out loud what they said, because
Yeah.
when you talk to the police or to a judge, you have to tell them exactly what you heard, not say nuclear or any other N word and stuff. So I think people should just get a grip on their selves, be brave, protect their country, and put a foot in the door, because there's a big crowd coming. There's a giant crowd coming. There are lots of poor people, and the migration is just increasing and increasing.
Yeah.
They already said at Davos that people are xenophobes. They got angry when millions of people are coming. How about billions?
Mm.
And that's what's gonna happen. A lot of people are gonna come at a certain point. They're gonna leave the country looking like it got invaded by plague and stuff.
Yeah.
Nothing's gonna be broken shop windows, crying people, and it's gonna be survival of the fittest in the war. And a lot of people from other countries are used to carrying swords and knives and everything, and I don't know what the English are gonna do with their umbrellas and the funny hats.
Yeah. We'll have to sew some razor blades into our bowler hats. Oh dear.
Yeah,
Listen,
I don't know. I just it's time to grow the balls and talk to the women, because a lot of women think that they're very easy to manipulate, saying
yeah.
that are looking for that, for this, and and I think yeah, it's look what's happening to Japan. Japan, like they're trying to say women say they don't want to have children, men say they don't want to have children, and they want to force them into children.
Yeah.
What
Yeah.
you gonna do? Send rapists?
Oh. Listen, I'm gonna
That's
have to.
about it.
I'm
Thank you,
gonna
Ben.
no. Listen, you're always welcome. I've told you, you're always welcome to phone in. You always bring up some really interesting points, and I appreciate you calling in. Just we've been on for half an hour now. I want to try and see if we can get some more on. But again, your conversation is probably elicit some sort of reaction from somebody to phone in, as it has done in the past. So again, thank you for your call.
Oh, no worries. Anytime. Sorry for being like that, but sometimes you have
Don't be sorry.
to
You're
risk
listen.
being offensive
Listen.
to
You're
get
being
your point
honest.
across.
Listen. You're being honest. You're being
Yeah,
truthful, and I appreciate it.
yeah,
All
no
right.
worries. It's just a point of view. Everyone has their own point of view.
Indeed.
Everyone eats something different and has a different room temperature.
That's right.
So that's all the best.
No
Have
worries.
yourself a
You
nice
look after
time.
yourself. Thank you. Good night.
You too, bye.
Always an interesting caller, and we normally get somebody phone up afterwards to pick up on one of the points that he makes. So, thank you, Adrian, for the call. Again, appreciated. Anybody else? 01515289590 or Skype me. Look for Dan Pap. Look for my logo. That's me. hit the button, dial me up, ask me a question, tell me I'm a prick. I don't mind. I can handle it. Yes, Lost Souls is always a good call. It actually puts some not that everybody doesn't, but he puts a lot of thought into the questions or the points that he wants to bring up, and they're generally always really interesting. Hello, James. Call up Bryony. Oh God, no. She started attacking me again recently. I really don't want to poke that hornet's nest too much. Oh dear. Hello, Mark J. Thank you. Jim Beam got arrested. What did you get arrested for, Jim? Do you want to phone in and tell us about it? Oh 01519285950, I think. 0151 528 9590. Yeah, I got it right for a change. The one that multiple people on this channel tried to help. Got it all thrown back in our faces, and when we called her out for being rude, she lost her shit, and she's had this little niggly bee in her bonnet about me for a long time now. Probably about 70 videos calling me names, I think, on her channel. £40,000 to marry Tony Blair. Sherry Blair was paid £40,000 to marry Tony Blair, or it wasn't Sherry Blair at the time, was she? Before she got married. I'll tell you what, it fucking costs a lot more than that for anyone to marry Sherry, I think. Haha. Well, Lost Souls, I've got plenty of meat to go around. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, mate.
Hello, mate. How you doing?
All right, I'll turn the background down.
No worries.
Hang on. Is that better?
I can still hear that. I can still hear that in the background a bit.
Is that better?
Yes, that's perfect. Thank you.
Yeah. Good thing on the about the policeman that she tried to fiddle her driving thing. That's quite good. That
I know, it's madness, isn't it? A madness.
Did you see Simon's thing on YouTube last night? He had a right old ding dong.
What, Simon's live stream?
Yeah.
I didn't see Simon's one. I was on Glyn's live stream, and then I went on to Based Welshman's live stream, which was Simon was running it for Based Welshman on Based channel at that point.
Yeah.
It all got rather heated.
I don't know. I mean, Simon, he's absolutely blinding. There was a thing on the thing about the ex veteran that went to see all the veterans went to see the Prime Minister sometime last week.
Right.
I don't know if you heard about it.
I haven't.
There was a Walty Metty in there, and he had the wrong cat badge. He had the wrong 2 military medals, 2 civilian medals, and then someone said, "I don't think so. That's not,
Actually, I do remember that now. I don't remember it at the time, but I remember seeing some articles about it. It was wearing a red beret, green beret, in a suit, and a couple of the medals that he had, I believe you could buy. They weren't actually like armed forces issued medals. So yeah, I do recall that.
But as you know, me being ex-military, they have our 8-figure digit number on the bottom and what the regimental corps is.
Yeah,
as you know. But it's like everything else. The Marine that got stabbed by that guy from I don't know where he was from. I won't mention it because we're not go down that road. But he got 60-year-old Marine. minding his own business, and someone stabbed him. So where's it going to end?
It's not. I'm afraid. I can't see any of it ending. As far as I'm concerned, it's going to get worse. The only way it's going to get better is if the government and the police get, like worse, like totalitarian worse.
Well, it's good. I mean, it's like they said, some of them can't read or write.
Yeah.
Well, hang on, where's it going wrong? I really, really, really don't know.
Desperation, isn't it? It's all down. I think it's down to desperation. Bojo said he wanted 40,000 or 20,000 new police on the streets. But even excuse me, even that. Remember that we lost about 30,000 police, and then he wants to put 20,000 police on the streets. So we're still going to be short from what we was at anyway. But everybody's going, yay, 20,000 more police on the street. Well, we're still short from what we was at initially anyway. So that's still not a good thing. It's like stealing £10 from somebody and going, oh, don't worry, here is £2. And making them feel a bit better because they've got something back. That's to me, that's the kind of scenario that we're looking at. But I genuinely cannot see things getting any better for the foreseeable future. Again, we've got a lot of people who, if the police can't write a crime report, they can't write English, they can't understand it properly, how are they supposed to learn the laws and the context the laws should be used in properly? This is going to lead to an awful lot of an increased amount of false arrests and unlawful arrests and wrongful charges and all kinds of things like that. And when a copper turns up to deal with a situation, it's going to be, and no offense, when you get a phone call from a company and you're trying to fix something, and it's like you're calling somebody it's like you're calling somebody in India or something, or even your local doctor, okay, and they don't understand what you're trying to put across to them. It's a very dangerous situation to be in when these people are supposed to be upholding the law and ensuring you're safe and and making sure that nobody commits a crime against you. If they can't understand where do we go?
My friend who lives in where I live, that part of the world, she had a kitchen sink pipe burst.
Right.
She went onto the association. Yeah. Woman was ethnic minority. 4 hours, 4 hours, and the guy come in, lovely plumber, big girl, North London, lovely guy, absolutely did it, hoovered it all up, and that's all she said. I'm waiting for a bit for my place up there, the head in Surrey, but 10 days, 10th of the 2nd, 2023. I mean, the fact is that, Leatherhead's got nothing in it now. It's just gone to, it's a ghost town.
Yeah.
But you can't keep, I don't know what to do,
It just surprises me how so many people with power can't see what's happening. Or not that let me rephrase that, because they can blatantly see what's happening. How they think they can get away with pretending they can't see what's happening.
Of course they can.
So, and that's what they're doing. They're pretending that they can't see what's happening. So when we say, look, the reason that crime's rising is because of X, Y, Z. Look how many more people have been involved in a sexual assault since, such and such a date. Yeah. But they're like that. They're like, what? I can't see. If I can't see it, it's not happening. And that's, that seems to be the response that we're getting from the people that can do something about it. I mean, didn't what's her face, Cruella Braverman say that she was going to take a hard stance and send people back and all sorts of stuff?
Did she get the bullet?
No, she's still there. She's still there, as far as I know. Unless hang on. Yeah, I'm sure. She'll just double check, because now you got me questioning myself.
No, that's all right, mate. I mean, Mr. Khan's put himself up for a wreck. Well, don't think whatever they go with that.
Yeah, Suella Braverman. Yeah, she is still the Home Secretary.
I mean, he's just extended it right up to Chessington. Yeah, when all these people come down from up where you are, because they always like to come to Chessington, you know, Chessington World of Adventure. Lovely place.
Loved it there when I was a kid.
Not. They're going to have to go and pay the admission charge then, because it goes right down, as soon as you come off the old Junction 9, down the old, you know what, past the old traffic lights, and it's up on the old right-hand side. They're going to get charged £12.
Yeah.
If the car's not up to standard.
Fucking madness.
And my mate that drives a truck for a living, he works for a certain known company, that magazine, and he owns a certain company that's in Canada, you know. And he says these electric trucks are all right, but they can't. Amazon can charge them all up, but like you said, Kent Police have got electric cars, but they can't charge them up. So why do they change? Why break it?
Yeah, it's like Scotland. They want to be the first force to be entirely electric now.
It's not going to work.
It's cost them multiple tens of millions of pounds so far, and yet they still haven't got the infrastructure in place to charge them all. So some of them have to run cables through the windows of the police station to charge the cars up. I mean, I'll tell you a little story. Where I used to work, my last job, there was when you have a road accident, you call an ambulance. Yeah. Do you not? Right. My last job that's what I used to do. I used to service ambulances, and it's southeast coast. Right. I learned everything about electric ambulances. They had enough charging points to do a nuclear submarine out of water and give it a bathtub, give it a G&T, bottle of scotch, bang, back. He said, charge it in, go out, do the nuts and bolts, make sure everything was cleaned down, mopped down. Absolutely lovely job. And they had it down to a T. They had diesel ones as there, you know. Yeah. It's like the Renault. Some guy goes, "Oh, I can't drive this." I said, "Well, why can't you drive this?" Well, I said, "Normally, why is that?" He said, "Well, normally when you sit in a truck, you sit like an L shape, you know, pull your back, lower back." Oh, so to her, oh man, that's terrible. And this, I don't know, this some contractor, like, I didn't say anything, so I just kept my mouth shut. My boss said, he said, "What's that?" So it is. He said, "Oh, they're a terrible lorry, that one, aren't they?" Yeah. So he said, and they were using I think they were the Mercedes at the time. They brought this other French company in, and they were doing like tests, you know. They said, "Oh no, we can't do it." But these guys were getting bad backs, you know. And it's like, why break it? Yeah. It's like a police car. Why'd you break it, you know? Well, yeah, of course it does. I mean, that's why they can't get people to join that type of... They can get people to join it, is actually keeping them. That's why they get people that... Why have you got firemen and ambulance drivers? I've got nothing against the old bill at all, but if they don't pay them the wage, they're just going to say, well, I'm going to Australia, or I'm going to go to Canada. Yeah. Or if they can speak French or German, they'll go to Germany. It's like the youngsters were saying the other day on YouTube, country's broke. It's broken. Yeah. You know, so what are we going to do about it? Well, why do you get all these people complaining, oh, this and this and that, you know, and when you got people in a gang, oh, he you know, he died in London and all that, but well, hang on, what's going on? Because it's their housing estates that they can't keep an eye on them, you know. Yeah. So you're going to get that, but why break it? Just, you know, keep it. They don't. Basically, they just don't pay them what they're worth. No, that's true. At the end of the day, it is. You know, why do you want to go and tackle a paramedic? I mean, I can't even answer that because I don't understand why people would do that. And well, they do. You know, why tackle a fireman? You know, I mean, there was a guy. I did see your one where a guy was. It took. I think it was up north somewhere. They had an armed response unit. The guy was trying to get an electric meter. That was it.
And they called the police, and the guy said, "Yeah, it's got to put that on." So they got and didn't charge him, but they sent an armed response unit to get to the guy's house because he had an electric meter. I mean, how long did it take? I mean, you really that's a bit of an overkill. You know what I mean?
Mm.
It's like you what? Yeah, and he had everything there. You know, it's like I mean, bomb disposal guys. They run around, you know, £70,000, £90,000 for a wheelbarrow. That was in the 80s. Now they're probably about 150 grand. But wherever we go in the world, our forces do the job. But when we come back, they're just like a dustbin full of rubbish.
Yeah.
They just put them in the scrap heap.
Again, conversation I was having last night is the same thing. You know, people are coming back from protecting. I know some people disagree with this. People have got their own ideas on the armed forces, but they, you know, the army, as in, you know, the real army. I'm not talking about necessarily how they try and recruit them now, but you know, the army as it should be. They yes, they do as they're told. Okay, they have to. They'll go and they'll do what they need to do. They'll come back. They've put their life on the line. You know, more so than any other fucker in the country, and yet they get thrown aside once they get back. There's very, very little support for them. Yes, there's some charities, but once they get back, they get fucked off. Many of them end up because they can't integrate back into society again because they're so used to being told what to do in a way and following orders. When a lot of them come back, it's very difficult for them to get out of that mindset, because they've got nobody, telling them what they need to be doing. A lot of them seem to drift into depression and then onto drink or drugs and then homelessness, and it's so sad. It's so sad, and yet there are people that certainly don't deserve to get help that are getting helped above people that genuinely deserve it. I mean, these people have helped us, I suppose, in a way, although nobody's specifically attacked us per se. As a country, they have helped in a way to keep us, safe.
Well, look at what's his name when he said about them, 25 targets will fall, but that's not done us. I pity the people that are going to guard him. I really do, because he's making himself a walking. Well, that's it, isn't it?
Oh, no.
He's wrote his book. He's making these millions, so. Whatever comes around goes around, as we say, you know. But it's like you said, they're tightening up on the
it's me.
Right, they're tightening up on the. Oh, you can't do this. Well, how can you? I mean, the HGVs, they can't get the drivers. Class 2, Class 1. Nobody wants to do it. Oh, can you go and do that one? Yeah. So you go and do a run, and your taco is, I mean, there's enough bits and pieces to do the job, but they can't get it because nobody wants to do it. Yeah, that's why I give it up after 30 years, you know. And yet I've got all the bits and pieces to go on the other side of the coin, and I can't get a job. I'm literally banging my head up against a brick wall.
No, and there's supposed to be charities that help vets get work and things like that, but they just don't seem. Whether it's because they don't have the funding or not, I don't know. I can't comment on that because it's something I know. But even with these charities that purport to help vets, there are far too many still that are suffering without the support that they need. And all of that support gets diverted to other people. I mean, I wish I didn't. Yes, I had 3 strokes, and I wish I didn't have to have the support that I've got, because I feel that I'm taking that support away from other people. The same as when I was in hospital, I felt that I was taking that bed up from somebody else. And no matter what they said to me, you deserve this bed as much as anybody else because you've had your strokes. No matter what people said to me, it still made me feel like I was taking that service away from somebody else. You know,
but you paid in all your life, and that's the way it's done. You know, if you don't pay in the pot, you don't get nothing. They don't get nothing for nothing in this country. You know. I mean, some of these big we've seen, you know, they've got, you know, 8 million, a £1 million mansion in somewhere in up north.
Yeah.
And a day is £200 a night. Some people would give their right arm for that. You know.
Indeed.
But it's society's, everything else is like children getting at school. They changed that system. Scotland might do it. I can't see them doing it. I can't see us staying beyond. I'll give it till March.
Yeah.
And I'll probably say it's time for you to go. I mean, it's like the other guy. He's just gone, isn't he? What did he do wrong there? Most people declare their taxes. Oh, I dropped a boo-boo.
Yeah.
So if you dropped a boo-boo, why have you done it? Why did the policeman take pictures of people that are on scenes or crime? You know, that scenes where they took all them pictures and they sent them to someone, whatever.
Yeah.
That shouldn't be allowed. You know. It's like some people can join the armed forces with a criminal record. They tell them, but the armed forces go more into it.
Yeah.
I mean, there was a case, I think it was a week ago, where a guy's been accused of being, you know, things that could be lead to information that could lead to a terrorist attack or whatever.
Yeah, I did a video today. Somebody from the army is being going to court over terrorist offences. You know, again, I would have thought that the army, out of anybody, would be more stringent. And you know, okay, it's not like this is what we hear on a weekly or daily basis like we do with other, you know, with the emergency services, shall we say. It's better to hear something from the armed forces, to be quite honest. But you know, again, even though it is possible that occasionally something could slip through the net.
But you've got the MOD, you've got the Ministry of Defence Police.
Yeah.
You've got the RMP.
Mm-hmm.
So what people don't realise is when you've got them two, there's a third one. There's a third one you really do not really want to cross.
Which
so
one's
like that? The Special Investigations Branch.
Right.
And they do anything from, let's give it a quick. Oh yeah, there was a colonel in Putney, you know, rather nice place. You know, son was playing on doing his thing, you know, on his PlayStation. And he said they went onto Facebook or somewhere, and the guy said, well, Daddy should be in Salisbury playing, blah, blah, blah. He went back on and said, well, Daddy's mowing the lawn. I'm playing my PlayStation.
Yeah.
And someone picked it up. And because this colonel wouldn't let this major send his son to a military school, so I thought, all right, I'll have a, you know, it's the Adjutant General's Corps. He was in the pay corps at the time.
Right.
He was an accountant. He was a WO. He was a WO too. So he wouldn't sign that extra to get the extra money for his you know, bits and pieces. So he investigated him. And the colonel, over the last, I think it was not 5 or 10 years he'd been doing this. He'd be paying himself from a corps, you know, from the fund he was, the corps he was or regiment he was looking after.
Yeah.
I worked it out. It was nearly, I think it was 195 grand he took over 10 years.
Right.
So he went to jail. And he got fined by a court martial because what my brother used to do. He used to be a clerk, you know, accountancy by trade. Went back. So he got sentenced to, got busted down, lost his pension. Wife divorced him because of, you know, what he'd done and all that. You know, and he got his son got you know, all the names under the sun. I don't like that. I don't mind you nicking the odd bit of petrol now and again. But
Yeah.
two things you don't nick. You don't nick ammunition, you don't nick weapons, and you certainly do not nick money.
Yeah.
because you can get away with a leg of lamb, or it's in the old days you could do it, but now you can't because they've got stricter. Even the dogs and the horses in the British Army have got numbers tattooed on their ears, and it's under. When I was there, it was under miscellaneous food, can of dog meat, 2 bales of hay, 3 bales of corn or whatever. It was all there, ding, 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 ding. It's like measured out, tyres for diesel, 50 litres,
Yeah.
But everything was accountable. But it's like they said, how can the Olympic Games, and that's another thing, how do they miss all that millions? Contractors going in say, when you take a vehicle out of a workshop, it's meant to have the wheel nuts are meant to be locked, the arrows are meant to be going left and right in a certain company, Spanish. He went a corporal went in, took a lorry out. It was going down the road and the wheel was wobbling. Took it back. Said to the supervisor, "Oh, I signed it off." Okay. So I went to see the other mechanic that was doing it. He said, "Oh, he was doing it." So the apprentices didn't tighten the wheel nuts up. He thought he did. The guy that's meant to be training the apprentice, he didn't sign it off. The supervisor signed it off. Blah, blah, blah. The guy's gone down the road. He said, "Well, if that's the way it is," so I went to see the manager. Says, would you take that vehicle out? He says, "Oh, that's the way we do it." "Nah, would you?" So he went out, took him out, and drive back round the yard. So he went round the block twice. He says, "Oh," I said, "No, not oh. If I was going down the road at 50, 60 miles an hour,
yeah,
I would have killed myself because your apprentice and your supervisor can't do the job right. So basically, you're cutting corners to save money."
Yeah.
And they totally lost the colonel heard about it. It went right across the tables of the upstairs, above my pay grade jobby. And basically they got rid of them. And I went back in house.
It's everybody seems to want to save money these days, irrespective of the consequences. Same as the police with their recruitment. They're trying to save money. The Met haven't been doing face-to-face recruitment since COVID.
No.
How, as I said in my video, how can you hire anybody without seeing them? You can, but I mean, why would anybody be hired without fucking seeing them? It's beyond comprehension. It really is just completely mad.
Well, it's like what was it? 2002 Gulf War. They revamped all the, like they get a new weapon. They've got new weapons. The magazine is a bit more better. The new weapon is a lot more better.
Yeah.
And they revamped all the body armor and all that. The plate covers the whole side and all that. And they said, and these soldiers were saying at the School of Infantry at Warminster, they said, "Oh yeah, the kit's a lot more better, and all that." And they replaced the 9mm Brownie for the Glock 17. And somebody was saying, "Well, and sit there." And I went up last week to see someone who I know, and I'm sitting there watching the old Metropolitan Police in the old Met out, outside the old number 10 Downing Street. This guy goes, "What are you looking at?" "I'm just looking at all your nice kit you've got." He said, "What's that in?" I said, "Well, yeah, you've got everything, you've got your body armour, you've got your helmet. Yeah, we're all right, we're all tooled up. Yeah. What happens if he doesn't shoot? If he doesn't shoot you in the head or shoot you in the chest, why? What's that?" So if he shoots you in the kneecaps or below the knees, you're knackered, aren't you? Why? Because you can't run or walk. Oh, they never thought about that. It's like when the dogs in Northern Ireland, we used to put leather shoes on them. They go, the old dog would be going, "Well, what's that for?" It's not scratching him. Well, I can't. Well, basically, it stops all the glass.
Yeah,
but
yeah.
You better get in them days. Is you can used to get the old Duracell battery, all that. Come back. If you didn't put your visor down and they started it, used to teach you all the other bits and pieces. It hasn't changed much, but they use wooden blocks, health and safety. And I'll tell you this now, and you'll probably get a few of your viewers that are listening. When you get half a house brick thrown at you, and you didn't put your visor down, you knew that somebody was going to throw it at you, and a petrol bomb.
Yeah.
A lot of these civilians, a lot of them are ex-military, but what they do is they don't train. They train probably down somewhere in Kent, which they probably know, but they also do a lot of their training in Cyprus.
Yeah.
And when I mean training, I mean proper. You go to the Metropolitan Police training thing at Hendon, yeah? That's nothing. Absolutely nothing. When we were in, they've actually showed us how to actually make these petrol bombs and stuff like that, you know. It's absolutely crazy.
Well, I believe the training for the police now, they don't even use real petrol bombs, like Molotov cocktails, if you want to call them, but whatever. They don't even use real ones anymore, from what I've been told, because of health and safety. So
when we were in, there was no health and safety.
It's like imagine training to be a boxer and never getting punched in the face, and then going to have your first fight. You'd be on the floor. You'd be down for the count. You'd be fucked. You know, it's just madness.
Yeah. It's like people, they buy these lovely classic cars, which is good. You know, they're like restoring vehicles and, you know, bikes and all that. But when you've got these cyclists on these electric bikes and you can't hear them, I mean, the guy the other day came up on an electric scooter and he knocked this old lady over.
Yeah.
You know, and my brother lives up at Rutland, and he says up there in the village, they got RAF Rutland just up the road, Redlow Manor, not Redlow, and they said they're a joke. And it's a lovely place, you know. You can open your window in the morning, hear the squirrels and the deer, you know, the heron sitting on the pond, you know, and it's like, what's happened, you know? I don't know how to put this. We are the dustbin of Europe.
Yeah.
And it's going to get worse. I mean, all that aircraft, the air thing that went into liquidation.
Oh, recently the airline.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You think of how many people work at Gatwick Airport or Heathrow.
Well.
And you've got the other private little airport over at Farnborough. You know, places like that.
Yeah.
That people don't know. Oh, you know, I mean, some people can't even operate radios, or I don't know. I really, really, really don't know. Oh. You know.
Listen, I'll have to wrap it there, I'm afraid. It's
okay, mate.
Again, another 30 next week. I've not had anyone try calling in yet. It's just that we keep it to 30 minutes unless people start trying to call in. But I appreciate your call again, as with Adrian. Much appreciated. You always come up with some interesting points. So thank you for calling.
Sure. You take care, mate.
You too. Look after yourself. Thank you.
Bye. Take care.
Bye, mate. Bye. Yeah, so to those people that I've missed in the comments, I have tried to keep an eye out and say hello to a few of you. Alexander, how you doing? Again, 01515289590. There we go. Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello, my man. First and foremost, I think you're providing us an excellent service. Well done, my man. Keep up the good work. We appreciate it.
Thank you very much. Who am I talking to?
Mark.
Mark. Hello, Mark. How you doing?
I've commented. Yeah, I'm all right, mate. Yourself?
I'm doing all right, thank you.
Yeah, good, man. Right, a couple of things. I'll be as quick as I can, my man. A couple of minutes and I'll be gone, mate. I'll be gone. The first thing, just in case you've got any of the haters listening, and they're all saying that all of your subscribers are criminals, absolute poppycock. I don't like the police. The reason why, as a child, I grew up in a village where there was no youth club. We all used to knock around together, safety in numbers, up until 10 o'clock at night as a teenager. So I don't think my parents were bad letting me out on the streets until 10 at night. I don't think that was bad parenting personally. And the police used to come down and split us up every night. And the chief of police, the chief in our area used to come down and say, absolute quote, have you got any homes too? We'll get to the bastards then.
Mhm.
Yeah. So, that that puts him in a bad light already. And that was before I was even an adult.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right. What I've called, my man, I don't know if you're aware of this. I read a comment here. It might have been on your channel. It might have been on one of the auditors' channels. A commenter said that in this, unfortunately, there's been, and I'm right within 20 people because I rounded it up so I could remember it.
Right.
A commenter on YouTube said that in this country, up to, I think it was around 600 people, unfortunately, have been killed by terrorists. And he said, and 1,800 people have been or have lost their lives whilst in police custody.
Right.
Yeah. And
I
thought that was shocking. Does that sound right to you? Have you covered this before?
I have. I'm just gonna look for the link to the video now.
Brilliant.
If you bear with me, because my computer's running a little bit slow.
You're an absolute legend, mate. I like the fact that you show empathy to people, and I like how you stick up for people who are disrespectful to you. You give the respect that they deserve, mate, and I like that. I like that, mate.
Thank you. Here we go. Got it. Now, this was done in 2020, so we are, it's February 2020, so we're almost 3 years ago this was, but it still gives you an idea. I'll pop it into the comments.
Nice one, my man.
Which is there. That's the police fatalities versus terror fatalities between 1990 and 2018. I've not had a chance to do an updated version of it, but that's between 1990 and 2018. That's the fatalities. There is a lot more deaths through police interactions than there are from terrorist interactions.
Exactly. Isn't that shocking, mate?
Of course it is, yeah.
Shocking. Absolutely unbelievable. All right, my man, I don't want to tie you up too long. We really, really appreciate the service you're providing, my man. Keep up the good work. Don't let the bastards grind you down. No
worries. Listen, they're less likely to wind me down than some of the people that come on and troll me, to be honest. But the links in
I think it's funny how you stand up to him, mate. As I say, I can see that you're a very respectful person, my man, and you give the respect that you get given. And exactly like me, mate. You walk the line, my man. Much respect to you. I'm gonna go. No worries. You look after yourself. Thanks for the call. Thanks, mate. Cheerio. All right, take it easy. God bless. God bless. I haven't got the link for that. I did have a WhatsApp message from somebody purporting to be Alan earlier on WhatsApp, but I've asked them to send me a voice message so that I know it actually is him, because people have me asking after him. And it could be that it's somebody else. They've not got back to me yet. But... Hello, good evening and welcome.
Hello?
Hello.
Oh, hello. I'm Jim Beam.
Sorry?
I'm the one who got arrested. I put the message on the chat, yeah.
Right.
I'm Jim Beam. I'm the one who got arrested.
Oh, Jim Beam. Right. How you doing,
yeah.
Jim? All right?
Yeah. Basically what happened, I had some trouble at my job centre with G4S.
Right.
I'm not an auditor or anything like that. Basically, I've got a medical condition. I have to use the toilet. I refused the toilet, and I didn't make it to a public toilet, so I sold myself.
Right.
So from then onwards, sort of thing, I've had a bit of a issue with them. So I went in to change my appointment on the Tuesday. G4S were off my chest, sort of thing. You can't film here, you can't film here, sort of thing. I asked to see a manager, and manager came down. I explained to her, you can legally film. She asked me, are you filming now? I said, yeah. She got up and walked away.
Right.
Next day, I went the memo from the DWP on the rules of filming the job centre, so I can film in there.
Okay.
When I went in on Friday for my appointment, I was sat in there for about 5 minutes. She asked me what time my appointment was. I said 30:30. She said, oh no, it's 20:53. They said, do you want to come back? And I said, yeah, okay then. And then I said, did you get your memo? The memo shows you filming now. I said, yeah. She goes, turn it off, turn it off. They call the police, 999. Police come in. They go in the back with her. They come out to me. I offer them video footage because I filmed everything, and the CCTV's there. They wouldn't let me talk. They cautioned me, puffed me, took me to a police station 15 miles away, and I was there till 7 o'clock at night.
And what did they charge you with?
Common assault, but released no further action.
Right. Okay. I thought you was going to say NFA. Absolute scumbags, mate. You know, I've seen, you've probably seen it as well. You've probably seen the not just job centre security, but other security without a clue on people's rights, and quite happy to just stamp all over them. The fact that they called 999 and the police turned up, the call handler should have said, what's the matter? And they said, well, somebody here with a camera, and they should have turned around and said, well, unfortunately, that's a civil matter and we can't do nothing about it. But they won't.
No, she's on the phone saying I'm shouting.
Right, okay.
But I'm 20 foot away from her, and she's behind a glass screen. All I've done is raise my voice a little bit. I'm not shouting. You know what I mean? You can clearly see it on the video. You know, the volume, everything's there.
Right. Is this on your channel, is it?
Not my channel, no.
Right.
Like I say, I'm not a YouTuber. It's on TTP's channel.
Oh, Proletariat. I can't remember what his Protect the Proletariat or something, isn't it?
Yeah.
Right.
Mr. C arrested at Manchester Job Centre Plus.
Okay, I will take a look at that.
If you would. See, one of the questions I phoned up for, right? It's the manager at the job centre who's made this allegation. I could hear her on the phone saying, no, he's shouting now and things like that.
Right.
If I request the police body cam, will that show her statement to the police, or will it just be me?
It's likely that they, if you're not there while they're taking a statement, then it's likely that they won't send you that part because it's somebody else's. Because you're not in screen, or it's not you that's talking, so it's likely they will completely edit that part out.
Is there any way I can get that information? Because I want to take a civil case against the manager.
If you do a freedom of information request,
yeah,
and ask them, they can send you. I'm not saying they will, but they can send you the statement that was against you because it mentions you, but they won't send you but they'll have to censor out any information that refers to who it was that made that statement. But if you do a freedom of information request and ask them for any and all records, radio traffic, body cam footage, statements made that refer to you, mention you, or indicate you in any way, shape, or form, then they may send you that as part of that file. Again, I can't say that they will because, police, unfortunately, they do what they want to fucking do. But there is a chance that they might send that through to you.
I have been in contact with H&K solicitors in Liverpool.
Right.
And they've taken the case. I've given them the video. They've taken the case on for no win, no fee.
Okay. Well, they should be able to get that information for you then. Yeah. To be honest, which would save you time having to fuck about with them and do a freedom of information request just to be told, or just to be sent information that misses that out. They will get all of that information, including the complaint.
No worries, no worries.
Probably best to leave them to do that for now, and they should send you all the info through anyway. If they don't send you it through and they use it for themselves, you can request that information from them directly at a later stage anyway.
Yeah. Sorry, I'm watching you in the lag.
No, that's all right. That's fine.
No worries, that's all it is. No thanks, no me. It's something new to me. It shook me up a bit. I think it was just a complete waste of police resources. 2 police come on 999. They were female officers.
Yeah.
Then 2 male officers come in a van. They transport me to hold themselves 15 miles away. Then a police officer from a station 10 miles away has to come and interview me, then release me and no further action.
Yeah.
Or because someone made a malice phone call and they'd looked at the CCTV there and then, they would have seen there was nothing wrong.
Yeah, but then they don't get off the streets for an hour or two while they're dealing with you. You know, a situation that's non-dangerous, that's not going to have them chasing around and running after people in the streets. They're going to take that opportunity. So this is why I think a lot of people get arrested over the minor things that could just be dealt with a "don't be a dickhead, mate, off you go," or in your case, they go, right, let's have a look at the fucking footage. Right, okay, I don't see anything wrong here. Sorry, we're out of here. It was a waste of our time. They're far too happy to go, okay, let's side with the person who called us, take this person in, spend the next 2 or 3 hours dealing with it. Then at least we're off the fucking streets. That's the way I see it.
2 or 3 hours. I was there for 7.
Well, seven. But they wouldn't be dealing with it. They wouldn't be dealing with that all. What tends to happen, depending on the seriousness of the offence, obviously, what tends to happen is they'll go in and they'll give it to an investigating officer, which isn't necessarily the officer that's arrested you. So then, but whilst they're booking you in, whilst they're dealing with all that stuff, whilst they're gathering this information or evidence against you, that takes them off the streets while they're doing that. And then once they pass all that over to OIC, officer in charge, then they go back out onto the streets. So it takes them off the streets for a good couple of hours at least while they're trying to deal with cases that, as I say, the control room should have said over the phone, look, it's not our job. Sorry.
Yeah. Oh well. Hopefully we'll get it all sorted. And, you know what I mean? Get a decent police force, but I can't see that happening for a long time.
No way. Absolutely not. Far too much filth going on at the moment. I just don't see any way this can be improved in the near future anyway.
I live in Manchester at the moment. I used to live in Scotland.
Right.
And
I can tell from the Scottish accent, yeah.
Yeah. I was up there for 20 years. My neighbour, who I moved next to, was from Manchester as well. And he was a copper. And anything you wanted, it was in you went to. If you wanted prescription drugs, he took you to the chemist and got you prescription drugs. They're all bent.
Yeah, they are. Sorry, 1 second. Sorry, guys, come on. Let's listen. None of that in the comments, please. Just ignore if you don't like somebody, block them, ignore them, whatever. Let's not get into a slanging match in the comments, please, folks. We'll try and keep this as positive as possible if we can. Sorry.
No worries. I've said all I need to say, basically. No
worries. Well, listen, I hope you managed to get it sorted. If HNK have taken it on a no-win, no-fee, then obviously they think there's a strong chance of success for you, and I hope it goes your way. It generally does with HNK. Everybody that I know that's used them has had an out-of-court offer. I've had an out-of-court offer using them. So yeah, so I hope it all works out.
Well, I'm on universal credit, and I'm not doing it for money. If I do get anything, I'm going to give it all to charity anyway.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Can't knock that.
No worries. All right, then. Thanks for listening.
All right, no problem at all. Thank you for the call.
Cheers, then. Bye-bye.
Take care, mate. Bye-bye. Right, I don't know what's going on in the comments, but the moderators will deal with it if people continue to have a go at each other, because that would then be deemed as being targeting. If you continually two people targeting each other, so please, can we try and ignore people that we're not keen on or don't like what they say? I get it can be annoying and upsetting, get that totally, but I don't want anybody to feel that they're not welcome on here. When we can all just, get on and ignore the people we don't like, All right, I've got 20 minutes before, excuse me, 20 minutes before I take a pap break. And then we come back with the panel opening. So if anybody wants to call in, 01515289590. If you've got a story to share, if you want to whistleblow, the whistleblow would be good. We've not had a whistleblower before, so whistleblowing would be good. Talk crap, as in talk about whatever you want to talk about. I might not have a much of anything to say about it, especially if it's to do with government, but I'm always happy to have a chat, and it always creates discourse in the comments. Or you can phone up and, slag me off if you like. Don't think I won't slag you off back if you mean it, but by all means, call me up and let's have a chat. 01515289590. Which one of your cameras is going to play with your balls? Hello, good evening and welcome.
Evening, Dan.
Hello, who's this?
DJ Ray.
Hello, DJ Ray. How you doing, mate?
Not too bad, how are you?
Good stuff. I'm all right, fella. You're the one that lives not far from me, aren't you?
Yeah, Runcorn.
Yeah. Runcorn, sounds.
Yeah.
What'd you move up there for? You're not from Runcorn. That's not a Runcorn accent.
No, I'm actually from Liverpool.
What'd you move to the dark side for? That's like woollyback country, isn't it?
Now listen here, egghead. Now, my mum and dad moved here when I was 15, and I moved away for about 20 years.
Right.
And I've come back to Runcorn.
Fair enough.
But it's all right.
You anywhere near the bridge? You anywhere near where they filmed 2 pints of lager and a packet of crisps?
Yeah.
Oh, you are, yeah?
That's down in the old town where I'm in the new town part.
Right.
But I could take you straight to the pub, where they did that. It's been shut up for a while though. So.
I used to like that program. It's quite a funny one years ago when I used to watch the telly.
Yeah, but yeah, you know that Carrick copper.
Yes,
I
right.
sent you the link from, I think it was the Echo, about the policewoman who said that she was one of the ones who was raped.
Let me just double check. Because Ray, from the Metro. Yeah, I've got that link. That'll be I'm going out tomorrow, hopefully, that one.
Yeah, because you sent a thumbs up today. It was either today or yesterday that you give me a gold thumbs up about it. But like I said to you on Facebook with that link, it's a very similar situation to that other dirty nonce who died Savile.
Oh yeah, yeah, yeah.
You know, they're all coming out now. Oh, he did this, he said that, he done the other. You know,
There's going to be far more coming out. Even even Mark Rowley, commissioner of the Met, preempted it the other day because he knows he has to. He has to, and he had to say at the fuck it, what's it called?
The select committee.
That's the one. Yeah, the select committee. He said it then. 2 to 3 a week of being up on criminal charges, and that's not misconduct. That's criminal charges, and we should expect more.
Yeah. I remember you saying over the last couple of weeks about that commissioner for the Met. Him saying, "Oh, I can't sack them." Well, hang on, that's a load of sweaty bollocks. That he's employed them. Yeah. So why can't he sack them? That's his job.
Well, my argument to that is that since they brought in this, they brought in these legally qualified chairs, okay, which are generally supposed to run the misconduct hearings. I said it last week, I think it was maybe the week before, that there are many occasions when a chief constable has sat as chair of a misconduct hearing, but yet Mark Rowley turns around and says, "I can't sack them." Well, you can. You're in charge of the Metropolitan Police, so you can chair a misconduct hearing. So saying that you can't get rid of them is utter horseshit.
Yeah, absolutely. Like I said, he employs them, he pays them. So, as a boss, he's got that right to turn around and say, you and you, there's your P45, you're gone. Yeah. But
excuses. Yeah. Unfortunately, anything to pass back. I mean, look, he's taken over a sinking ship. Okay. Yeah. If I took it over, I'd be honest with everyone, and I'd come out and I would have said right from the beginning, do you know what? This is an absolute fucking mess. Okay. I'm going to do what I can to try and fix it. I can't fucking promise I can, because there's so much filth, so much, corruption, so much, I need help to do this. And the government needs to fucking help me clear the ranks. And I'd have been completely honest about it, rather than going in and using all the word salads to try and try and take people's fucking minds off of certain things. It's just, I can't even explain how disgusted I am at how the police are these days. Once the envy of the world, and they genuinely were once the envy of the world. As much as some people don't want to admit that, but the state of them now is horrific.
Yeah, but like you've said many times, they need to clear the lot out, wipe the board clean, and put fresh new coppers in.
Well, even if they recruit some of the ones that are already there, I mean, don't get me wrong. And I've never said that they're all bent. Okay, I never said that. My issue is, if a good copper sees a bad copper do something wrong and doesn't speak out about it, then they are as bad as that bad copper. Yeah. So when somebody speaks out, I always make sure that I say well done to that copper for doing that. Yeah. Unfortunately, there is far too little, far too short supply of people that will actually turn around and go, "Oh, yeah, that's fucking wrong. I'm going to do something about it." I've seen in America, I've seen videos on American police. I saw a copper boot a black lad in the head. I think he was a black copper. He was on the floor, handcuffed, and he's come over and kicked him in the head. He got arrested by one of his female colleagues. She arrested him there and then.
Bloody hell.
Right, she arrested him there and then. Okay, it's not going to go down too well, because people are going to go, "Well, fucking hell, she hasn't got our back." But it shouldn't be about having your back. It should be about having the public's back.
Yeah.
That's what they're there for. They're there to help protect and serve the public. And therefore, no matter what their friendships are, no matter what the relationships they've got with their colleagues, their priority should always be the protection of the public. And and we've never had anybody do anything like that over here. I don't think we ever will. We have a few people that turn around and report their colleagues for doing bad stuff. Not enough people, in my opinion.
Yeah.
But generally, they will stand back. They will let what's happening happen, and then they'll keep it to themselves. And you know, this is where my lack of faith is within the police more than anything else. It's not so much about the people that have been hired. It's about the people that allow those people that have been hired to get away with what they're doing.
Yeah, but as I always say, Dan, karma will come and bite them on the asses. So if they see something happening and they don't report it, it's going to go after the ones who hasn't reported it when they should have.
Yeah. But the only other issue with that is because they haven't is nobody's going to let us know. So what I mean is we'll never know who's reported and who hasn't. They could say that nobody's reported somebody, and to make them look good, we've found them out ourselves when it could have been somebody that's reported them, or somebody could report somebody. And then in rarer cases they'll turn around and say somebody's reported somebody, but there just isn't enough. We need people to speak out. We need people to go to I would suggest not going to the mainstream media, and the reason I say that is a bit biased because I think that alternative media such as this channel and others, I think if people go to those channels to break these stories, then the mainstream media will pick up on it, but that will give these other channels, these alternative media channels, it will give them a boost.
Yeah.
Okay. For dropping the bombshells, if you like, for breaking the stories, which helps these channels massively. And to be honest, we need to get rid of the mainstream media, and we need people. They've got their own political narrative. I don't have a political narrative. I've got no political bias at all. I don't support each side. I look at things as a common sense sort of point of view. And if that means that some of my ideas align with the left, then so be it. If some of my ideas align with the right, then so be it. I don't give two shits because I don't see myself as either. But it's channels that, yes, I've got a bias on this channel, as people bring up. My bias is my channel is about a specific section of society and the bad things that they do. So this is a biased channel in that way. But it means that people can come here to a non-affiliated channel that's reporting news. They can go to other non-affiliated channels that are reporting news with their own opinions, and they can use those opinions because all the facts should be the same throughout all of the outlets, but the opinions will change. And you as a viewer or as somebody seeking news, you can listen to other people's opinions and then you can form your own opinion rather than being railroaded into thinking a certain way by the mainstream media over certain things.
Well, when that Chinese flu bug came out, the only thing what was being reported daily was a load of dairy shite by the main press, and they were only reporting on what the government was telling them what to say. So, I got rid of my telly. I haven't had a telly in 3 years.
I've still got my telly. It's not been on for... Well, the last time I had it on was to watch a film on Netflix, I think it was. Even I hate Netflix and Prime because you shouldn't have to pay for that shit, but I do. But it's better than watching the telly, to be honest. So I watch a film now and again, but other than that, the TV never goes on.
Yeah, the same here. I like you say, I haven't even got one. I'll watch YouTube. I'll watch you 3-4 times a day, depending on how many reports you put out. If I'm not watching YouTube, I'm doing odd jobs.
Yeah.
Right, I'm going to bugger off. Let you.
No worries. Listen, you're first time caller, aren't you?
No, this is my second time.
Oh, is it? I don't recognise your voice. My apologies. My apologies.
I rang you a few months ago about the guy and his missus who did the armed robbery at Papa John's.
I think I remember. You'll have to. My memory isn't so good since the stroke, so hence why I've had to buy books to keep refreshing myself on it. But yeah,
don't worry about it.
I think I do remember.
Yeah, don't worry about it. I completely understand because I had a mini stroke just before Christmas.
You don't sound very old.
Are you
really?
Yeah, I'm 55.
Fucking hell, you don't sound it. Jesus.
Thank you, Dan. You're on my Christmas list this year.
Right, I'll send you the bank details to pay me for saying that. Anyway, no.
It's all right. I'm robbing the bank tomorrow, so I'll send you some across. Hey, I'm watching my front door get put in now.
Yeah, for saying that. Yeah, Jesus.
All
right, man.
buddy. I'll let you get on with your evening.
No
Great
worries.
talking to you again.
Andrew, you look after yourself.
And you keep your hard work up, buddy.
I'll do my best.
Ta-ra.
Take it easy. Ta-ra, mate.
Ta-ra.
Right, well, guys, that's it for phone calls for tonight. Obviously, we've not had many phone calls. I had a couple of long phone calls this evening, but all very interesting points that have been made. I think I'm sure some of you will agree, and maybe some will disagree. But thank you to everybody that's phoned in. Much appreciated. It helps. These Sunday live streams, because otherwise you just have to listen to me off and on for a while, and nobody wants that. Not when you have to listen to me so many times during the day already, and look at this ugly mug. So it's always nice when people phone in and they've got their own opinions and stories and stuff like that they want to share. So thank you very, very much to the callers who have called in this evening, and my apologies to those people who haven't had a chance to call in. We will have the panel up very shortly, so if you haven't been able to call in but you still want to speak, you can jump on the channel on the panel. If you don't want to put your face up, that is absolutely fine. I don't force people to come on camera when they're brought into the panel, but I do have to say that if you want to come on the panel whilst you're sitting in the back room waiting for me to bring you up, I'm going to need to see your face, and I'm going to need you to do a little task for me. Nothing rude. Like I say, if you've watched the channel before, I might ask you to touch your nose with your right hand, or touch your left ear with your left hand, or something like that, just so that I know that you're a genuine person waiting to come through, and not somebody who just wants to come on and cause some problems, which I'm sure most of you are not that kind of a person. But we will... but that's how we have to do it, I'm afraid. Hello, Burger Van. How you doing? Mans B, what do you mean you're blocked? Blocked from what? Blocked from what? Oh, yes, Tiffany, you and Sonic did use my TV. I think I went to bed at that point, if I remember rightly. But there we go. Right, with that said, I will be right back. I've got to have a quick pat break. I've got a whole chicken sitting in there that come out of the oven an hour or so ago, 2 hours ago, 2 hours, 2 and a bit hours ago. I need to check, see if that's too hot to go in the fridge still. But I will be back in just a couple of minutes, so please bear with me. And when I come back, I'll be popping the panel link into the chat so you can get on panel and have a discussion with us that way. I shall see you in a moment. And we're back. Right. So first of all, I'm going to share a link for some fundraising for Active Patriot. If you don't know who he is, you can check him out at some point if you want to. But I'm going to add a link to his Just Giving page, which is a fundraising for something that he's doing. Can't remember what. Something to do with charity, I believe it is. But I'm going to post that now in the comments. There we go. And the next comment that you're going to get, I'm going to pin, and that will be to get onto the panel. So, there we go. Right. So let me replace pinned message. Right. There we go, guys. There is the StreamYard link in the pinned comments. If you'd like to come on and have a discussion, by all means, you can do so. It's for the homeless. Brilliant. Okay, so Active Patriot is doing something for the homeless. The link I've just posted, I'll post it again in a bit. Let me just hang on. Let me copy that and add that to a notepad. Oh, fucking hell. I bear with you guys in the panel. 1 second. Right, that's it. So I've got that link saved for Active. I'll post that again shortly. I might need reminding though. Danny Austin, Santa exists. He got you the best present ever. You know, when a strange man with a beard enters your home and empties his sack, I wouldn't class that as the best present ever. Unless it's Roger. I don't think. Oh no, he can hear me. Yeah, I see him laughing. Roger, just to double check, can you touch your nose with your left hand, please, my friend? Thank you very much. Hello, Roger. Hello, my darling in the back. Hang on, shush, Roger. I'm talking to the lady in the back. Hello, sweetheart. How are you doing?
Yeah. Hang on. So I'm just trying to make sure I've turned the sound off on the other stream. Yeah.
I think you have. I've got no echo coming back, no feedback at all.
Oh, you know what I'm like. I've checked 4 times this afternoon to make sure this thing's set on the right in camera.
How you doing anyway?
Yeah, not bad, mate. Not bad.
Good
It's
stuff.
been a few late nights.
Have you been over on Glenn's tonight? I know he's doing a live as well at the minute.
No, because he fired up literally about 2 minutes after you did. By that time, I was already in here.
I did say to him, he's going to burn himself out. I love the guy, right? He's a really decent bloke. He's going to burn himself out doing every night till 1 o'clock in the morning. I've done it myself.
And the other thing is, people will get fed up with the repetition.
Yeah. So I said to him to come over here.
Yeah.
You know,
don't do it on a Sunday. Come and join in with us.
Don't get me wrong. I wouldn't be gaining anything from it. You know, there's maybe 2 or 3 people on his channel that aren't subbed to mine, for example. But other than that, I'm not saying it to gain anything. I want to do it to help him. I want him to, to rest a little bit. I mean, he's got his mum to deal with as well, which is an awful lot of pressure.
That is a real pressure on him at the moment, I think. Oh, just realised.
Right, I've got some more in the background here. Jacob Blaze, do us a favour, just touch your right ear with your left foot. All right. Right. I know it. Don't worry, I know it's you. I know it's you.
Oh, that's great.
Hello, mate. You all right?
You all right,
mate? Jacob.
You all right? Oh, let me just zoom this out a little bit. There we go.
How you doing, Jack?
I'm doing all right. Well,
it's been a while. It's been a while, mate. It's been a while.
Yeah, it's been like 2 weeks. I think.
Well, yeah, that's still a while.
Yeah, yeah. No, I think I was asleep. The last live that you did. So I went to bed earlier. I think I was pretty shattered on that day, so I just wanted to just.
Yeah,
Put
there
to
was
bed.
one you came in, you were in the chat for like a minute, and then all of a sudden, bump, he's gone.
Oh yeah, that's I think that's last week. Yeah.
Bumble, I'll be with you just a second. Don't worry. We'll be with you. Right.
Who else is in there?
We've got Tina, Sonic, and Bumble. So,
Tina, Sonic, and
Tina,
Bumble.
can you pat your head with your left hand and rub your tummy with your right hand? Oh, okay. No, that's definitely not patting your head or rubbing your tummy. But I know. At least I know it's you. At least I know it's you. Good evening,
Good
young lady.
evening. Hi, darling.
You right? Hi, Heather.
Yeah.
Hi, Tina.
Right, darling.
I'm good. You?
Yeah, not too bad.
I'll just sit here. I'm a mediator. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
No, you can just relay. You can just relay what we say if we don't.
You're the
say it
communicator. You're the translator.
Does he want me to touch
Sonic.
my left foot?
Just give us a birdie, Sonic. Yeah, sweet as. Hello, matey. How you doing?
Not bad, bro. Not bad.
Hi, Sonic.
Good stuff.
Hey, Tina. How you doing?
I'm all right, lovey. How's you?
Yeah, not bad. Feeling a bit better, actually. Fucking finally got driving again.
Have you moved your lounge around a bit?
No, same as the way it was last time.
Oh, was it?
Aye, I think the lighting's just a wee bit better because I've turned all the lights to white, so it's
No, I
not
don't
blue
remember.
looking.
I don't remember you having a sofa where your mic is connected to. That's all.
Aye, I moved it here a good while ago. I was,
I
because I
got
remember I cracked my head off the
that
fucking weight
either.
bench.
The sofa was at the other end.
Because mind a while ago I cracked my head off the fucking the weight bench. So I used that as an excuse to move it back there so I can use it again. So now the couch is fucking stuck here. So try to get ready at some point to put my office chair back.
No worries. Right. Right, Bumble. Can you just put yourself on camera again for me and just touch your nose? That's your, yeah, there we go. Your nose is lower than there. All right. I'm going to bring you on, Bumble. Hello, Bumble. How
Hi,
you doing?
everyone. How everyone?
Hey,
I'm doing
Bumble.
good.
Bumblebee.
I'm doing good. Ups and downs, but I'm doing good.
It's going to be, it's always a struggle, but if we wake up every day and we're still breathing, then it's always a good day.
That's right. As I said in chat, I had quite a big panic attack yesterday, and I had a start of one today, but I took myself out the bay. And out of way from managing my panic attack, I treated myself to a hot chocolate, a nice decent one.
Why the hell
Why not?
Why not?
So, but yeah, been working hard. Hi Roger, hi Heather, hi Jack,
Hi,
You're right,
Bumblebee.
hi Sonic, hi Tina.
Hi, Bumblebee.
And I already just said hi, Pat. So
Who did? Sorry.
I said hello to you already, didn't I?
Tony Williams just said Glenn got porn bombed tonight.
Oh, fuck
Right.
it.
Okay.
So
Has he lost his channel or is he okay? He had a
he
big,
hasn't said.
he had
What
a big
happened?
porn bomb a couple of weeks ago.
So, Tony, can you put in the chat, mate? Is Glenn all right though? They haven't torn the channel down or anything.
You
So
ever-
no marshmallows. I might have to order some.
Right, Joe in the back here. I need you to come onto camera. I'm going to ask you to do something for me so I can tell that you're a real person. I won't show your camera to anybody else if you don't want to be on camera.
Did you get porn bomb recently, Dan?
Not recently, I haven't.
Nah, don't jinx it.
Within the past 2 weeks.
I think there was one 2 weeks ago, wasn't there, Dan?
Oh, actually, I think somebody did,
Yeah.
didn't they? Yes, they
Yeah, they
did.
did.
Yes.
Yeah, we did.
I skimmed
Right,
through it and I couldn't find anything.
It was that young kid, wasn't it?
Yeah.
I
Yeah,
think it's about. Sorry, I think it was about 2 weeks ago that I saw Glyn get pond bombed and he got it off quick. But
I think Dan out dealt with it really
The
quickly.
thing is you wonder why Dan has to.
One second, Mark.
To put these measures in place because people cannot be trusted.
It's safety for all of us, isn't it? What Dan does is control his channel to the point because he doesn't want other people to see that. It's not an 18 plus group. You can see these videos.
No, of course not.
But Dan makes sure that no children are going to see it. Because I know youngsters, teenagers that watch it.
If people want to send me that shit privately, do you know what I mean? I ain't got an issue with that. I'm not going to sit there and sit there and watch it all. But if somebody sends me something like privately, then that's different. But when it comes to shit, when it comes to showing people who aren't expecting that kind of thing, number one, and number two, risking the channel. This is why I have to put these things in place. Mark, can you do us a favour? Touch your right ear with your right hand, please.
The thing is, Dan knows me personally. He knows what I look like, what I sound like, and I don't object to having to go through it. So I don't know why anybody does, really.
Mark, I'm going to bring you on. If you're okay to be on camera still, then cool. I'm going to bring you on in 5.
Roger, if people want to watch it, they know where to go.
Yeah,
other channels, don't they?
If anybody's got a problem hiding that shit, you know what I mean? When try to do that shit, they've got something.
Mark.
Hey, Mark.
Hello, Dan.
How you doing?
Fine. I've got a cold and I've got a bit of a tummy ache. Been in bed all day, but I've been watching your videos all the way through the day. And you're an excellent YouTuber.
That I'm glad about, and thank you for the compliment. I appreciate it.
Mark.
Hello, Mark.
Sorry, feeling so good though.
I think it's going through everybody at the moment because of the cold weather, hot weather, cold weather, hot weather. I've got Crohn's disease, and I've had that for the past week, and it's been.
Mickey, Sorry, can I? Let me just. I just want to check something. Mickey, what do you mean the lives have gone strange, mate? I'm not sure what you mean. Has something happened? Have I missed something?
I've always been strange.
How was your live, by the way, Roger? I did go off shortly after popping a message out.
A right hoot, mate. Right hoot.
Fuck, I'm sorry I missed it, man.
Sorry, I missed it too, Rog. Roger, did you see that awesome drawing? Did you see that awesome drawing of you by Matt?
Yeah.
That was amazing.
If you go into Discord, I put some of mine up.
And the one about the I think it's Matt Walker, isn't it, in chat? The picture of Pap. Oh my god. Matt Walker's got some talent with drawing.
Picture of me in there, is there?
Hey?
Picture of me in there?
I think it's turned into a video.
What, today?
Yeah. No, a couple of days ago. He said it took him 2 or 3 days to draw you, Pat.
Oh, I don't know. I'll have to
but
go
Roger
back
was quicker because he had less wrinkles.
Nice.
Sorry.
No, it's fine. It's absolutely fine. I can take it.
I think Matt put did a drawing and then put it into one of those apps that makes a drawing move, like animation.
Right. Yeah. I know. I know it's because I've got this. I've got Mickey Mouse's comment up on the screen. When I move that, the names will come back.
Mate. Yeah, I only just noticed it. That was all.
I just wanted to see if I've missed something because it's unusual for Mickey to
no,
say.
It's just an ongoing, not an argument, but Holly's dealing with it in her usual style.
You know, maybe because there's no puppet show this week.
I've got something interesting to bring to the table regarding YouTube. I don't know if either one of you, Dan or Roger, know about it or have heard about maybe updated guidelines regarding, you know how they have different categories of the things that is against the community guidelines and all this and all that stuff. And if it is against it, then it can get your video demonetized or or striked, well, your channel striked or whatever.
Yeah.
There's been a lot of videos surfaced recently, which I don't know if it's true, which is why obviously it's better to speak to people that have had them in the past or that have done research prior to it, because it's better to ask than not to ask. In regards to violence, how way before, probably a few months before they actually change the guidelines, you could have depictions of guns and gore, like blood and dismemberment and all these different types of things relating to violence on video in your videos. Like if it's like, say you're playing like Call of Duty, for example, and you shoot someone in the head, or you play a different game and their head explodes, that was okay on YouTube and you wouldn't get demonetized for it, or you wouldn't get striked. But now they're actually demonetizing people for it. Well, I think they are.
Jack, they're actually pulling down gun channels. There was a guy on there, he's had 2 channels for about the last 3 years. He's got well into the hundreds of thousands of followers, and they pulled both his channels down. Just
He's not American, is he?
Yes, yeah.
He is. You see, from what I can gather, the YouTuber now are kind of working with what is appropriate in.
Thank you, Ian.
In individual countries. So in America, obviously, it's slightly different. They're allowed to have weapons and guns and stuff like that. And there's a lot of channels. There's loads of channels out there. Watch Demolition Ranch and a couple of others. And these particular channels seem to be okay. They seem to be unaffected by this channel. And I thought that was because they were, I mean, they got millions of viewers, but I just assumed it was because they were in America, and in America you were allowed and things
a
like
lot
that.
of it started after the murder that FPS Russia was involved in.
Right.
I mean, he was one of the biggest channels out there, and he was absolutely brilliant. But he worked with a partner, a business partner. And they found his business partner in the office, shot through the head, the gun by the side of him. And between them, they owned thousands of guns. And they never got to the bottom of the murder. So that's why it started.
But they still got on YouTube lots of videos to do with beheadings, decapitation.
Oh yeah,
You know where to look.
The thing is, as well,
Sorry, Matt, sorry, I was just going to say, I think some of it is to do with what category you set your videos to. If you do it in an educational way, it's slightly different to doing it in a way that promotes something. For example, the gun channels I watch, they don't promote, oh, you should go out and buy this. What they do is they might test a gun and see, its penetration depth, or if it can withstand firing in certain conditions and things like that. And it's completely different to just being on a channel where you've got guns going, oh, this fucking gun's wicked, watch this, and just shooting the fuck out of all sorts of things.
See,
it's more of an education thing. Sorry,
Mickey, to answer that post there, yes, they are, but they're classing them as educational.
How is it educational to see somebody beheaded?
No, he's on about the videos of the Asians actually manufacturing guns.
Oh yeah, that can be educational. Well, it is and it isn't, because we're not.
It's a documentary. It's
right. But what I picked up today, just by searching for I weren't searching for stuff, but I popped in the link that I was on to do with a certain lady we know, was gore bomb stuff, and it was all to do with decapitation.
It's one of the sickest things I've ever fucking seen. I'm pretty sure it was on YouTube. It was an actual execution of some woman. It was one of the Middle Eastern countries.
Yeah.
There's a guy stood there with a gun pressed against the forehead. You see him pulling the trigger, and then they just disgusting, man. Yeah.
I remember seeing one on Live Leak. Now, bearing in mind, I haven't seen Live Leak in ages, but I remember seeing one on Live Leak of a member of ISIS decapitating someone in I think it was Afghanistan or Iraq, I don't know, one of them, and they executed a woman and just cut her head off it was disturbing because, well, that was years ago, but disturbing because it's something that you wouldn't want to see.
It's not, but remember things like that when you go looking for something like that.
No, of course, it just popped up, and I was like, what is on here?
Yeah, no, I get that. What I'm saying is something will pop up, and you will make a decision to then click on that link and see what it's about.
Yeah. I didn't even go looking for that. Sorry, Dan.
No, all I was going to say is that's completely different from somebody popping up and just throwing it out there whilst you're doing, for example, one of these panels. And
oh yeah, of course,
aren't prepared for what they might see. Obviously,
yeah, of course.
Sorry,
as the missus just put in there was one I found quite some time ago. I think it was in Africa where they were burning the witches that they'd found in the village alive.
That's sick.
Jesus.
You know,
wow.
They were just throwing them in the pit, covering them in tires. You can see them moving about and trying to get out, and then eventually they just gave up, sat there, and accepted it.
Yeah,
I saw this woman recently stoned. You know, this man had like some rocks in, I guess, like some sort of bag, and he was like just. And I felt so violently sick after it.
Yeah.
It has happened. The stoning.
And the thing is, there was a massive audience of it.
No, the stoning is part of the Shahira law, and that happened in this country in Birmingham on a beach, somewhere near Birmingham, and they stoned a woman to death because she dared to go to a solicitor to ask for a divorce from her husband because he was beating her. They stoned her to death on the beach.
And that's the kind of shit that they're preaching about wanting in this country.
It was clear that her partner was there, her husband was there, because he sat by the side of her to start with, and then he was like told to back off by the looks of things. And when she couldn't walk, and was really in a mess, he was the one that sort of like cradled her away from the middle of the circle.
Yeah.
But you know, like Angela says, beheading and things like this don't belong in public domain.
No, they don't.
You know?
No.
They don't belong.
I clicked on that genuine by accident. It's like I realised that recent murder of Danny Aston put it in the chat. Tyre Nicholas came up on my feed, and I thought, I'm just getting into bed for my afternoon nap, and there's no way I'm watching that.
No, it's quite nasty.
You know,
I did see
if
it.
you're able to make, you know.
Right.
So,
well, let's move on from that because I don't want to bring the channel down too much.
No.
You know,
and I've got some positive news, haven't I, Dan?
Let me come to you in just 2 seconds, Bumble.
Sure.
I just want to say I don't mind people talking about anything that we want to talk about on here, but sometimes I don't want things to go on too much if it's going to have a negative effect.
Yeah,
on
don't
people.
dwell on one subject too long.
Of course.
Yeah. So, before I let you have the floor, Bumble, I've got Nathan in the background. So, Nathan, do us a favour, just stick your thumb up your right nostril.
I thought you were going to say something else then.
All the way to the second knuckle.
It has to pull out of there first, though.
I genuinely thought you were going to say something else then.
Right.
Hi, Nathan.
How's everyone doing?
How's your thumb smell?
Hi, Nathan.
How's your thumb smell?
Right, let's give Bumble the floor because she's got stuff she wants to say. So go ahead, Bumble.
So, as a lot of you know, I've been going for a very shit time. I'm currently in hospital. Bit fed up, but I'm working hard and I've got access to physios. Now, I haven't been able to stand up since February 2022. And this week, I stood up for the first time. I stood up for half a minute and it feels fantastic. And the view is so different because I'm usually in a wheelchair. And
you don't have to look up people's noses anymore.
Yes. Interesting what you see from being sat down all the time. It is, you know. And the worst thing is when you're on public transport or around public, people don't realise that you're about crutch height.
Yeah.
You know.
That must
So,
smell pretty
you
bad
know.
as well as have bad views.
You certainly don't go. You certainly don't go on public transport or in a queue behind someone that will let rip and fart. You know. So you learn things like that very quickly, somehow. But yeah, and I'm hoping that in a week or so that I might take my first step.
Cool, that's brilliant.
So, and then I can progress to getting in a car, going out with my mate, even on hospital leave.
I'll drink to that.
Yeah.
So, yeah, please do. So it's been a lot of hard work in the last 8 weeks, and considering for the first week in the hospital and since August, I've been pretty much bedbound. So, but I've had a lot of support from people in this group, so many thanks.
Yeah, keep it going, girl.
Yeah,
Listen,
I am.
One step at a time.
It will be one step, girl.
Literally.
You might have had support from people, but you're the one that's doing the hard work. You're the one that's made the decision, the conscious decision to put yourself into that situation to be able to do that. So all of the praise needs to be on you.
Thank you. Trust me, there has been tears and there has been laughs. But you know that in recovery, and so does Roger, you know.
Yeah. We can only tell you what you need to do. You're the only one that can actually do it.
Yeah.
Well, you
and
got
when
to remember
I walked away from the panic attack today, I felt quite proud.
Remember, me and Roger have been lucky. We've not been in that situation where, you know, it wasn't that bad. It was bad enough for us having the strokes, but it wasn't, thankfully, as bad as it has been for other people who have needed wheelchairs or who have needed other aids.
But
to help
Heather
them.
needed it when she had her hip replaced when she ripped herself apart on the motorbike.
Don't worry, Heather. I'll make sure I'm gentle.
I'll tell you what,
being on this
there's
board,
nothing attached. You can swing the leg any direction you like.
Dan and Roger, being on this board.
Dan, I'll be back in a minute, mate. All right, it's quickly got to go and
no, don't you start
meet my delivery rider. Cool.
All right, no worries.
Being on the stroke rehabilitation ward because I'm a wheelchair user, because there's more space for me to spin my wheels. I've actually seen certain people recover very fast and certain people need to take a slower recovery, but they're still progressing and they're still recovering.
Only you know what your body can do, T. That's the only thing you've got to do is you know best.
Yeah. And some people, little gains
yes,
are a
Heather.
massive
Yes, Heather.
achievement.
This is my left foot.
You don't need to shout.
Which is what?
What?
Hey.
Oh, where we go?
That's your left foot.
Yeah.
Your left. E. Left foot.
What's that smell?
Left foot.
What the fuck's that smell?
Don't do it. Don't do it again.
Go on, Heather.
If you see me drop out the stream, it's because I've got a fucking ambulance on the way for her, all right?
Oh, Lord.
Holy moly.
Holy mackerel.
I'll tell you what, though, it might be a bit embarrassing seeing it on here, but when she does it when you sat outside a bloody pub on the bench with your mates.
Holy loose limbs, Batman. Oh, dear. Brilliant.
Now do you see why I'm happy?
Oh, fucking hell, Rod.
It's a bit unnerving watching her cook with 2 hands and 1 foot at times, but there you go.
Stir that pot with my foot while I'm working over here chopping some veg.
You had a caller on earlier, Dan, talking about the job centre and the issues they had going to that area. And he said he had stomach problems and he gets quite anxious and all that kind of stuff. A lot of the job centres around the country are downsizing their bigger properties where they have disabled facilities, such as a lift to get to the second floor, a wheelchair lift, and also public toilets. Then they're removing them They're not even providing disabled toilets. So remember, if you think about that and you've got an issue where you can't go without being close to a loo, you can insist on a home visit. You do not have to go to the job centre because of your conditions. So keep that in mind. If they don't have public toilets, check before you go. They must come to you. That's the law.
Yeah.
All right.
Tina, about 5 years ago, they changed the layout of the road outside of the job centre DWP in my old town, and it meant that they had red lines outside of there, so no taxi could drop off nearby or anything.
Taxis have taxis have a clearance for that to unload and load a disabled person. That's written in law. You can't block a taxi. If they're transporting a disabled person, you can park anywhere as long as it's not impeding traffic or causing any alarm to any other drivers. But there are special causes for anyone transporting anybody disabled.
Because in London, the double red line means no stopping, no parking.
Yeah, I'd like to see that in court. They try and stop a disabled person getting out of a taxi. I'd love to see that in court in London because they'd lose.
Yeah, and people were saying that they couldn't get to the DWP assessments because there was no disability provision.
Yeah, any government building has to provide disabled access in and out of their properties and provide disabled toilets. But because they've now changed the size of their buildings, they're not putting toilets in, which gives you the right to insist on a home visit.
I'm pretty sure if you're a disabled badge holder, you can park on double yellows for a certain amount of time.
Yeah,
well, these red lines are designed to cause fear because they're red. Okay.
Yes.
I go to a local store near me. It's got no parking, unloading or unloading. The 2 stripes on the path and double yellow lines. I told the taxi to stay there. I gave my blue badge for his window. Traffic warden came by and said, "Move your car." I came out of the shop and said, "What are you talking about? He's got to move his car. He's transporting someone who is disabled, unable to walk. So back off and go the hell away. Don't make me swear at you because it won't be pretty." And the taxi driver was like, "What did she just do?" He just walked off, the traffic warden. I was like, "No, go. You know the rules. You cannot stop somebody getting access." And that's the problem with this new zone thing they're doing. They're trying to prevent people from using certain things, and you can't stop somebody getting access to anywhere, especially if you're disabled.
That the ULEZ thing where they're having to make you pay £12.50 to just drive.
Yes.
Yeah.
The actual total they want from somebody in those areas is £4,500 a year just to be able to drive your car.
Bloody hell!
If you don't comply, it's £160 fine. There's already a woman going through court because she chose to go through it. She can't afford to buy an electric car that they've said she's got to buy by August. She took her car out. I think she was in Kent. She's now got £1,100 worth of fines because it's been upped, and then they're threatening to steal her car. She's got 2 kids.
Fuck's sake.
There's one here in Birmingham. She's been going in and out of the zone to visit one of her kids in the kids' hospital.
Yeah, no,
The
mental health.
council were threatening to take her car.
Yeah, there's so many of them popping up now.
And being in a wheelchair, you'd be surprised why things aren't accessible. I went to reception in the hospital today because I'm finding it difficult to find disabled toilets off the ward.
Yeah.
I'm allowed to go off the ward. I'm medically fit. Got my wheelchair. It's good exercise for me. Physio builds me stronger and helps me sleep and other things.
The only disabled toilets, T, are entrances and exits.
Right. So I asked at reception today, and in a massive hospital, she could only name 3 disabled toilets. So I found an extra one today.
Yeah.
But when they're occupied, makes it quite hard, especially when you're in urgent need.
As a disabled person, if you feel it's unsatisfactory, you can put a complaint in through the PAL service that there needs to be a disabled access toilet at certain amounts of spaces going along the wards, etc. That's one thing you can do. If it's outside and it's to do with the council, you can also send a report to them because it's a legal requirement to have it in place.
I know years ago when I went into A&E, the disabled toilet was full of stock.
Alexander.
And I was told to wait to see a consultant about my mental health. This is about 10 years ago. And I got up on my crutches and I went to a disabled toilet in the outpatients and they all followed me. And I was like, what? I'm using disabled toilet. They weren't happy with it, but I said, you're not providing, for disabled people.
Yep.
So that's why with situations like that, you're best having somebody go with you. So if you're not able to manage stairs and shit, they can go up on your path and speak to them and say, look, they can't manage the stairs. Can you come down, either give them a hand up, get a lift or something, or get somebody to down?
Yeah. Is that the one? Right. Can I answer that one, Dan?
Yeah, go on.
Right. So, Alexander, and to everybody listening, the one thing I can advise you when you get a PIP interview, 2 things you need to do. Never, ever go to a unit where they want you to go into a building. You are being filmed from the minute you reach the area, and they will always turn you down. That's their practice. So always insist on a home visit or a phone call. This is your right. Okay, there are 3 ways to get an interview: phone, Zoom video, and actually a visit to your house. Never go to these centres. They are deliberately built on sites up a hill, not level. It'll take you a long time to get there, and they've got cameras everywhere. Do not trust the government. You've managed to go up those stairs and the lift's not working. Crap. They've turned the lift off. It's all the tricks they do so you don't get what you're entitled to. I can't express this enough.
Right.
Don't go.
Okay. Right, Budge, do me a favour. Just touch your nose with your left hand, mate. That's your
So,
right hand.
Rickard, yeah, they're trying to trick people all the time.
Yes, they are. Yeah.
Right, hello, Budge. I just want to say before we move on, Crinkle, I've already told you you're not coming on my fucking channel, so get fucked.
I don't know why he even.
The only exception was when you was drunk that night. Dan.
He definitely ain't coming on tonight, not after the shit he pulled today.
Yeah, no, definitely.
The other thing, Dan, is tier appeals. If you do an appeal now, right? I went to one on Friday. They've changed the procedures in the tier appeal, and I displayed my anger to the judge. So when you're in a tier appeal, it's a judge, a doctor, a disabled specialist in DWP. You were always allowed, like any court case, you can cross-examine, can't you? You can ask them questions, yes or no. Well, they've now changed the tier appeal, so you can't ask questions. You can only talk to your client.
Right.
You're not allowed to ask anybody any questions.
So you can't ask if they specialise in your disability, or no?
Yeah, they don't. You used to be able to ask the judge what they meant by that. You talk to the doctor, you talk to the specialist, you talk to the DWP officer. You're not being allowed to do that now. So when I tried to question the DWP, he's not. No, it's changed. You can't do that. So when did you bring that in? Oh, possibly through COVID. You snuck quite through then. He said, "What do you mean by that?" I said, "It's never worked like this before. So I don't have the right to challenge what you're saying in this file about my client." That's what you're telling me. I can't challenge anything you put down. No.
Right, Mark. Mark, I'll bring you on in just a second, mate. If you just bear with us. I see you comment in the private chat, so I'll bring you on in just a second to say your piece.
That's very one-sided, Tina. Even if, like, you go as an advocate,
you can't talk to them. You're not allowed now.
So how do you get a fair hearing?
I did. I won the case.
Yeah, I know, but
I made sure that my mouth didn't stop. Trust me on that one. They might have said no, but I was going to carry on.
But other people might not. And if somebody is given inaccurate information about your disability because you've been judged along the way,
yeah,
it's totally unfair.
The system is being designed for everyone to fail. People in wheelchairs who are paraplegic are being told they can walk 200 metres in the report, which is 3 football pitches. How can you walk 200 metres, 3 football pitches in a bloody wheelchair?
Mm-hmm.
It's ridiculous.
Target the weakest first.
Yeah. I was listening to you in the back before. Hello, everyone in the chat. Sorry if I've missed you.
Hello.
Hi, Budge.
Hi, Budge. Right,
Hello.
Tina, before I ask you to answer this question, I just want to give Mark an opportunity because he did pop in the private chat. I wanted to talk about something. Mark, all you need to do, just speak up, mate, if you need to talk while we're on. Because I don't often look at the private chat because I get a lot of dickheads who want to get onto the channel. Give it all the mouth in there. So just speak up, mate, if you need to. Go ahead, mate. Go on.
I just like to be patient and polite and let people talk first.
I appreciate that, mate, but it gets a bit mad sometimes on here. So sometimes you just need to turn around and say, I want to say something, and then we'll come to you, mate. So you're still being polite. Still being polite. It's just easier for us to know that you want to.
Especially if I'm up here talking, just tell me shut up. You're all good.
Shut up, you Scottish twat.
If you wait long enough, you'll
right.
Go ahead. I just wanted to talk about YouTube and a favorite Linux, Windows, and gamer of mine. He was told by YouTube that he couldn't game because of swearing, or do his channel because of swearing, and there's other channels that are getting banned from swearing. They're getting strikes, and this copyright strike thing that's going around, where they get copyright strikes from bringing in music. I've got a piece of music on my channel that's classical. It's being classified as copyright because I used it on an intro on my video. But it's all stupid. The YouTube themselves need to realize that people like artists and people like to swear, and they've got to have a right to freedom of speech. And freedom of speech is in music, like celebrating the death of an artist by playing a piece of their music on guitar or anywhere, just to celebrate that artist and give them a right to have a free way of getting their music over to other people. That there's and swearing is also in there. I mean, YouTube, if they want to stop swearing, why don't they make YouTube just YouTube for adults, and then have the YouTube Kids made just for kids? So if anyone wants to upload, they've got a choice. They can upload to the adult channel, or they can upload to the kids channel.
Similar to that in America.
I mean, like, that's part of the whole YouTube setup. But no, I mean, say if you're creating a video and before you post it, you've got options in there saying like that, no, it's not made for kids. You tick that box. That should take care of that shit on the scene. You know, so I don't see why they're having to bring in all this PC fucking bullshit, man.
Yeah, but in America, they've got a separate YouTube channel, you know, system for just kids.
Yeah, separate guidelines. Yeah.
No, separate is actually two YouTubes, one for the kids, one for the adults.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, YouTube. Yeah. It's called YouTube Kids, isn't it?
The thing is, Mark,
Well, I think
as you were saying,
I think it'd be easier if they had two YouTube channels, one for adults, one for children. It would be easier for people like Dan here and other people who are doing these auditing and things like that. They could put it on the adult channel, but then YouTube shouldn't have a right. In fact, no business has a right to come out and ask anyone what they're doing, filming a property on a public street. There's no reason for that. And if they call the police,
it would be easier to police for the kids as well, because they've only got to police half the amount of videos or whatever.
The problem is money. Okay, and I'll tell you for why. Okay, on here on YouTube as it is now. Okay, they can stick adverts on every video, and they know that kids will get access to some of these videos, and some of them, although they're not allowed to target children, so they're not allowed to put adverts on children's videos. They know that youngsters will still watch videos that aren't necessarily for children, and those adverts will still get served to the children. If they created a separate channel, a separate website, YouTube for kids, standalone, then they would make no money from it, because they would not be able to advertise to anybody on there. They'd not be allowed to, and all the advertising would have to be on this channel. So, and then it would be a loss for them, because they'd have to run the other channel, the other website, without making money through it, and that would be a loss. So they would do it this way, keep the YouTube as it is now, and allow children and adults to view certain videos. It's just that when we say our video is not for children, okay, they know that they can advertise on it. When we say for children, then they won't advertise on it.
And that's obviously where the parents come in. You know what I mean? Because obviously it's their job to be vigilant enough.
It is, but there isn't a single parent on the face of the earth that can watch what their kids are doing all the time. The kids are going to go to bed, okay, with their mobile phone or their laptop or their tablet, and they're going to go, "Oh yes, mum." They're going to go, "Yes, mum. I'm just going to watch some Mr. Beast or something like that." Okay, and then they go down a rabbit hole, start watching all sorts of stuff that they're not supposed to see. But again, YouTube don't mind that.
I mean, totally. I mean, but at the end of the day, if the parents are responsible enough, if they limit the kids, say their phones or tablets or whatever they're using, whatever devices to watch this kind of shit, limit them to maybe an hour, maybe a couple of hours a day, then that's it. They had that time. They can maybe sit and watch them for that hour, a couple of hours, and then the rest of it, get them active, get them out on bikes, doing stuff like that. You know what I mean?
Good luck.
Yes,
Good luck. That's ideal world, yeah. But unfortunately, it's never going to happen.
I've got timers on my on the pads, on the kids' pads. So like 2 hours and then it cuts off for an hour.
How old are they, Bunch?
Sorry? They're young.
Right.
5 and 7.
Right, so completely different. I'm not knocking you, obviously, but obviously when you get to 12, maybe even 10, 11, 12, 13, you try and tell them that they're not allowed on the internet at a certain time, they're going to kick off. You can't slap them into shape. You can't go fucking shut up. Not allowed to anymore.
No, you just take the shit off them that they enjoy doing.
Psycho's Mrs. comment, Dan.
Sorry,
about the Wi-Fi. Have a look at Psycho Mrs. comment about the Wi-Fi. She says, my daughter turns the Wi-Fi off at a certain time each night.
Yeah, you can't do it.
Again, which is great for younger children.
Even for teenagers.
As they start getting older and their mates say, "Did you watch such and such last night?" And they're like, "No, my parents turned the Wi-Fi off." Their mates go, "Fucking what? My parents don't do that." And what that does is it makes them then go home and go, "Well, their fucking parents don't do it. Why are you doing it to me? That's well out of order, causing all sorts of major issues." And this is because, again, we're not allowed to discipline our children anymore.
It's a respect.
Would you believe Heather's daughter's kids range from 9 to 17 as well?
Yeah,
so one of them is virtually an adult,
which is great. And don't get me, Mark, I'll come straight to you after this, which is great. And again, you are going to find some children that are okay with that, but the majority of people are not going to be happy with that kind of discipline in the household. The majority of youngsters are not going to agree with that. We all agree, most of us will agree on certain things, but there's always going to be some people that disagree. And unfortunately, when it comes to kids, most of them will disagree, whereas some of them will agree. And you're lucky, your daughter's lucky to have children that are happy, after a certain time not to go online. And that's great.
You don't get much bloody choice.
I mean, like, if the kids don't like it, then tough fucking tits. I mean, at the end of the day, as a parent,
it is what it is.
And if they get out of line, it's turned off earlier.
Yeah.
As Tasha said, as kids we didn't have the internet, and that's so true. So true. Right, Mark. Sorry, Mark, you wanted to say something? You just had your hand up. Go ahead, mate.
Yeah. I was wondering what people would think about a boot camp where the army are involved and they get kids who are on drugs and on all sorts of trouble, shoplifting, knife crime, get them all into a boot camp and have them trained up by the army and disciplined by the army so that they can become civilized personnel.
Absolutely, I'm all for it.
That wasn't it? That was army camps used to run some of the borstalls around the UK, but it was by lawyers to be inhumane for the child, so they were banned.
I've said for a while that I think, because especially since the age being at school has gone up to 18, my argument has always been, okay, if you've got a job, okay, then you don't have to go to school. If you get a job at 16, then you should be able to go and do that job, and you shouldn't have to stay in school until you're 18. Now, before the age went up to 18, my point was from 16 onwards, you got a lot of people that don't get a job, or can't get a job for whatever reason. So I've always said the what's it called? Thingy service. Roger, what's that word I'm thinking of?
Don't mention the war. Don't mention the war.
years ago, people used to go into national service. Thank you.
Service, yeah.
I think that people from the age of 16, if they haven't got a job, I think every child should have to go and do some kind of national service, okay, for 2 years. If they haven't got this will number one, this will encourage children to do better at school and get a job at 16. And if they haven't, then they go into national service. They get taught how to fucking behave sensibly and reasonably and fit into society better. And then when they come out, they're in a better position to be able to integrate into a society.
Well, that's like what they've got in Sweden. There is compulsory national service. And because everybody's trained, they don't need a huge regular army because they can call virtually everybody at any given time.
Yeah. I agree with what Mark said. I agree it's a great idea, but it was tried in I think it was the 80s and 90s, and they were basically stripped out by lawyers. They said it was too cruel to the kids.
Yeah.
So
if you really want to see what it was like back then in the Borstals, watch a film called Scum. That is the most true.
That is a great film. That is.
Yes,
it's a good film.
That is a great film.
That is what it was like in them places back then.
Hopefully, it's available on YouTube. Then
it would also teach a young person how to fend for themselves, what they're not taught in school nowadays.
No, they're not.
No, but they're not going to be taught that kind of shit because obviously the
no, I mean like how to budget, how to different things, you know.
Yeah, but they also told them. Sorry.
No. So I was going to say. I was going to say two more things, but two more things. First of all, Richard just had his hand. Mark had his hand up again, so I want to go back to Mark, and then I want to ask you to answer that question on the screen, please, Tina.
Yeah,
Mark,
I was just wondering if you all agreed that all these criminals are doing, young and older criminals are doing knife crime and shoplifting. Should the government start opening up an opportunity for not them to go to prison if they're prolific shoplifters and knifeists and have guns? They all go to a boot camp, the army, stay in the army for a couple of years and learn how to be respectful, learn how to do an army job, and then come out and be clean from all that they've done in the past. Just learn from the army and not have a criminal record after that because they've completed the task of being in the army for, say, a year or two or more.
And
that would open up all the shoplifters.
They did do that.
I mean, a massive part of the reason why that kind of shit works in the first place is the sheer discipline that's instilled into these people. Because through discipline comes fear. Through that fear comes respect. We no longer allow to discipline our fucking kids.
But it was because of money it was stopped. They don't want to pay for it. The government do not want to put any more money into our military. It's a fantastic idea. I couldn't agree more with you, Mark. We need to discipline the new Gen Z population. They're arrogant little shits.
Yeah.
So,
I 100% agree, Mark.
Don't know the fucking born.
If you don't discipline someone, no one has a limit that's
they won't know the boundaries.
Overstepping.
Yeah, they won't know the boundaries that they should or shouldn't cross.
All right.
And sadly, some people that like young offenders, correct me if I'm wrong, they serve a certain time. Is it the parole board? See if they're fit to leave jail, and quite often they've come out and reoffended.
Yep, some of them straight from the gate, gone into town, done a bit of nicking or hit somebody and gone straight back in 24 hours later.
Look at the boy that was killed the lad on the train tracks. Was it Bolger?
James Bolger, yeah. James Bolger.
Yeah, one of the guys that killed that little lad came out, kept reoffending, didn't he?
Yeah, he did.
The thing is, some people you'll never change. Some people, no matter what you do, you'll never change. Again, it's a numbers game. It's what's the word? Law of averages. Okay, so the majority of people, I think, would probably learn a lesson, but you're always going to find some people that simply won't learn at all. Tina, can I ask you to respond to that question on the screen, please?
I did send something in the page, but I will respond to it. If you cannot afford to get to the Universal Credit appointment, which is usually run by the job centre, they have travel warrants for the bus service. Now, I don't know what bus services are like around where you are, but that travel warrant on the date your appointment is due is the time you go to the appointment and the time you go back. So it's usually set for a few hours in between. They do have to do that for you. But what they are doing lately is monitoring what people are spending their money on. When you're on Universal Credit, they know everything about you, your bank account, where your money goes in, where it goes out. And if they see that you're spending it on wasteful things, they won't help. They are checking up on people. Trust me, everything you do is being watched by UC. It's one of the most invasive DWP systems they've ever brought in. So, yes, you are entitled to a travel warrant. Go and see them. Same as the police still give travel warrants if they take you to a station that's too far away, train or bus or whatever, or taxi. It's the same with a job centre, because it's not a universal credit centre. It's a job centre you go to for that appointment to discuss it. If you can't afford it, you can ask for a phone call at home. Again, ask for a phone call. I've got no money to leave. I can't get any money. Please ring me.
Cool. Thank you very much, Taylor. Mark, you had your hand up.
Yeah, I think the universal credit should be all this universal credit thing and all this thing with the BBC and universal credit pensions. The DWP should be stop giving out universal credit and spying on people who have bank accounts and the privacy of that person. They should be delivering a service that helps towards homelessness, helps people in poverty, elderly people, people like Dan and people like me and yourselves to live our lives properly and give us the money that we need to live our lives, and not just go on and say that we need to invade the privacy, but protect privacy under the Privacy Act.
We don't have it.
No, I'd rather not have to be on the situation that I'm on. Do you know what I mean? Unfortunately, I'm not the one that said I can't work. I would love to be able to find a job now that I can do. Right. The problem is there isn't anything that I can do. My normal job, because what the job centre usually goes by is your normal job. Now, my normal job is being a chef. Okay, that's what I trained for. That's what I've done most of my life as a chef. Now, the issue I've got is or not the issue I've got, but they turn around and say, right, you cannot do your normal job, therefore you're not fit to work. Now, if they could find something that I could do, okay, and it would ensure that I get paid enough to pay all my bills and everything else, then I'm more than happy to do that. Problem is, I suffer from chronic fatigue, which means sometimes I have to go to sleep during the day. I don't know when that's going to be. It could be at 10 o'clock. I could be up for 2 hours in the morning and need to go to bed by 10 o'clock and get a few hours sleep. It could be at 3 o'clock in the afternoon that I need some sleep, or sometimes I can go through the day, but then I'm absolutely fucked at night and end up sleeping through my alarms in the morning. If there was something out there that I could do that, then I've got no issues doing that, providing it is affordable to do so. A lot of people are going, oh, you're a benefit, well, a person in particular, you're a benefit scrounger, blah, 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 blah. Now, as somebody said in the comment, I think it was Tina that actually might have said it, I've paid nearly all my life NI and tax. Yeah. Now, that entitles me, right, to be able to fall back on that government support. Yes, there are people that haven't done that. There are people that are on, have gone on to government support from very young, i.e. 16, 17, 18. These people have paid fuck all into the system, and then they get looked after by the system. And some people know how to play this. I wish I fucking knew how to play the system. But some people know how to play the system, and that is unfair on people who genuinely need it. And for people to call people who are signed off through no fault of their own, benefit frauds and lazy and all this, that, and the is completely wrong. I just want to put a post up. Fluke's hanging around in the comments. He wants to know if I want him to come on. I will, Fluke. I just want to bring this up for a moment. when you say they are talking about government indoctrination, great way to bring up kids. I'm presuming you're talking about those of us on the panel who have said about national service type thing.
That's
Now,
a good idea, though.
Granted, the army as it is now, or the armed forces as they are now, aren't necessarily the same as we used to have 20 years ago. Okay, and we've seen that. I think when I talk about national service, I'm not talking about the army as it is now. This woke brigade. I'm talking about the army as I remember them, as you know, as it should be. If we still had the army that we used to have, that we should have, I think it's a good idea. I don't think it's about government indoctrination. I think it's about providing. I mean, remember they're not going to be teaching the kids stuff really about the government. They're going to be teaching kids who get taken on to this service. They're going to be teaching them how to be respectful, how to follow orders, how to do what they need to do in order to look after themselves. It's not like going to school and being taught all sorts of lessons that the government have deemed okay to teach. That's my point. But by all means, Fluke, if you want to jump on, then by all means jump on, mate.
You're right, Dan. It is about the way the old military used to do it. It was about discipline. It was about learning to cook, learning to do reading. You had to do a lot of courses in the military back then. You had to do a lot of study, physical exercise, keeping you in your position. They learned so many things they wouldn't learn at school today. A lot of schools don't even do cookery classes. So that's why kids in the future are only going to have a microwave in the house, because that's all they're going to be living on is microwave food.
Yeah.
Well, I get ration packs every now and then. Oh, go on, Matt.
Some of them are quite nice, actually, though, Bud, aren't they?
Yeah.
Quite tasty.
The downfall with micro food and all that is heavily processed food, and then it impacts on your health, and then you have more health needs, and round and round you
Depends
go.
on where you get it, though, T, because I get mine from, I did a lot of hiking in my day, and I still go to the camping shops to get mine, and there's one called Black.
No, I'm on about the microwave ready meals, dear.
No, I don't buy that crap ever. No, the ones I get that are military grade, they are high in protein. They've got all the vitamins that you need. Beef stew and dumplings, chicken stew. They've got spag bowl, spaghetti and bolognese, all that kind of stuff. And they are fucking lovely. They really are nice. The only thing I wouldn't touch is army biscuits, because they lose all my teeth. They're so fucking
Yeah, horrible. I got a box.
No, when I hopefully get into supported living, that's the way my discharge should be going. I've set myself within 2 weeks. I'm going to start batch cooking, putting it in the freezer and everything.
Nice, Budge.
So,
what's your favourite?
and Budge, I was surprised how much the ration packs were. You were talking about them last night, weren't you?
Boxes on.
Yeah. They are very good for you, though, T, because they got all the vitamins and minerals that you need, and it gives you that build up. And also, a lot of the soldiers for muscle building as well. They do a lot of the protein stuff in those. So
I get myself some of that shit.
I'm enjoying, I'm getting quite good food here, actually. It was better in the first hospital, but at the moment I've got access to the staff restaurant menu.
Yeah.
So nice chicken tikka tonight.
I use that when I go for walks in the woods. Sorry, Pat.
No, that's all right, bud. That's all right. Two things. Mark had his hand up again, and Nathan in the back. So I'll go to Mark first of all.
Yeah, I was wondering what everybody thought about these schools. There's been a school that took a coat off a child because he wore it in school because he was cold. And in this crisis, we need warmth. But there's other things that schools I've seen done. They've stopped girls wearing skirts, and they have to wear these trousers. And young children who were boys have wore skirts in relation to fighting the problem with the school in not letting girls wear skirts. And there's the hair thing as well. Whatever they wear, however they wear their hair or what they look like, doesn't matter. It's the education that matters.
I think what you were sorry, Dan. I think what you were referring to there was something to do with the weather, because there was a bit of a heat wave, and the boys were made to wear the trousers, and they were that hot.
Yeah, that's
They
right.
just went in a protest because the lassies were allowed to wear skirts, obviously. So the boys went in a protest, started wearing the skirts to make them cooler. I think that's what it is, something like that.
Yeah,
Were they not allowed shorts?
I was speaking about the warm weather and children in schools being told to wear trousers. Schoolgirls wear trousers and not particularly skirts, but also the boys being told to wear trousers and not shorts in hot weather. But then there's children who have different hairstyles, and that is part of their unique way of living their life. And then there's the school that stopped a boy from wearing a coat in school because he was cold. He was cold, and they took the coat off him and didn't give it him back until the end of the school. I think schools need to learn how to respect kids. What they look like doesn't matter. The education is more of a matter than what they look like.
Yeah, they say that it causes a distraction to other kids.
Yeah.
Now, if somebody,
Wearing a coat.
if somebody turns up to any change, which is why you're not allowed weird hair or jewelry and shit like that. They say it's a distraction to other children.
That's a bullshit.
I hate schools. I hate teachers. I think they fucking interfere in things that they shouldn't interfere in, and they ignore the things they should be fucking dealing with. Right, that is my problem with them.
Yeah.
Now, this always reminds me when people talk about things like I just mentioned, Mark. It always reminds me of Ewan McGregor in Ireland, where all the men and women wore exactly the same thing. They were all known by numbers, not by names. Okay, and they weren't allowed to have their own identity. They were taught exactly what the people that ran the facility wanted, and nobody was allowed to be seen as being different to anybody else. And that's what that reminds me of. This kind of dystopian shit that's happening reminds me of that film, The Island, which is a good film, by the way. I recommend you people watch it. And I think it's disgusting. If somebody, let's face it, if Sonic was at school, right? You know Sonic's had blue hair before. If Sonic turned up at school with blue hair, initially in the playground, okay, and maybe for a few hours on the first day while people are seeing it for the first time, it may well distract people, but once they've got that initial distraction out the way, nobody will give two shits.
Yeah,
they don't.
So
That's exactly right.
Get it over and done with. Obviously, don't go mad. Don't have fucking Sonic the Hedgehog spikes on your head. Do you know what I mean? For example, because
if you look at
like
what
I said last night, Dan, I got sent home after going back after the school holiday at 14 to shave my frigging beard off.
if you look at what's going on behind the scenes, who runs these schools?
Government.
No.
Government.
No. What are the schools based on?
Well, it's supposed to be fucking education.
Run by a church. They're Christian, Roman Catholic, etc. They're all run by churches. The school provides the service, but every single school has a Christian, Roman Catholic, St. Luke's, St. Christopher's, St. Peter's. They're all run by the church, and they like to have control over what's the narrative's going to be for that school. That's why it's so strict. It's not run by government. It's not run by the councils. They just let me provide the building. Why do you think
you're right? You're right. It's the education. That's what I was talking. When you say who runs the schools, I'm thinking about the education side of it. But obviously, the education side is worked out in government, the curriculum, and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah, but it's also run alongside the church. They indoctrinate what they're teaching.
Yeah, it's a case of putting across your own biases within what you're teaching. Which I agree with on this channel. We are biased. I am biased against the police.
Yeah.
But the bad police. I won't report on the good police because there are plenty of other channels out there that do that. So people see me as being biased. But this is why I always ask people to debate things, right? Respectfully, obviously, but there's some people that don't. But when it comes to the schools, yes, when they're teaching the government-approved curriculum, they will put their own spin on it, their own biases within that as well, and teach people, in a way that they, as a Roman Catholic or as a Christian
They have church leaders that will meet at every school, has a committee, That committee is set up of 12. It's a quorum. Half of them are church leaders, half of them are councillors and politicians. That's how they're mixed. But nothing goes through without the church being at the top. They make the decisions on what's being taught. And the changes for Gen Z now, they want to stop talking about World War I and World War II because it's horrific for children to see and hear about those kind of things. They're thinking about stopping the Holocaust in schools, not teaching them that.
For the UK.
It's important. It's important history, though. It's lessons to be learned for.
This is what they're changing.
Can I bring Nathan in, because Nathan's probably the youngest of us? Well, no, Jack Blaze.
Jack.
How old are you, Jack?
20, almost 21.
Yeah.
Right. I think
Jack's
Nathan. I
youngest.
don't know how old Nathan is. Are you older than 21, Nathan? Nod yes or no.
He is.
Yeah. Okay. I've only asked you that so I know that you are an actual person as well. So I'm going to bring you in. But Jack and Nathan being the youngest two on here, not the best looking. Obviously, I win that fucking spot.
There's my bucket.
That's after Tina and Bumble, by the way. So I'm going to bring Nathan on. I'll ask Jack and Nathan what you think about schooling. Because you're the ones that have been in school more recently than the rest of us.
He's 3, nearly 6.
So I'll tell you what I think about. School. It did absolutely nothing for me. For majority of the years, I was struggling through school because of my difficulties and stuff. So I was very behind on all my work, and I used to have a TA next to me who would basically guide me through the stuff because I had absolutely no clue at all. So school was absolutely it was useless to me, to be honest with you. Didn't really get much out of it. Don't really remember a lot. Any course that I've been on, whether it's writing or whatever, I've gone away from it. My writing's still been bad. So yeah.
Most of the shit I learned in my life was after I left fucking school.
I know some children with disabilities, or
I also had TAs through primary and secondary school. Secondary was a lot better than primary. Obviously, I think I went through what happened in primary. I mean, just a TLDR, I was physically and emotionally and mentally abused in primary school, to the point where
I was as well, mate,
because of my autism and my ADHD. Now they said that they had things in place like Senkos and all these kind of different things to help. It didn't help me in primary school because the only one who actually helped me was my mum. Because I would get excluded all the time because they couldn't control me. It's not like I was throwing tables around or things like that. It was nothing to do with that. They would drag me by the collar, drag me by the scruff of my, all these different things that happened in primary school, which didn't happen in secondary. Honestly, secondary and college, I think, mainly college was actually the best time for me. Since being in the educational system, I've definitely seen a big transition. Maybe I think it might have been just the school more than anything. But I've had a fair share. It's not like it's been perfect. It's the system was decent when I was there, at least when I was in school. Well, secondary and college. In fact, college was probably the best because you had a lot more freedom. You felt like you had a lot more freedom, and you could do more than what you probably could do at school, and you were trusted. You treated as an adult rather than a child. Exactly. There you go.
Yeah. I was just actually going to say to the two of you, do you think going through school that if it was a very engaging environment, or a tutor was very, like a teacher, and the lesson was very engaging, were you more likely to do better? Or would you, because I've had some people say with their learning disability, they got bored, they couldn't focus. And then
I'll let Nathan answer first.
Sorry?
I'll let Nathan answer first.
He said he'll let me answer first. All right. So the thing is here, all right, what I'll go and say about free school is it. So it was even now, to be honest, even now, like I'll go into like certain places, and I've got better over the years, but things are still an absolute struggle. So I mean, things haven't really changed. It's more about just managing it, because as Jack was also saying, through school and stuff, he got picked on. I got picked on as well. People, kids were absolutely brutal back in school. And you know what? The teachers didn't really actually do much about it, to be honest with you. There wasn't really much done about it. Then there was a reason.
I totally get you with that one.
They didn't really do a lot about it. I had times when I was beaten up. I had quite a few fights as well that I had not like I'm bigging myself up or nothing, but I was smacked in the face and everything. Literally, I was abused. I was absolutely abused in school. But now though, like, I'm a lot more different now. But that's what I mean. Kids when they grow up, I mean, some kids do grow up, some kids don't grow up. But when like the people who used to abuse me back in the day, I'm actually sort of still around them. And you know what? There's been no word of any apology or nothing. They just, like, it's crazy stuff, man. It really is. But in terms of like, school and stuff, even now, like I'm saying, I don't really think it's really much difference. If anything, things have just got worse.
There was quite extreme bullying where I was.
Sorry. Go ahead, T.
And I was just going to say that I recently heard that one of the girls that used to really be abusive to me, she's banged up in jail.
Wow.
And has been for a while. And
Just goes to show, doesn't it?
like Pat was saying, that some people will never change.
No,
when we were talking about national service, Pat.
Yeah.
And Mark brought up the question. I totally think some people can never change, or will never change.
Because they can't. Some people, you'll get some people in life who will do things, to others. They will absolutely take the absolute and total utter mick, and they don't have no remorse. It's called being toxic. Because you look around, you be like, well, I don't want to work for it, so instead I will make people do it for me, or I will try to make them. I've been around plenty of people like that. They go around in life as if like you owe them something, but you don't owe them nothing. And when you stand up to them, all right, it's basically like talking to a cardboard box, because in their eyes, only their opinion matters and not yours.
Yeah, that's right. You're right, Nate. Roger, can I ask you, Roger, a question about school? What was it like for you when we had our history teacher? Yeah, imagine our school time when we were younger. The history teacher didn't need a book. They'd pull out a map, they'd start talking about their topic, or they'd start talking about religion or history. They didn't need a schedule. I feel sorry for today's generation. They are so tied by government procedure now. When I wanted to learn about geography, we went to go and find out about basically beach erosion. They took us out in a bus to go and have a look at it.
Yeah,
they
you went on what used to be called a field trip, wasn't it?
Today's kids don't need school. They don't go on school trips. The teachers have got a script. They don't need to know their subject inside out. My teachers knew what they were talking about. When they said they knew geography, they did. When they knew history, I had a wonderful cooking teacher. She could cook anything. And she was our home economics teacher. Today's kids don't get that. And that's what's sad. They're not being taught correctly.
They are.
It was a different way of teaching.
Yes, it was.
Tina, kids in schools now, because of what's going on there, I think kids are being taught basically on, what the government wants them to, like, what they want them to know. Because let's not look, as much as I don't really want to go back to obviously what's going on in the world, they want kids to, be on their level of everything that's going on. So if you was to, take kids on school trips and stuff, then it would sort of be like a happy life. We know the government doesn't want you to be happy. So if you've got kids basically, locked up in school all the time, not really doing much, then then you're basically going to be showing them what prison life's like, because that's what it pretty much will be. Because in prison, I've heard that obviously that it's not exactly like prison, and I've never been to prison, but in school though, obviously that you get to go home at the end of the day, but at the same time though, you haven't really got much freedom. You know what I'm saying? So it's pretty much like that. You know, they are being taught on values of what the system wants them to basically know.
You've got a 5-year-old in a school, it's their first day, and they've got several teachers going blah 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 blah, and the kid doesn't understand. The kid's going to go within about 5 minutes. Their attention is gone. If you take a child out to show them something in real life, let's go get some little crabs down at Exmouth or wherever and have a look and see what they do. That's the way to teach kids. You need to keep them alert. If you're sat in a classroom and all you get is all the fucking time from the teacher, you're going to go to sleep. It's
And
boring.
not everyone learns the same way.
It's good to get people outside.
Not everybody learns the same,
yeah, Bumblebee.
same like way as another person. I know some people learn from more practical and visual things to
You can do
written
both.
text.
But we had both in my day. You were given the choice. Parents would contribute as well.
I learned how to be the lover I am from watching Pornhub.
You just had to get that.
Sorry, this is we're not in the gutter enough yet, and ask Roger will tell you we love to drag things down to the gutter. I just want to respond to Lisa's comment now. I think senior school should be more focused on life skills. That I completely agree with. Cannot disagree with that whatsoever. My dad tried to teach me about pensions when I was young. Okay, I didn't pay any attention to him. All right, my eldest sister did, and my eldest sister was retired by 40. Okay,
wow.
She's only gone back to work now because she's bored, right? But she was retired by 40. She'd actually got her own house, her own car. She was able to pay for an extension on the back of her house, cost tens of thousands of pounds, and she could do all of that because she listened to my dad. She went to work as an estate agent. She started working in estate agents, making coffee and tea and filing papers. And she worked her way up to being the best salesperson that the company had in the UK. She used to get company cars to choose from, choice between a convertible Mercedes, BMW, Audi, whatever. And she was really, really good at what she did, but she was really clever in the fact that she didn't have kids early. She saved her money. She was able to retire. She had kids towards the end of her, her working life. And she had kids. Then she retired. She was able to spend her time with her kids. Now she's gone back to the work because the kids are a bit older. I wish I'd have paid more attention to my dad. But if they'd have taught that kind of stuff in school, if they teach people in school about, but the problem is teaching kids in school about pensions means that the government have got to pay out a bit more. When all these kids have got these pensions, if kids haven't got pensions and they get older, they get the state pension, which is fuck all, right? And it's ridiculous. But
sorry, Dan, I didn't know if you finished on that. The whole entire point of school now is basically for when you go out of school for you to make money so that the government can take it off you. They don't give a shit if you're poor as long as you're going out there and
no, they don't. No, I don't. I disagree. They don't want you making money. They do not want you making. They want you to be reliant on them. If you're making money, you're reliant on yourself and your employer.
Yeah.
If you're not working, you're reliant on the government to help you out.
The system's a mind fuck.
That's why you get the same amount.
Dan, you're going to the job centre and they're actually trying to get you on any job possible, but it's a mind fuck because you are correct. They do want you to rely on the government, but at the same time, though, they want you to also go out to a job, so then you'll end up spending all your money, so then you'll still have to be reliant on the government. So you are correct. It's a bit of both, mate.
They want you to get a job because they want you to get a job because they want the job centre to look like it's working.
Yeah, of course.
Okay. So they'll give you any fucking job, knowing that you probably won't handle it or stick it out, or that that you'll be sacked soon after. Which is why they try and give you any fucking job.
That's what
right?
Bonuses.
They want people. This is, as far as I'm concerned, call me conspiracy theorist if you like. As far as I'm concerned, the whole COVID thing where they was able to shut down businesses and put people on furlough and people have lost their livelihoods and put them all in reliance of the government. Once you're in reliance of the government, it's very hard to get out of that and get another job. Yeah. Once you
people dependent on relying on the government.
Hang on. Once you put on your CV out of work for the last 3 years, and you go to a job now and say, I've been out of work for the last 3 years, they're gonna they're not going to want to take you on. They're going to want somebody who's been working.
Dan, I'm going to agree with you actually on that statement you were saying about when they would want you to go out and do any job because they know you're not going to go through it. I had the work capability assessment people call me up the other day, and they have actually refused to sign me off work. Now I'm going to quickly explain exactly what the woman said to me over the phone. She said to me, "How can we help you?" Well, I said, "Well, you know, like I was up front with her. She was a pretty nice lady. Obviously that she works as a system now, but in general though, I mean, she was quite a nice lady to go and talk to. But the one thing that I did actually kind of latch onto is that they do want you to actually, you know, like to do a job which, you know, you will not be happy with, and you'll probably end up getting sacked from. You are correct in that, because she was saying, well, what about doing a telephone job? What about doing a job working from home? Well, I said to her, for one start, I can barely even work a computer. And also, when it comes down to things like telephone, I don't even have a telephone. I've got to even mention that to her. And also, she said to me about obviously speaking to the work coaches. The work coaches at Job Centre are absolutely pants. Another thing as well, she told me, to go on this and that course. I'm tired of going on courses. To go onto a course is probably not going to lead me to anywhere. I know it sounds a bit negative, but you know, at the end of the day, I was like to her, you know, let me just go and appeal it. You know, actually, I've got to go and talk to you about that, Tina, in a bit, if that's all right, and how I can appeal the decision, because
talk off of the chat because we don't want to.
All right. When can we go and talk about it then, Tina? Because I know you're quite busy, obviously, in mum and stuff.
Well, I've not been busy. I've been poorly at the last week, so I've not been able to get up too much. But I've got my phone on, so I'll call you tomorrow.
What time?
Two things. First of all, I just want to say this is fucking. I've never seen. Hang on, where am I? Let me bring myself up. I've never seen viewers 139 with 139 likes. Fucking awesome. I'm well made up with that. Okay, nice. And the fact we've had 1,800 views on this live stream already, that normally takes a day or so to hit that. So I'm really made up with that. Thank you very much, everybody. Much appreciated. Right, Fluke, I can see you sitting in the background, but I need to see your face, brother, just to make sure that we are dealing with the right person.
And it's not crinkled, it's nicked.
Right. Touch your nose. Touch
your
nose,
Jan,
Fluke.
I'm going to shoot off, mate. All right, I'm going to have to go.
Wait, Tina, what time are you going to be calling me tomorrow then?
About 3 o'clock and 8, okay?
Do you need space? Because
about 3 o'clock. No. I'm going to have to go, everybody. So thanks for sharing the time with me. I appreciate that. Good night to everyone. Take care, and I'll catch everyone soon.
Stay well, Tina. Hope you feel better soon. Bye.
Bye. How
hang on. Go on.
How many can you take on here?
Oh, I can take all of you.
Oh no! That's what I said on the back. I'll drop out to give you some space, but I wasn't.
No,
sure.
I've got room for one more. I can have 9 people and me.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Right, Mark. Go on, just put your hand up, mate. Fluke, I'll come to you straight after Mark, mate.
Yeah, I was wanting to thank everybody for the wonderful chat that we've had. And I wanted to send my love, admiration, and respect not only to Dan, but to everyone in the chat room, on video and in the chat room, chatting away in the chat. I'm getting pretty tired and I got to go to bed. So I wanted to thank everyone and wish everyone the very best. And I would love to do this again sometime when Dan has a chance to give it up again. I would love to do it again because it's like listening and speaking to my own family, which I have no family in this world, but you are my family on the chat.
Mark, listen, one of the things I like to do, right, is I try and create a community where people get on and people can say, you know, I mean, Sonic, he'll call me a cunt, but he also, behind my back, he calls me his brother. Right, because we get on.
Yeah.
Right? And
who told him? Hey, 1 minute. Who fucking grassed me up?
I don't want an echo chamber. I don't want to hear people just replying and agreeing with everything I say. I want people to have debates. I want people to say to me respectfully, Dan, I don't agree with that, or whatever it might be. Do you know what I mean? And I'm happy to have that debate with people. But I want to try and create this community. This community is so important to me. Well, these Sunday live streams are really, really important to me. Not just because it gives me a chance to get to meet people, but it gives people a chance to have someone to talk to. You've just said that you've got no family, and I'm very sorry to hear that. I have a lot of people that come on here and wait for my Sunday live streams because they feel a part of something when we do it. You've been very respectful, Mark, and I appreciate that. And you are now always welcome to come on if we can get you on a channel. What's this called? Panel. Thank you. then you're always welcome to come on and give us your thoughts. So thank you.
The only one
nice to have you on the panel.
is the first of the month one, which is members only, unless you become a member.
I was my grandma, granddad brought me up respectfully, and I always said to myself that if I'm going to live in the community, I'm going to help elderly people, younger people, or anybody who needs help. And my respect still lives on today. And I'll always have respect for everyone in the chat, wherever they are, whatever they're doing. I just want them all to have a wonderful life in whatever job they do and however they live their life. And then if they got family members who are sort of losing the battle, then I want them to have that full time with their family on their very last days and live their life to the full. So I have full respect for you all. And like I said, you're all like my brothers and sisters, and that's completely in my heart. And you're all in my heart and my love.
I appreciate that. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Nice to meet you, Mark, as well.
Respect is given, but it's due, and you've certainly got mine, man.
When you hear something like that,
I hope that everybody in the chat and everybody here will always be available for Dan, and Dan will always have the respect, admiration, and love that he deserves, and that YouTube will give him that so he can continue to do the great work that he's doing.
Well, thank you. I don't take compliments well, so I'll just say thank you.
Well, I don't mind at all, and I love you all and wish you all the best, and may my heart be carried by all of you in everything that you do every day, and may my love carry on in your lives.
Mark,
thank you, Mark.
It's been nice to have you on the panel.
Mark.
Yeah, pleasure, buddy.
Have a good night, Mark.
Have a good night, Mark.
Thanks. Bye.
Good night. Take care.
Take it easy, buddy.
Dan, have you got anybody at the back? I'll jump off.
I do have somebody. I've got room to bring somebody on. Colin, I'm going to bring you on. I just need to see your face again, and I need you to tug on your left ear.
Hello, Fluke.
No, I said tug on your left ear. Don't tug that. All right, I'm bringing you on. If you want to go
You're
off camera,
naughty, you are.
Right.
Hi, everybody.
Hello, Colin.
How is everyone?
I'm doing well,
Hello,
thank
Colin.
you. I want to go straight to Fluke because Fluke came on. I just want to see what Fluke has to say, if you don't mind. People, I'll come to you, Colin, afterwards. All right.
No worries, mate.
Thank you very much, Fluke. How are you?
I'm good. I'm
good stuff.
Glad to see so many people on the panel as well, because it's really interesting. Everyone's different perspectives. So
it's quite a chilled night, to be honest. I'm quite surprised how chilled it is tonight.
Don't fucking jinx it, man.
It's really interesting.
Yeah, don't. As long as you
I-
don't bring Gamer on, sorry, Fluke. As long as you don't bring Gamer on, it should be as happy as Larry.
No, we'll be fine, mate.
Go on, Fluke. Mate.
When we were talking earlier in the chat, Pap, was with regards to kind of the whole statist kind of everyone's got to be regimented and they got to be in the army or and this, that, and the other, and all that sort of statist mentality. And that's what I wanted to touch on. But that I think that conversation has gone away now. So
no, listen, by all means, if you want to add to it, you're absolutely fine. Go ahead, mate. It's not a problem.
Well, I just think that we've kind of missed the boat on that conversation, because it's now unless anybody wants to pick up on that conversation, then I think we kind of missed the boat on that one. But I think the whole point of it is the statist mentality. It's like I keep calling her Rita, and her name's not Rita.
Tina.
Is it Nina or Rita?
Tina.
Tina.
Well, the lady that was on a minute
Tina. Sorry, yeah, Tina.
Yeah.
Sorry, I keep calling her Rita for some weird reason. But she was saying kind of like, you know, when people were, you know, involved in the military and in and they had this sort of like kind of it was like a kind of automatic respect of the government. You know, it was like they were. Do you know what I mean? They were like they're almost indoctrinated into the statist mentality. And,
I
and
see where you're going.
And that's what set me off. Was it didn't set me off in the say that I was angry about it or anything like that, but it's just got what gets me is it's like it's like you've got this mentality where it doesn't matter, because you have a mentality whereby if and I used to be a member of the Marine Cadets. Do you know what I mean? And I used to run through bushes with guns and this, that, and the other, and I had to camouflage myself and and do all these military exercises and. Sorry.
It's all right.
And you know, and I thought I was doing the right thing as a kid. Do you know what I mean? I thought, well, this is what we need. You know, we need to have guns but it was all about government. You know, when I look back on it 20 years later, 30 years later, it was all about government. It wasn't about me. Government wasn't there to look after me. Government was there to look after themselves. And they wanted to use me as a slave to fucking do their bidding for them. And that's the problem, right? So, and that's what people, to a certain degree, you know, I'm not saying people don't understand, but when you get your head around it, you know, you realize that you're being used as a slave to these megalomaniacs and these, you know, financial institutions and, you know, military industrial complex, pharmaceutical and, you know, corporate industrial complexes. This is what they're doing, you know, it's as simple as that. And until you can take yourself away from that and stand away and see it from the outside perspective and realize you're being fucking absolutely used by these people, right? Then you've got some sort of semblance.
I don't disagree that the system that we have now is fucked. I can't disagree with that whatsoever. I think when I talk about, for example, national service, I'm talking about what it used to be. I'm not, you know, and I get where you're coming from. I do get where you're coming from. There would need to be the system that they have now wouldn't work. There would need to be a specific type of training for people that have come out of school to go into national service, in my opinion. And you know, it doesn't necessarily have to be the same shit that people that are going out serving have to learn. But somebody somewhere needs to step in and teach a lot of children fucking respect for people, which that's completely gone out the window because we're not allowed to punish, we're not allowed to discipline our children properly. I mean, have you ever heard of a fucking you you know, a sergeant telling somebody to go and sit on a naughty step. No, it's not.
That'd be funny.
Dan,
You know
can
what I
I
mean?
can I quickly just go and say something to you? Sorry, guys. Dan, so basically, I'm gonna have to. All right, so I can agree with you in a way, but in a way not. I'll tell you what. If you saw me back in the day, I used to be an absolute rude cunt. I'll go and tell people to move out of the way, and then
It's
you know,
changed.
and then
Yeah, thank you.
what? Who said that?
What's changed?
Who
What's
said
changed?
that? Nothing fucking much. I'm still the same rude tosser. What can I say? Anyway, you know, so when I go out and when I ask somebody like, are you okay and stuff, you know, if I look at someone or if I look at someone, they ask them if they need to be asked, they're okay, or if I say excuse me, I've had to learn majority of them as by myself. Now you guys may well see me as this, you know, as this rude, attitudey like person. You guys do not see me, you know, like, well, you don't always see me as like rude and attitudey, but you know, you don't see the person I am off camera. I've had to learn a lot of the manners that I've got today when I'm off camera, and stuff that, you know, myself, because I didn't have anybody to teach me that, you know. So as you get older, as you mature, you know, I'm not for everyone, but for me, I've had to learn manners myself.
Right.
Can I just say one other thing? I was outside a centre a long time ago, and there was some children who were about 7 or 8, and every other word it was effing do this, effing do that, effing do this, effing do that, smack across the head. This was an estate, a poverty estate. That doesn't excuse it. And I said to my colleague, I says, in 6-12 months' time, that young person's going to come straight into this club, and they're going to react and behave exactly the same as what they do in school or on the home, what they see at home. And we're going to wonder, what planet's this child from? Why is this child doing this way? And they's going to look at us as the workers saying, what planet are these workers from? And when I used to do school-based stuff, you always could tell teachers who had no life experience at all. And from my experience, this is what I think the biggest one of a number of issues. You have people who go from school, go through the school system, go through college, then go back into school as teachers and have zero life experience at all. Now, I know it's not just schools. I know that there's other walks of society that do it as well. Social workers, one. Dare I say, community workers as well, and others. And you think that they need to break from that cycle and get some everyday work. I said to a head once, I said, I could go through all your school staff and tell you which teachers have never had a job whatsoever. And I only got one wrong out of a school of 200 and odd teachers. And he said to me, how can you do that? I said, by the way they speak to the young people and the children. Because if they spoke to someone out there in the real life, in the real world, which is what schools are supposed to do, they'd get their teeth knocked out.
A degree in teaching whatever subject doesn't give you life experience. And until you've had life experience.
Sorry, I need to go for a wee, so I'm going to leave Roger in charge for a second. I will be listening to you, by the way, on my phone while I'm having a piss.
Roger.
Don't get excited. But I'll leave Roger in charge.
Please, all right, I'm not going to descend the panel into chaos, mate.
Just one other thing while Paz and Dan goes off and does what he needs to do. Did you hear the news thing about the guy who said he didn't want to be a police officer anymore, and he was thinking about joining but wasn't going to join because they'd have to use body cams and all the filming and stuff?
Wait, so why wouldn't he want wait, why would he not want to use a fucking body cam? I mean, that is singing up red flags right there to me then.
Yeah.
Because the whole entire point of you having a body cam is so then, you know, it's for your protection. So that tells me that he wouldn't want to have a body cam because he's probably some sort of whatever you want to go and call
his
it.
rationale for not wearing a body cam or not wanting to do that was because he may say or do something that management may hold him accountable later on down the road. I'm not saying I agree. I'm just saying what he said.
I tell you what. Let me give you a quick example. Somebody once said to me some weeks back, quite a long time ago, why don't you have a camera on your bike? And I told them because obviously I have problems with cars, and I told them the reason why I don't have a camera on my bike is because I have to do some things that would be deemed illegal if it's to be looked in the footage, if it is to be seen in the footage. Now the guy said to me, why don't you go and edit it out? I said to him, because listen, mate, I can only just about work a phone. You know, so I mean, it is all in all. I wouldn't get a camera because I know for one thing that if I didn't edit something out, like sometimes I've had to go on the wrong side of the road on the push bike. You know, that if that was seen on camera, I would be fucked over in the tick because it's seen as dangerous driving or dangerous cycling. You know.
Yeah, what it is, Nathan. Sorry, not Nathan. CM, Colin. They do not, with this ongoing culture of every man and his dog suing every other man and his dog for bloody everything, they don't want to be held responsible for what they're told to do by the police.
Can I just interject there quickly?
Yeah, carry on, Fluke.
The problem we have is that we've got police officers that swore an oath to uphold our fundamental human rights, right? And then they don't want their body cameras to be in use, but they don't want me to hold a camera and record them. Do you know what I mean? Now, at which point are we not going to realise there's a fundamental flaw in all of that bullshit? Because the whole point is you know, personal cameras were invented with 160 years before fucking CCTV, and well in 180 years before body cameras were even invented. So why is it I can hold a camera and I've got a fundamental right to hold that camera, right? But police are going, oh, I don't want to have a body camera. You know, what have you got to hide? That's the question that needs to be asked. What have you got to hide, Mr. Police Officer? Because
I think the issue with police...
If you've got nothing to hide, you've got nothing to fear. Do you remember that old saying?
But I think the issue with the police is that in the past, before cameras and before footage, I think they got away with a lot. And the people are trying to hold the police accountable, and they're not accountable. You know, yeah, you can put complaints into the professional standards, the IOPC. I think people now say the IOPC is the Independent Police Cover-Up Service because they just tend to spend more time, you know, justifying. But the thing is, now cameras are available. It's a way of the public trying to hold them accountable. And that's what they don't like. An example of that is when you had Section 17, certain offences that don't have the power to force entry. But what they may do is force entry, arrest you for a more serious offence, but then document one, a less serious one down the line. And body cam footage is a way of people trying to hold them accountable.
Yeah.
And I think that's the issue with why the police don't necessarily want people filming and body cam. Now, don't get me wrong, I've got no intention of standing outside the police station filming all day. I've got better things to do. But at the end of the day, you have that right.
CM, you've got to also remember as well that a lot of these coppers, I've seen a lot, I've experienced it myself. A lot of them will go on their own opinion on what they think. They won't always use, you know, that their cop school because half of them, well, a lot of them don't even have forgotten it. They don't even know their bloody oath. So They will just go upon what they think. Oh, well, that's just raising my suspicions. That they will just continue with their cops blame because they literally have got nothing else to go and say. They will then find something else and something else and something else.
But Nathan, we're policed on opinion now, not facts. That's the problem. We're now policed on hurty feelings and opinion. And the opinion and hurty feelings are just so down to interpretation. You could get two officers that could read a situation completely different. And I think also because they're tooled up, well, why stand there and use de-escalation when you can just shoot somebody?
I'll tell you what, CM.
Nathan, 1 second.
No,
mate.
Nathan, Colin, Dan's been trying to interject this. So.
I'm aware, that's why I've shut up.
Shady, do us a favour, just put your camera on, touch your nose for me. Just touch your nose. I saw you light a cigarette, but I need you to touch your nose just so I can tell you're live now. Touch nose like this. Like this. Shady. No, not wave. Not wave. Touch your nose. Touch your nose. Touch your nose, Shady. I can't listen, mate. I know it sounds stupid, but I can't unless you do what I've asked you to do on the camera off screen. I can't let you on, I'm afraid, because I have to be careful. Bumblebee T, you wanted to say something, didn't you?
Yeah, I want to say I've got to shoot off, guys. Thanks, everyone. Great panel tonight, Dan.
It's been quite calm tonight, isn't it, considering?
Yeah.
All right,
LSP hasn't called you anything rude. Yeah, and those of you who are going through difficult times, they will get better, hopefully. They will get better. You don't know when, but, things are turning around for me.
Saying is it's not always raining, sorry.
Yeah, and also remember, if you're supporting others, you can't always pour from an empty cup. I've had to step back from certain things, but then I've stepped back on other things, step forward on other things. It's about balance.
Well, you're doing a great job. Well, congratulations.
Yeah, and I'll let you know when I manage that one step, hopefully next Sunday. But Brilliant. It might take a bit longer.
Of course, in your own time. Just, as long as you're taking steps to make that happen, then it's all positive. It's all good.
I am, and that's why I'm jumping off and get my meds and get in bed before 1 a.m. like last night.
Oh, just to point out, Holly in the chat earlier.
Oh, Holly did call you a knob earlier, she says.
Yeah.
Called who a knob?
You,
Dan.
Me? Oh, she calls me worse than that.
Yeah, that's a regular occurrence.
So, yeah, even when you don't think it's possible, I didn't think I was getting out that place that I was at in, October, November. I wrote a few emails and basically said my feelings and, might have been bedbound for 4 months, but I'm now up and standing.
Brilliant.
And I'm going to kick that ass because I'm determined. I'm bloody determined to be able to get in my mate's car, go out and have a bit of fun. Hopefully, then, when I can and when health permits, start driving again.
Yeah, you go,
because
girl.
I miss certain things and I'm determined to be as independent as possible.
You can do it.
And the other day, a nurse here said, why won't you let us help? And I said, because I want to try and do it. I want to better myself.
Good on you. Proud of you, Hen.
So,
proud of you.
Anyway, thanks, Dan, for
you're welcome.
Tonight.
Thanks for coming on. Thank you for coming on.
Take care and hope everyone has a calm and manageable week ahead.
Hopefully.
And you.
Yeah.
Hopefully. Bye.
Bye.
Right.
Look after yourself, Pat and Roger.
I will do.
Everyone, but your fatigue, Bye.
But see you later. Right, Shady, do me a favour. I've asked you to touch your nose, but you're now in a different position and you look like a different person.
Knob nuts.
I might be wrong, but can you do me a favour? Just grab your left ear with your left hand. No, left ear with your left hand.
Your other left.
Right. If
The
you
other
don't-
hand.
Listen, if you can't, if you're not going to grab your ear with your left ear with your left hand, I've asked you 3 times, mate. Then I can't let you on. I said to you, I hate being like this, but you look like a completely different person to what was on the camera a minute ago, and all you're doing now is
Fucking about.
You're talking, and when I click on authenticated with YouTube, it's all in Russian. So do you know what I'm going to do? So yeah, bye bye then. Thank you.
Yeah, no chance it.
Anyway,
CM, sorry. So what are we talking about?
I can't remember.
Flavors of ice cream.
Yep, sounds about right.
Dan was just telling us about the few new likes that he's found on his grinder while he was away.
I have to give them some opportunity, Louise, because sometimes there's a delay in when I speak and when people are hearing it. So so I have to try and give people an opportunity, which is why I've just given him, 20 seconds or so to try and prove that it's a real person. He clearly wasn't anyway. Princess Angela, can I see your face? Can you touch your right ear?
That was a good
It
tip.
might be useful, Dan, if you say your right here or my right, just because it might get a bit confusing for some people.
No, but that's what I said. Touch your right ear. So I can see that if I say your right ear on the left side of their head. So
maybe
anyway,
it's one of them coppers that don't understand English.
So, yeah, good point, Roger. Good point.
I didn't get that, Roger, but yeah, good point, whatever it was.
That video has done really got some feedback from somebody. Right, that video that I spoke about earlier, where I mentioned the police with illiterate English speakers, is the video doing the best today? Fucking smashing it.
Which video is that, Dan? I don't think I've seen that one.
How bad can it get for the Met? The last video I put up today.
I don't think I've seen that.
I remember the first time I was on here, I was in the bath. Lisa reminded me in the chat.
That's very true. You was, yeah. I did notice my watchers nosedive when they saw that. No, I'm joking. Oh dear. What's going on over?
So, Dan, do you know what I was talking about? There's some feedback coming from somewhere, and I think it's Princess Angela. There's horrible feedback.
Yeah. Now your mic sounds terrible, and we're still getting feedback.
What I was asking, Dan, was whether you were aware of the article that I was talking about, the officer who didn't want to rejoin the police because he might have to wear a body cam.
I remember something on GB News. Somebody phoned into GB News mentioning about the similar kind of thing. He was worried about people videoing and photographing him, and he may do something that his superiors might not like.
Yes, that sounds familiar. I think that's the one that I'm talking about.
So what we're talking about is a journalist that doesn't want to be video recorded.
If you remember, it's quite a while back, I actually did a video on some county in America where they trialled that the police had the body cameras on. They couldn't turn them off. They were on throughout their whole shift. And when the trial, it was like a 6-month trial or something, it turned out that they just, any copper that was over the top, they had them out. Any investigation into a complaint, instantly they done it all open to the public, and the police brutality and false arrest dropped by over 99%.
Oh, of course it would.
Right, and the absolute alternative to that is you've got the sheriff's deputies in Los Angeles, right, that can mute their microphones, mute their fucking body cameras, and stop their body cameras whenever they want, right? And they're not held accountable whatsoever for what they're doing. So literally, they could drag you out of your car, beat the shit out of you, stop their body cameras, and then go to the public and go, oh, we're going to release the body camera footage. But the body camera footage shows nothing because they
couldn't interfere.
Deleted it at source is what they've done. So
this one, they couldn't interfere with the camera.
And don't get waylaid by America. Because
no. But these guys, I'm just pointing out the fact, Fluke. These guys,
what I'm saying is one state is
on or
different
off.
to another state, and another state is different to another state.
But the
and
difference
they've
with
got
these,
different protocols that they have to go through. So
the difference with these is all the camera footage was reviewed by the police and a public panel.
Right, okay, and that is absolutely the rarest thing that ever happens in America, because the whole system in America is inherently corrupt.
Yeah,
and the only way they can get away with that, the only way they can get away with that corrupt system is the fact that they can cover up what the government does, and the police is just the enforcement arm of the government. That's all it is. It's not there to keep the peace. It's not there to fucking do justice or anything like that. It's an absolute fallacy, right?
I said this.
The whole point of the police in their essence is the vast majority of states in the United States and all their different state patrols and police academy, police departments, and this, that, and the other, is to cover up all the fucked up things that these people do. I mean, it is just ridiculous.
Am I right in the UK they've got to activate the body cams, the police?
Right. No, the policy is in certain situations they are supposed to activate their body cams. For example, domestic abuse. There are other situations when they're searching, for example, they're supposed to activate their camera, but they don't have to activate it for every interaction.
Right.
What Fluke said is with regards to having all these different states with all these different policies, because all the policies are different between state to state in America, and I agree with that. Here in the UK, we've got the British police, or we've got our police, and you've got the Welsh police, and you've got Scottish police, and you've got Irish police. There's only four really. Now, if our government turns around and says we're going to implement something, then generally the other forces will follow, or other countries' forces will follow, if you want to put it that way. I've always said for ages, or not always, I've said for ages that I think that the cameras should be live streamed, or not live streamed. They should record automatically 24 hours. I know that'll be difficult because you need a fucking bigger battery, but they should record at every single interaction. I've got a portable Wi-Fi here. You can get them in your car. When they get in the car, it automatically uploads that situation's video, to a hard drive that can't be accessed by the coppers, and then looked at as the Met were doing. They were saying, right, well, we've got people from the ethnic communities around here to view certain footage. They're only going to show them footage that they want them to see. They're not going to show them every piece of footage. They're going to come out with some bullshit such as, oh, it might affect the investigation, so we can't show you. That way they can hide it from you. And they will only show you what they want you to see. Right. I spoke about a situation Friday, I think it was. Two coppers, or it might have been Thursday. Two coppers. Policewoman sprayed somebody. The other copper, the bloke, got on the bloke's head, put his knee across his neck, and he was mocking him, going, "Oh, can't you breathe? Behave, or you'll get tased again." Right. The camera was accidentally activated, apparently, and when they realised, they turned it off. And Fluke absolutely right in saying that they can do that. Okay, they can lose the footage. They can do all sorts of shit. Okay,
Conveniently.
but if it's uploaded to a central server, okay, that nobody can delete it from for 30 days, okay, rather than getting your camera, going back to the station and saying, right, I've got some footage that needs to be marked as evidence. Every single interaction needs to be uploaded to the server and kept for a period of 30 days. You then get somebody within the police and, community members, like a jury, if you like. It doesn't, they're going on about, oh yeah, we've got an Asian person, we've got a black person, we've got a Chinese person. It just needs to be random members of the public that are on a panel. Okay, it doesn't matter whether they're black, white, yellow, pink, fucking green or purple. Get them on. They look at the footage, and if people turn around and go, "Whoa, what's that about?" If the copper that's dealing with it, okay, if the copper that's there showing you it can't explain it to you in a way that you feel comfortable with, then it needs to be looked at by somebody with regards to misconduct or potential charges against that officer. All right. If everybody that's there says, okay, we understand what you're saying, and now we can see that that's the situation, then fine, that doesn't need to go forward. But if anybody turns around and says, no, actually, I don't agree with that, then it needs to be looked at by an independent fucking reviewer, somebody who understands the law and the police policies properly, not the police. And if they deem that somebody's done something wrong, then it needs to be moved forward. But all the camera footage should be uploaded. All the camera footage should be uploaded. And if anybody doesn't turn their camera on, or if anybody deletes or turns their camera off, should be disciplined for doing that.
Can I make a point?
Yeah.
Go on, Fluke.
Right. Okay. Does anyone know the case of Kelly Thomas in America?
It's from
Never heard of it.
Was that no the woman that was it a black police officer that done the same? It was a similar situation to the whole fucking, what was the guy's name? The black guy though, I couldn't breathe kind of shit. It was the same situation, but it was her.
It was a white guy.
Wasn't he a homeless man that got killed?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Right. So basically, what happened with Kelly Thomas is he was a homeless guy, and he he had mental health issues, right? And he was sitting outside of a train station, and the police responded to somebody trying to open car doors. That was the response. And he said, I don't know what you're talking about, blah, blah. And then this copper said to him, do you see these fists? They're getting ready to fuck you up. That's what he said to him on fucking video.
Man.
Right? Now, they proceeded to beat the fucking shit out of this bloke. And Pap, I'm not sure if you can bring it up on your on a different screen or something, but you can look at Kelly Thomas before and after photographs, right? And look at these two fucking different photographs, right? Now, the police then fucking literally started beating the shit out of this guy. They didn't investigate somebody trying car doors. They didn't look at the CCTV. They didn't investigate anything. They just started beating the shit out of this kid, right?
Ooh, fuck me.
Yeah.
You can share it.
Can you put it on widescreen?
No, I'm not going to put it up. No, because my channel.
What was the name again?
Showing that. Right.
Kelly Thomas.
Thank you, Luke.
Look up officers on trial. Look up officers on trial. In fact, I'll post the link in the comments. Okay.
Is this the one about the 5 officers that got sentenced to? They got charged with second degree murder?
No, this is a different one, Jack.
All right. Okay.
Right. That link I've just put in the comments.
Okay.
Right click on it and open it in a new window and watch after this stream. The face. Oh my fucking word. Right. Go on. Sorry, Luke.
So basically, these police officers went on and beat the fucking living daylights out of this bloke. Literally beat the living daylights out of him. 4 of the police officers used a taser so many times that their tasers ran out of batteries, right? When their tasers ran out of batteries, they used the butt of their taser to beat the shit out of this fucking bloke because they ran out of battery on their tasers, right? They beat this guy so fucking badly, right? He was screaming, "Daddy, please help me. Daddy,
Fucking
please
hell.
help me," right? Right? They beat the shit out of this geezer so badly you wouldn't believe, right? And you know what the police did, right? They fucking called for an ambulance. They didn't call for an ambulance for the guy they just beat the shit out of, right? They called an ambulance because one of the police officers got a scratch on his arm.
That, you know what, that doesn't surprise me.
And when the ambulance arrived, and they said, "Oh yeah, you've got a scratch on your arm. You know, you'll be all right. You know, just put a plaster on it. It'll be fine." Do you know what I mean? And it wasn't until the ambulance driver said, "Who the fuck is that over there?" And this guy was literally bleeding to death, right? And they were like, "Oh, don't worry about him. We're going to arrest him." Do you know what I mean? And he was like, "No, the fucking poor bloke's fucking literally battered to death." Do you know what I mean? So the ambulance driver went over to Kelly Thomas and what the fuck have you done to this bloke? Do you know what I mean? They literally beat the fucking death out of this bloke. He died 3 days later in hospital. 3 days later in hospital, this guy died.
Horrific.
Right? And the police called an ambulance for a police officer with a scratched arm.
Yeah.
Do
me a fucking favour.
That's what happened to me, Fluke, you know, when I was assaulted by that officer and I was headbutted and everything. Some independent witnesses called for an ambulance for me. That officer that assaulted me, he was off duty, then put himself on duty to arrest me. And then when it turned up, he told him that I was fine and need to go to his colleague because he had got a cut on his ear. And I was just left there. I'd been knocked unconscious and I'd had a seizure and everything. And yeah. Obviously nothing like that guy.
Sorry, Pap. If you go on Google or whatever search engine you use, if you do before and after pictures of Kelly Thomas, right, and bring that up and stick it in the private chat or in the comments section, and everyone can go and look it for themselves.
It's horrible.
I mean, horrendous.
I put it in. It's horrific.
What the fuck, me?
Yeah.
All right,
Oh
I'm not going to go to an actual. I'm not going to go to an actual website. I'll just go to the Google search of it.
Oh
no, it won't let me. Fuck it.
Unfortunately, these days there's some very, very nasty.
Anybody can do it for themselves. Just look up Kelly Thomas before and after picture.
But that's the thing. Hardly anybody knows about it. One, because a big thing was made about it,
and it took years. It took years for these police officers to be taken to trial, and they all got off as well. Even though when they and the thing was, none of these police officers were wearing body cameras, right? None of them. Right?
They all got off.
The only video came from the train station that videoed the whole fucking thing, right?
The geezer looks like
literally, I mean, it is the most horrific. I've seen a gazillion videos of this sort of bullshit. Do you know what I mean? I've seen loads of these videos.
Dan, I'll be back in. Dan, I'll be back in a minute. Right?
Kelly Thomas video has got to be the worst fucking thing I've ever seen on video, ever.
Yeah, it's horrific.
I bet you it fucking kills in comparison. That's all BLM bullshit.
And the worst thing was when they went back to the CCTV cameras and they did they did like the subtitles and everything else and everything else. It is horrendous, mate, what they did to that guy. Horrendous. You know, literally within 2 minutes of the police turning up, you had a police officer going, I'm going to get ready to fuck you up. That's the first thing that fucking police officer said. I'm going to get ready to fuck you up. And the first thing they did was got out their batons and started whacking him.
Aye, but with him saying that with his fists up, that there, right there and there, proves fucking intent. The
Yeah.
copper intended to fucking do that.
So don't give me this bullshit about fucking police cameras and their body cameras and all that bullshit, because I've been held to the same standard, right? 4
That's what
years
we're
I've been
saying,
waiting for body camera footage, right? From
That's what
Kent
we've been
Police.
saying, though,
And
Fluke.
I've
We're
got
saying
one
that-
fucking second of body camera footage from that incident.
But that's what we're saying, Fluke. You know, the people on this panel have been saying that it needs to be fucking changed. It needs to be automatically saved. Anybody that deletes it or doesn't record an incident needs to be fucking punished, needs to be disciplined. Every
this is
fucking interaction needs to be filmed and uploaded to somewhere where they cannot do fuck all with it.
Right, okay.
Yeah,
And
but
this
even when
the
it
whole
is, when
point.
they even when
The
they
whole
do have
point-
it though,
the
it
whole
doesn't matter,
point-
does
The
it?
whole point of this, Dan, is the fact that it's government looking after itself. Because when government fucks up, it covers up. That's the point, right?
Yeah.
That's why when I go out, if I go out doing an audit, I make sure I've got all my shit fucking covered, right? Because they can't delete my footage. They can take my camera, they can take my SD card, they can do whatever they want, right? But there's always something secretly recording in the background because they don't know about it because they're too fucking dumb to realize that I'm recording in the background, right? And that's the point. The point is, these fucktards, they fuck up. These government employees, because that's all the police officers are. A government is just the enforcement arm of government. That's all they are. When they fuck up, they lose all the fucking footage just disappears from the planet.
Totally.
It just disappears, right? And that's the point.
Or it
And that-
doesn't, and then they keep it, and then they don't use it.
That's the point.
Nathan,
The point is,
Nathan,
all of their
glasses on.
videos suddenly disappear when they make themselves look like a bunch of wank tarts, right? And they fuck up online on video, and all of a sudden, I've been waiting 4 fucking years for the videos from the barracks audit, right? And not 1 second of that video has been released. Not 1 second. And that was 2.5 hours of video, and they've not released 1 second of it because they knew they fucked up. And then what they do is they invoke their right to not respond to my solicitor's request for the body footage. So it's a good fucking thing I had my fucking camera running.
And that's exactly the reason why people need to record all these interactions, because the police turn around and go, the amount of times I've heard the police turn around and go, well, you know, you haven't seen the body camera footage, which proves a completely different story, but yet they don't show the body cam footage. They just say that shit. And this is why people need to be filming these interactions, and then the public can make up their own mind. They can see what's happened.
Can I make a really good point, actually, as well? Because how many fucking videos have you seen of, whether it be audit videos or interactions in the streets or whatever else, and the police go, oh, it's all being recorded on my body camera. Yeah, right, okay. What's the chances of me getting your body camera footage? Yeah, fucking.
I've got it.
Absolutely.
I've got mine. I've got mine, and you know what? On mine, the sergeant turns around and asks the guy, have I been assaulted? He turns around and goes, yeah, by me. The guy goes, walks off, and then comes back and says, I've just arrested him for assault PC. He was off duty. He put himself on duty. He was drunk. And the sergeant stood there and was like, okay. That's literally what they did. And I've got the proof of that, and they don't give 2 fucks.
Right. So what I was saying was, like, if you go back to...
Fluke, 1 second. Sorry, mate. Budge has been sitting here waiting to talk for a few minutes. Go on, Budge. Sorry,
Budge.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I'm gonna drop out, and I just wanted to say goodbye to everybody. I'll do it that way.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Budge.
I'm gonna go run my bath and whatnot.
May see you in the week on one of Lynn's streams, mate.
Yeah, take care.
Bye, Bud. And I'm going to drop out as well because it's quite late.
I'm going in 1 second.
Have a good week, everybody, and hopefully Dan will let me on next week. Hopefully.
Next week is members live next week.
Okay then.
Week after public live.
No worries. Have a good time, everyone. See you later. Bye.
Take it easy. Benson, just take your glasses off, put them back on again so I know it's you. I can't see you.
Don't tell me to take his glasses off. Don't tell me to take his glasses off, man. You might mistake him for Superman or some shit.
I had to pull my right ear with my left hand. That was confusing. Well, it wasn't, obviously, but I was like, what am I feeling?
Psycho's missus.
How are you, Jack?
Touch your nose for me, please. There we go. Oh, don't show me them. Roger's on here. Sorry.
I can hear all the banging about going on up there.
I know, shooting
Hello,
on YouTube
Heather.
for fucking change. You're here on camera.
Hello, all.
Hello, sweetie.
Thought I'd pop in and say hi as we were in the last half hour.
Your microphone's cracked, mate.
Mickey, I don't know what you're saying, mate. What have I missed, Mickey? I need you to talk to me, man. I asked you earlier what I've missed. Something seems to have upset you. I don't know what's going on, mate.
I can't see the chat. Can I ask a question?
No.
After you
Anyway,
finish
moving on.
this,
Go on.
Okay, that's fair enough. Thank you. Lovely. Right. So, I don't know if you heard me yesterday say about how I got home and there was a strange key in my door.
Yes,
Did you hear me say it?
I did.
Yeah. Right. So it isn't mine or Alice, but it fits. It works, and it's not one that I've lost. And people were saying like, people make them, don't they, or something for like burglaries and stuff. Right. But how weird and dodgy is that? So where did it come from, and what do I do?
Oh, did you check to see if there's any markings on your wall or anything like that? That is something that they do.
Look,
They'll
it's hard to say.
like a different, like a coloured chalk or something, can put a marking on the wall or on something on the
It's hard to say like what's new and what's not new because it's a bit random. I've got chalk all over the place, you know, from the kids and stuff. So it's kind of difficult to know what to even look for. But also, someone tried to set fire to my bin, my blue bin.
I didn't understand what you were saying. What was on your wall? Or is there?
Oh, sorry. Yeah.
She found a key in her door. She found a key in her lock.
Oh no, no.
Not her daughter's.
Sorry.
And it's like we only got 2 keys with the. Yeah, we only got 2 keys, and so it's like, but you can tell it's been one of them ones where like I don't know handmade, but I was sent the picture, and someone like RJ said, and people have said that it's one like it's not even properly cut. If you took it to somewhere to get a key cut, you can tell it's not. It's a mortise lock, and so I've got like the star dots and everything on now from the inside. But a few years ago, Dan, obviously we do know a certain person. I've had like my locks on my back doors, both back doors like glued, and then I came back and all my gas was on, so that freaked me out. And now I'm thinking, oh my God, what if like there's a key in that side and I can't get out that way and someone set fire to the bin? I was like, shit, like what would I do?
Sorry,
So I don't know what.
Dan, the reason why I had to go and wash my hands, sorry mate, because of my OCD, the bottle of water I had in my hand fell into the floor yesterday, so that's why I didn't want to go and touch my glasses. All right.
Right. Okay. Understood. But you appreciate where I'm coming from. I need to make sure.
Yeah, I know, mate. I know, mate. I do. As you, I mean, I was trying to stick my tongue out and everything, doing all that, but obviously it's all good, mate. It's all good.
Right.
Princess Angela, if I were you, I'd get the locks changed.
Okay.
It's safe.
Okay. It's just that because it's like no one's had that. No, someone's made that key though, and it actually works. That's what's weird. It really does work to open my door.
And
I thought my daughter had left the key in the door. I was furious.
They've got it from somewhere, whether it's you, whether it's your daughter. It doesn't matter where they've got it. They've got it. If they've got one, there might be another one. Get the locks changed. If you've got somebody local, is it like a Yale type lock or the central lock?
No, it's a mortise lock.
Oh,
yeah, like a mortise. Is it called mortise?
Yeah.
Can you not change the barrel in them?
Yeah, you can. Oh, well, you can change the.
No, it's like, that it's like a mechanism. It's not a Yale one. It's like a mortise one with like a proper
you can
key
change
thing.
the unit. You can change the unit. You can take the one out and put another one in. You'll probably find somebody local has got a spare one. They can swap it over for you. Contact a local locksmith. If you're lucky, they'll do it just for a couple of quid.
Make sure, even if you've got
to be honest, you won't need to. You won't need to open the door. You've got a screw at the top and the bottom of where the lock comes in and out. You unscrew them. You slide your new one in and you screw it in with your new key.
Yeah, that's the
order
Euro
them
lock.
off. Yeah, you can order them online.
Yeah, that's a Euro lock.
Okay.
Have you got a wooden door or UPVC?
Yeah.
Do you rent?
Wooden.
Yeah.
Do you rent your place?
No, I don't.
No, I just thought, if there's a landlord or an association involved, there's going to be more than two.
No. It's no, I don't. And it was changed not long after my ex.
Take the two screws. Do it anyway. Take the two screws out. Take the unit out. Measure it up. Order one online. They're a piece of cake to change. They really are.
You just slide the new one in.
Take one out. Put a new one in, and you've got new keys.
But it's just weird though. Like someone's gone out of the way, to make a key.
So somebody's copied it from you or your daughter. They've copied it from somewhere.
But no one's had it. No one's had mine on my daughter's keys though. Do you know what I mean? So it's like, and you can see it's not gone to like what are they called?
Have you seen it in the film where they press a key into plasticine? You press a key into a piece of plasticine. You've got them on.
No, I've not seen nothing like that. No, I'm terrible.
Do it anyway for your own peace of mind. I've had it before. My kids have gone out. They've lost a key. I've changed the barrel. And what I do is I keep the old one so I can put it back. Because 2-3 years later, when my daughter loses another key, I can put the old one back knowing that that key that was lost 3 years ago, nobody's going to come and try it.
Yeah.
Just make sure you measure.
I was just a bit like worried and scared because of
make sure you measure the lock that you're taking out, because they do come in different sizes, different thicknesses, different depths, widths, whatever. If you're not certain, like I say, contact a locksmith if you're not certain.
Or if you've got somewhere locally that sells them, whilst one of you are at home, the other one can go take the unit down to the local shop and say to them, I need one that will fit this, and they'll find one for you.
Somewhere like Screwfix.
Really, really easy. It's genuinely easy. On the UPVC doors, you've got the barrel that you can change. That's a piece of cake. Your Yale locks can sometimes be a bit harder to change, but the mortise locks, literally, it's an entire unit that they carve a hole in the door from the side. They slide it in. All you do to change it is you unscrew the top and bottom screw, slide it out, put the new one in, screw it in, job done. It is genuinely very, very easy.
If you need any help, phone me or Roger.
Okay. Oh, thank
Roger
you.
knows how to do them.
Thank you.
Roger's an expert on changing locks.
I was just like, really, RJ's on his way up here, but like, I was just, do you know what? It just freaked me out. I think, because like before with my the locks at my back door being glued, and I came in one time and someone had come in and put my gas on, and so I came in and normally I would put my lights on, but I didn't. And then this time I was like, I wouldn't have been able to get out my front door because there was a key in the other side of it, and so it kind of and then had been set on fire. But I didn't know when that had happened. But and in my head I was like, oh my god, like what on earth? But,
I wouldn't like my back.
I'm just like, great.
I wouldn't like my back door glued. How would I go to the toilet?
He's a hell of a lot of fucking glue.
I've got two. Dan.
Just your
Sorry.
place still got an outside loo, Dan.
Don't use glue.
I've got
use
two
a
down.
plate.
I'm like,
Sorry, the chat.
Danny shouldn't use glue.
The chat wasn't far enough in the gutter, so I had to bring it down a little bit more.
Everyone's in the gutter, Dan. It all depends whether you're looking at the stars or not. I'm just saying.
Always look up.
Adam. Absolutely.
Yeah,
I always
look up.
am.
Then you can
But
see
yeah,
whether-
that's all I wanted to know, really.
as long as you're
Pardon?
looking up, see what I said. Always look up because then you can see if they're enjoying it.
Yeah, the trouble is you got to
Not laughing.
Dear, oh dear. So it descends into madness the more I drink, and I've not even drunk that much. I've only drunk. It was only up to here, and I've only drunk that much, so I haven't done too bad tonight. But I'm
Oh
running
yeah,
out of
Dan,
coke.
you still sending a lad tomorrow? Yeah.
Yes, I am. Yeah. There won't. It's unlikely to be any videos tomorrow anyway. So I've got me social worker coming around in the morning, and when they've gone, I will nip into the village and I will post the lights. But I will make a note of it because I'll probably forget otherwise.
Well, you're going to be
Right.
posting both of them, yeah.
Post Sasquatch's light.
Sasquatch. You, you absolute.
Right.
Oh, do you know what? If I could go and say a worse word to you, I would, but I'm trying to hold back on them.
Thank you.
You're raining it in a bit now.
Yeah.
Welcome, Carmen
Good lad.
Smith, to the
Oh,
community.
yeah, lad.
Carmen Smith has just joined as a new member. Welcome. Thank you very
Carmen.
much.
Welcome.
That means you get access to our members
You're
live stream
welcome.
next week.
You get access to a little bit more madness.
Heather, how are you doing, by the way?
I'm good, Nathan. Thank you. I've had a nice chill day.
How do you get your...
grandchildren?
Oh,
Aw.
hang on. Auditor Frauditor.
Oh,
Hang on.
really?
He's in the back. Now, Auditor Frauditor's had an awful lot.
Oh, I'm trying not to swear,
Hang on.
man.
Shush. Had an awful lot to say recently. Now, this Auditor Frauditor is scared of coming on camera to show me what they look like before I let them onto the main panel when they can hide themselves again. Obviously, this shows me that they're nothing but a troll and want to cause problems. Okay, if they've got genuine issues, then they wouldn't mind showing their face to me and me only. But I tell you what, I am going to do. Last time I let them on, they literally sat there being quiet until everybody was talking, and then randomly put a few words in where nobody could hear them. So I'm going to bring Auditor Frauditor on. I'm not, they're not going to show me their face, but I'm going to bring Auditor Frauditor on. Okay, and we'll see what they've got to say. So if you give me.
I thought we were going to stay away from this shit tonight.
Yeah.
Well, no, we're going to stay away from the other shit. This is slightly different. I'm happy to deal with this. for now.
Fair enough.
So, Auditor Fraud, I'm going to bring you on, and we'll hear what you've got to say. Okay. But please, at least be fucking, have the balls and the backbone to actually say something this time. All right. Hello, auditor frauditor.
Well, that wasn't fucking hard, was it?
What went hard?
Bringing me on.
Oh, I did last time. You never said fuck all.
You've been
Well,
brought
yeah,
on quite
exactly.
a few times, mate.
Last time you said nothing when you came on, so
exactly.
No,
so what you got to say then, auditor?
No, I just thought I'd come on. If somebody wants to challenge me, they can do.
Well, you're the one that does all the challenging.
I haven't challenged anybody.
You've challenged me all over the fucking place.
I am.
Oh no,
So,
you haven't. No.
what was the last
on my
one then?
videos, you're telling me you haven't challenged me on my videos.
I smell shit.
That's not me. Sorry.
No, I'm talking about bullshit.
Oh,
Go on,
sorry.
you had your hand up there, Fluke. Go on, mate.
He sounds very, very familiar.
Yes.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh, wait, you
I
guys
thought
know who this is then?
I've got a feeling. I got a feeling.
It sounds like Biker Eddie, is what it sounds like.
I don't know who Biker Eddie is. I'm afraid.
You don't have to. Right? Auditor, frauditor, you are the frauditor. You're the fucking frauditor, mate. Because you can't stand up for people's fundamental human rights makes you a fucking cunt. Okay? And if you can't even see that, it makes you fucking realise everybody on this channel, anybody on this chat realises you're the fucking frauditor. You're the frauditor. Because you're there as a statist piece of fucking shit that don't stand up for people's fundamental human rights. That makes you the frauditor. Okay? How's that for a fucking penny's worth of puck? You fucking wank stain. You're a wank stain.
Oh, well done.
That's great.
Well done. A load of insults as per usual.
Speech of the Year award winner.
But let's
I gather, Dan, this is the same one who's coming to the panel, but then he's not going to sit absolutely bugger all.
No, he has said something.
Last week.
Oh yeah, he has said a couple of things, yeah, but in general, he's just, you know.
I noticed you left a couple of links in the channel, in the back, in the private chat, didn't you? Odds fraud.
So let's put you straight, Fluke. You standing up for your fucking rights. Where's it got you? It's got you in a fucking bed sit. You're ill. You're poorly, and you look like a fucking cunt. That's what you look like.
What difference does that make? What difference does it make?
He's still got his own face on the camera. He's not hiding behind a troll account.
I'll tell you what. What difference does it make where I live or what I do?
It doesn't.
It doesn't make any fucking difference, right? All you're trying to do is nitpick because you're so fucking lame that you have to nitpick about my life, right? How fucking sad are you that you have to nitpick about my fucking life?
You're the definition of sad.
You're a sad motherfucker. Why do you have to nitpick about my life? What do you know about my life? You know nothing about my life.
Sonic! My God.
Go fuck yourself, frauditor.
That was a delay on my TV. Like, what?
A wank stain on humanity is what you are. That's all you are. It's a wank stain on humanity.
Should he have been swallowed? Sorry.
Let him reply.
Sorry.
Go do something fucking unuseful and get yourself outside the police station. You bellend.
Frauditor, what? So
wow.
He calls
Go on, Fluke. Come on. Yeah, get in, Fluke.
Because he's got nothing to fucking back it up with. Listen, this prick's been trolling me for weeks now, right? The shit.
He's been trolling Fluke for so long.
Mate, I've had to deal with that. I'm sorry, Pat, to cut across you, but I've had to deal with fucktards like that for the last
Mhm.
5 fucking years, right? And I don't give a shit anymore. I don't give a shit. Do you know what I mean? Because at the end of the day, I know what I'm doing, whether it's auditing or whatever it is, or promoting other channels, or doing what I told you about earlier about Kelly Thomas and people like that. Do you know what I mean? That is proving that the government doesn't give two fucking shits about you. And someone like Auditor Frauditer comes on and talks bullshit like he just fucking came on and talked about, is a fucking wank stain on the humanity. He really is a wank.
He didn't even say anything, did he? It's like he never even said anything. He had nothing to say to you, Luke.
He's got nothing to say.
No, exactly.
He's got nothing. It's a
He
simple as
can't look. Here's the thing, right? How many times has he been brought on it, and then he goes and says, "Well, you finally let me on." He's been brought in many times. What's he fucking talking about?
But how much was it, Luke? That straight away you got who he was.
Not many times. I brought him in a couple of weeks ago, I think it was, and he just sat there saying "fuck all" for ages. And then when everybody was talking and it was all going off on the panel, he decided to mutter something under his breath. The simple fact that all he's got is personal insults and then runs away shows what kind of person he is.
You gave him 5 chances on one stream alone to come up.
He hides behind the camera that says it all.
So, it's like exposing frauditors. I'd like that prick to come on here, but he won't. Oh, guess what? Biker Ed's just turned up in the back.
Biker Ed.
Isn't that who you just said?
How coincidental
Yeah, it
was
was.
that? How coincidental was that?
I wonder if it's the same guy and he's just switched names or some shit.
Probably is just
Maybe.
the same person.
Okay, hang on. Biker Ed, show us your face.
Give him a chance then. Let's give Barclay a chance. Yeah.
Show us your face. Touch your left ear with your left hand. and I'll let you on. Come on, Eddie. Come on, Ed. Come on, Edward. Don't be afraid. The fact that you've got a skull with the fucking Red Cross on it is embarrassing because you don't stand for anything, clearly. Come on, show your face, Biker. Show your face.
Nobody sees his face, he says. Nobody sees my face.
Well, then nobody's going to see you on the channel then. Simple as that. See you later.
So that proves that it was you then, pal.
It's
And
funny how
Starfish
as soon as I called out Biker Eddie as Auditor Frauditer, right, and then suddenly Biker Eddie comes on your channel. Yeah, How strange is that?
And Starfish Eyes in the chat goes, "Not Biker Eddie, just same accent." It's not same accent, mate. It's the same voice.
It's either.
I mean, it could be. Don't get me wrong. It could be that just he has the same accent, but I know those two voices, and they're exactly the same.
Yeah, same.
I don't know, or I've never heard Auditor Frauditer talk, and I've never heard of Biker Eddie.
You will have heard.
Well, they're one and the same person.
Not be funny, mate, right? But last time he came on, it just came on. It was muted. He switched his mic on a few times briefly, say some random shit, and switched it back off.
Mickey,
yeah, he was just chatting.
Right, Mickey, if Biker Eddie's a sound bloke, I don't know the guy. I genuinely don't know the guy. But if he's a sound bloke, then why would he put in a private chat, I don't show my face to nobody? I ask people to show their face so I know they're not going to porn bomb the channel. Okay, that's all. I don't ask people to have to go on camera in the panel showing their face. I just ask to see the face, ask them to do something for me so I know they're a real person, and then they can go back off camera. No issues. But Biker Eddie says, I don't show my face to nobody. That, to me, screams dodgy. I don't hide.
So, Rickard, I agree.
I will make one thing absolutely clear to you, right? I have been on YouTube for over 6 years, right? And I've always been fluke, and I don't mind showing my face, and I don't mind fucking showing my opinions, and I don't mind showing anything, right?
Right, guys, let me just clarify something. I've just clicked on the three buttons, on the three dots, and it's showing the same. So this isn't Biker Eddie in the back. Let me just clarify. This isn't Biker Eddie in the back. This is the same Russian name. This is the same Russian name that showed up earlier when somebody tried to get on, and I told them to get fucked.
Okay.
The same number.
That was Sparky. No.
The point I was trying to make is I haven't got any fucking qualms about showing my face or showing my opinions. I don't give a shit. I don't give two fucks, right? So anybody wants to fucking come on here and talk bollocks and all the rest of it, then it's your live stream, Pap. You do what you like. Do you know what I mean? You
that twinkle in the back.
This is why I'm saying.
But
this.
The end of the day is I've never ever changed my name.
Crinkle, go away.
Changed my bullshit. Or
how do you know it's crinkle in the back?
Do you know what I mean? I've never done it. Right.
I want to make it clear. This is why, right? If I make a mistake, okay, I will always put my hands up to it. Which is why I'm saying that this isn't Biker Eddie, because the channel, authenticated channel, is a Russian name. Okay, so that's why I'm saying publicly that it's not Biker Eddie in the back there. Okay, so I want to make it really clear
that voice was still.
Well, I don't know. I can't say because I've not heard the voice. So all I'm saying is that I was wrong. Okay, and as always, I'll put my hands up and say that publicly. Audit of Fraud has just popped up back in the back channel as well as Biker Eddie now. So
wait, what was you saying about Crinkle?
Nathan,
it doesn't matter, Nathan. Wait, hang on, wait.
So Audit of Fraud has popped up in the back channel as well as Biker Ed. So both of them are here now. Okay, so it can't Audit of Fraud. It can't. It might be Biker Eddie, but it's not the Biker Eddie that's showing in the back office at the moment. That's all I can say. Okay, and I just want to make it really clear that if I say it was Biker Eddie, I don't know because I don't know the guy, but the channel is not Biker Eddie. It's the same channel.
Okay. I can guarantee you two things. Right?
It could be using
neither one of those fucktards will show their face. Right.
I don't doubt that whatsoever. Do not doubt that whatsoever. Audit of Frauditor. I'm going to bring Audit of Frauditor back on just to see what he's got to say. But Biker Eddie that's showing in the back here, I think is Crinkle, because he's asking about the human rights of immigrants.
Crinkle,
it is because you know what, he used the same. He used the same picture last night.
Right, I'm just saying that the person in the back has said, "What about human rights of immigrants?" Fluke. So from that, I'm guessing that is Crinkle, because Crinkle likes to suck. Crinkle likes to suck.
He always likes to come after me first.
Yeah, so I'm going to bring Audit of Fraud back on to see what else he's got to say, because he ran off after.
He says he's not talking.
Oh, you're not talking? Well, you might as well fuck off then. See you later. Kick. Fuck it. There's no point in fucking filling up my back office here if you're not going to fucking talk.
Giggity. The thing is, though,
I want to come on, but I'm
the
not
thing
sure
is, right? The thing is, though, right, and I'm sure Fluke will agree, everyone's entitled to opinions to an extent, yeah? Like, no, everyone is entitled to opinions. That's what Fluke says, yeah? And if he's got an opinion, then whether it's Biker Eddie, whoever Audit of Fraud it is, they weren't given that name at birth, yeah? So come on in your own name and just be, people have more respect for you if you come on in your own name and voice your opinion. Dan's not an auditor, so Dan's not for or against auditing. He's just bothered about like all interactions should be recorded with police and like and have it on the camera like thing. And so like just saying. Sorry.
I think what.
No, Biker Ed, I'm not bringing you on, you fucking retard, because you're not Biker Ed now. Fuck off, you absolute fucking melt.
Crinkle, remove yourself.
You're getting me excited tonight.
Right, sorry, Crinkle.
I do my best. Everybody was warned at the start of the stream. We're taking.
Can I just clear something up?
If he was to come on here, all hell break loose. But I know you would never let him on in dance. That's all right, mate.
He's not coming on, mate.
All hell would break loose, mate.
Oh, Mark. Sorry, I've just seen a thing on the screen. Much
Bless
love,
you, Mark.
Mark.
You are part of our family now. We are a family.
Yeah,
And you are part of it.
definitely.
I'm going to call
Absolutely.
it a night, guys, because I've got work.
I
in
will
the
be.
morning. I'll go
All right.
downstairs, have a cigarette, maybe another drink, but I'm coming off the chat and everything. And you're
Right.
finishing in 10 anyway.
Heather,
Yeah.
sweet dreams about me.
Sweet drinks.
Oh, of course.
Fucking
Sweet
mate,
drinks,
Of
he said.
course. Now he's trimmed the hair. It's so much easier.
To imagine the bass. It was what you know what? Shut me up. I need to mute.
That'll set the headboard on fire. That will. Too much friction.
Yeah, but so now Roger's trimmed the hair. It's shorter. It's so much closer to yours. It's so much easier to think about you.
I hope it's not a clear. I hope it's not a clear fucking hair you talking about, I think it is.
Heather.
I'll see you
I
next
love you.
week. Good night, all.
Take
Good night to
care.
everybody in the chat.
night,
Take
Heather.
care. Have a good
See you
week.
soon, Heather.
And I'll
Take
see
care.
you
Thank you,
soon. Take
Heather.
care. Bye bye.
Thank you.
Bye.
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 Oh, she's going to pay for that one. It's
What's funny though?
That's fucking talking, Roger. Talk about your
Roger.
like that.
Roger, just watch her hit.
That's right. The bloody thing's got a mind of its own anyway.
Right, okay. Right. Right, what you got to say, auditor, frauditor? Come on, you had plenty to say a minute ago. Oh, you had plenty to say a minute ago and then ran off after you slagged off Fluke. So what you got to say? Come on. Nothing. 5.
Fucking usual.
4, 3, 2. Laters. I didn't even get rid of him. He fucked off himself.
I bet he thought it was right badass then. Because he went before you said 2-1. I mean, that's that.
Brian,
Brian.
thank you. Thank you, Brian.
I respect Brian.
Sorry, I just wanted to say something about people like that. This is how fucking lame they are, right? Now, I don't give a shit about coming on anybody's live streams. I've been on live streams in Texas and California and New Jersey and Canada and Australia and New Zealand and everything else. And I show my face. I don't give a shit about it. It's just Fluke. That's it. You know, it's simple as that. Do you know what I mean? I don't give a shit. Do you know what I mean? When I get people like auditor, frauditor, you know, with multiple fucking, you know, YouTube channels and all this other shit. Do you know what I mean? Like hiding behind all of these facades. Do you know what I mean? It's like it should scream volumes to people that these fucking wanktards are exactly what they are, wanktards. Because I ain't got a problem showing my face. I've been Fluke since the fucking day dot of the, you know, the first audit I ever did. I was Fluke, and I'm still Fluke, and I'll always be. Do you know what I mean? It's as simple.
Yeah, definitely. And like people about like wanting like me and you and whatever, but you know what, it's in the past and shit, and it's like, but you've always been you, you've always had your opinions, and people respect each other for having their opinions and stuff. And if you was to come on and be his own person with his own name, then that's just do that. Do you know what I mean? Don't go around with a fucking auditor, or whatever one calls himself.
Yeah,
but like,
exactly.
it's just sad and pathetic, isn't it?
All right, listen.
God, yeah, you called me.
Hang on.
You called me, Dan.
Hang on. The person who just came on a minute ago with the biker, whatever his name was, biker Ed.
Yeah.
Has just come back. He's changed the fraudulent auditor. You're being fucking trolled now because he's just come back with your name.
Really?
With your logo, but he's calling himself auditor. So is he really stupid or
crinkle, mate?
Maybe something else. But do you know what? Fuck you too. Bye.
They do. Oh my God, Dan! It's as if they think you're stupid and you won't notice. Do you know what I mean? But that school thing you said, wasn't it? He came on that last night with that one last night, and such and such said, "Why have you come back on with that?"
absolute fucking melt. Hang on, Nathan. The absolute melt who put auditor disappeared, and he's come back with changed his name to auditor, but he doesn't realise I can see he's authenticated with YouTube channel. But now I have 2 auditors in the back. And I've got this is really confusing. I've got this one here.
And then in the private chat, it says, Biker Ed put me on then.
Right. Oh, now there's 3 auditors.
One's a girl and the 2 guys.
I've got 3 auditors in the fucking back here.
Which one? Let's play spot the difference. Which one's the real one?
Well, I know which one's the real one because their authenticated channel name. I'm not going to say it, but they've got an authenticated channel name, which is this one that I've just brought up on the screen. The other 2 can go fuck themselves and suck their mum's dicks. Okay, so
delightful.
I think that's
good night, Ricky. Be safe, mate.
Good night, Ricky, mate. Take it easy, my man.
I see. So what it is then, or to 4D, you're happy now. You've got crinkle back in your. Bet you're well proud.
Come on. Unmute yourself, and let's hear what you got to say, mate. Come on.
You're with the bad boys now. The crack smoking.
I don't want people on here who are going to say fuck all and just take up real estate that could be used by somebody else. So come on, say what you need to say.
I don't need Crinkle to back me up. He's just.
Well, why have you got him?
Are you gonna slag people off and run away again, or are you gonna actually be man enough to fucking have a proper discussion?
Go on and go ahead.
Well, you're the one that keeps attacking me. I don't attack you. I say what I've got to say. I do my videos, and you come onto my videos and try slagging me off and attacking me. So you're the one with the issue, not me. So please go ahead. Let us know what your issue is.
Right. So every video you do is about police.
Yeah. Not every video, but okay.
I'd say 99% of them.
Most of them.
Police abusing powers.
Right.
That is fucking Biker Eddie. I'm telling you, a penny to a
Just
pound.
admit it is.
Biker Eddie.
I know it is. But just admit it, Eddie, and just done with it, and then just go back to your normal name.
Angela.
Let's give him a chance to say what he's got to say. I want to be fair. Okay, let's give him a chance to say.
I've never had a problem with Eddie, though. That's what I'm going to say. I've never had a problem with him.
Let him speak, Angela. Okay. Let him speak. Okay. That's why we've let him on.
Okay, I'm mute.
Right. So,
come on, Ed.
Fucking hell, can't get a word in. Right, can I speak now?
Yeah, listen, I've just asked people to be quiet to let you speak. So go ahead.
Right. So all the videos you do are about police and misconduct and all that palaver. But,
most of them, yeah.
But there's other organisations who are just as bad. So why do you have to concentrate on them?
Go on, sorry.
Yeah, go on.
Because the channel is called Police Abusing Powers, so I deal with people in positions of public authority, public office, and those are the people that I deal with on this channel. Like there are people out there that deal with, I don't know, there are channels out there that deal with hydraulic presses. Okay, and all they do is stuff about hydraulic presses. I don't see anybody going on there and going, well, why do you do something about fucking car tires? Because I'm a hydraulic press channel. This is a channel about, it's called Police Abusing Powers, but this is a channel about those in public office who do bad things. Hence why I talk generally about people in public office doing bad things. I would have thought that was quite obvious, to be honest.
Yeah, but there's people in other services who are just as bad. The NHS, fire service.
And I talk about those. When they came up, I talk about them.
You don't.
I do.
You don't.
He does.
I would love to do a channel like that, but I can't do it.
Biker Eddie, stop fucking hiding behind a auditor, frauditor, and all that bullshit. You're a fucking scumbag, right? Is what you are, right? Auditor, frauditor, Biker Eddie, one and the same thing. Go fuck yourself.
I think it's just like he's asking down the gate basically, in it, like basically why he's I think in his mind maybe why he's targeting police, but it is like it's not just the police.
He's a bullshitter.
Yeah, but I would love to be able to go to the schools, and for example, schools. There's so many teachers in schools now that are all getting done. Recently, this last week, there was a teacher in Derby School that had been like had pictures of kids from like 2 years old and stuff. And I would love to be able to do that. But can you imagine, for example, an auditor outside school and trying to video that? Can you imagine the shit people will get?
Can I just say, right? Are you seeing the screen or the EMS Sac Tambo technician?
You might have to pull it up big.
Drunk paramedic jailed after running, whatever that says, running down father of 5. More bad driving, this time from ambulance service. Northeast Ambulance Service whistleblower. So I do talk about others, not just the police, and we even do the fire service as well. Look, I'll show you here. That's not how you spell fire service. Fire service. I might not have it under fire service. Okay. Fire. Oh, no, I'm doing fucking title. That's why. Hang on a second. Description. Fire. Right, one for the bootlickers, not police related. This is to do with the London Fire Service. There are others on here to do with the fire service, if I can find them. 81 videos with the word fire in. It's unfortunate, or not unfortunate, but I'm glad that the fire service isn't as bad as the police. Okay, maybe I haven't got it
It's
down.
not as highly reported. We don't know, do we? It's not very much publicly.
My point is, I talk about others. I don't just talk about the police. I talk about those in public office. I talk about teachers. I talk about social workers. I talk about MPs. I talk about
Bearded
councillors.
Veteran just put in the comments as well. He's also covered councillors and the army.
I have, yeah, I have. So what do you say to that? Now I've just proved to you that I do talk about others other than just the police.
I've not seen any of those videos.
Okay, but they're clearly just I've just shown you that they are there.
Police ones, then.
I don't know whose mic's really bad, but I can't. It's all crackling.
Yeah,
okay.
Don't give me that shit, auditor, frauditor, right? You're our biker Eddie. You're sitting there licking Dino's arsehole on his live streams, right? And fucking trying to make out that you're his best mate, right? And all the time you're fucking an absolute fraud. You're the fraud, mate. You're the fucking fraud, right?
Right, auditor, fraud.
Yeah, there you go. Goodbye. Say sayonara, you fucking piece of shit.
I'd like to just say before I come to you, Nathan, I'd like to just say, so anybody else that's watching that thinks all I do is slag off the police, I think I've just proved that that's not the case. Now, yes, granted, there are far less ambulance and fire service councillors, teachers, MPs than police. But if you look at it as in percentage per capita, for example, if we put the police as a group of people, they have the highest rate from everybody else that I report on this fucking channel per capita. Okay. Therefore, they are going to be reported on far more than the others. But when I see something from the others, I will report on that as well. So, you know, at least nobody can say now that all I do is slag off the police. And I've just proved it to somebody who loves to slag me off. So I wonder if the slagging off will continue. You can fuck off in the back as well. Get fucked, you prick. Sorry.
That's
anyway,
1 o'clock, Dan.
I know. Do you know what, though? I'm fucking enjoying myself now.
I just said I'd let you know when it's...
I know you did. I appreciate it. Listen, whoever the fuck you are with your Russian name, get fucked. I'm going to kick. Listen, actually, I'm just going to ban you. I'm not going to kick. I'm going to ban you. Go on, go fuck off.
Dan, did you mute me because you were trying to find out what the crackling noise was?
Yes, I was. Yeah.
All right, cool.
And me, banned me. It banned me, though. It didn't. It muted me as well.
I went
think
through
it might ban me.
I went through everybody, and it turned out it was actually Auditor Frauditer who was causing the interference.
It was actually Pablo, wasn't it, mate?
Probably fucking.
It was, wasn't it?
Pussycat.
Yeah, it's Pablo.
Meow! Don't fucking talk to me like that, Pablo, cheeky bastard.
Hello. No, you've been. Hello. No, you've been mute. You've been mute.
So how long are you going to be on this? How long's the live stream going to be on for then?
12 more hours. Kidding. Sorry. That was a bit ADHD-ish, wasn't it?
A little bit longer. I don't know how long. Commando knocked out someone for inability to grow a beard. That's an interesting one, bearded vet. I'll look into that one.
I do agree, though. There is a comment in the back there, though, to be fair, about not about you specifically, about the a lot of the police aren't there at the moment. I'm a bit confused, not confused, but I'm a bit like, I read something earlier, it might have been on one of your channels, I don't know where it was, about police are taking in a lot of like younger people rather than from the, or they might have been from the army, I don't know which way it was, but
well, I'd done a video on this earlier. The police.
That's what I watched then. Sorry.
Is almost non-existent. They're not doing face-to-face interviews. They're hiring people who can't even fucking speak English properly. Okay, for diversity reasons. Okay, they're not vetting people properly. Okay, you know, three things that are fundamental to fucking recruitment.
Yeah,
and
absolutely.
Single fucking one of them.
And so I do think about that. Do you know the forward to order? I don't know which one's which in the back here, but I don't believe, I'm just saying like the points that I made about the army, David Carrick, and being in the army, and how there are a lot of wrongings from the army, 100%, but there's wrongings from everyone in life. Do you know what I mean? It's like everywhere. Like people talk about immigrants and stuff. There's fucking wrongings in this country that have been born and bred here. Just saying. That's my opinion.
Right. And I agree, but this is something that was brought up last night on the stream is and I use that word per capita. Okay, if you look at for example, the example that was given yesterday was the Muslim people. The amount of Muslim people.
That's wrong, though, Dan.
Well, I don't think it necessarily is. And I'm not arguing with you. I'm just saying that if you look at, and I'm using this as an example, not to target them. Okay, if you look at the Muslim people, okay, and you look at the amount of specific crimes within that community versus the amount of crimes within the wider white community, it's far higher in their community than it is in our community.
That's what it's been perceived to believe. That's what we've been made to believe through documentaries and stuff like that. Do you know who you got in touch with? I don't want to say the names on here.
I can't remember.
Gail and Max. Yes,
right,
and the Maggie Oliver. Oh yeah, Maggie Oliver Foundation. I'm now working with that. Maggie Oliver was the one. Maggie Oliver, the one who she was the one that broke the story. She was police officer.
Police, yeah, detective in Greater Manchester Police.
Yeah.
That's right.
So I'm now working along with like her. I've just started. Well, I was meant to have started it months ago, but I've just today sent her an email saying that I'll do it. But you know, like to help with that foundation and charity thing, and it's after doing a lot of like what I do, as you know, Dan, and what I've been through myself. It's to know the actual amount of stuff that really does go on not in your local like areas where you've got your ethnic minorities and stuff, but even just in your like your middle class like white homes, you know, where like the police don't look because the police are part of it. And the reason I will say this now, I don't get too fucked, but the reason why they didn't take on the case about John was because they knew at the time they had to investigate past safeguarding things that they never dealt with, but regards to a chief inspector at Derbyshire Constabulary back in 1991, who did shit
Yeah.
to me. So it's so much, it's all in like within the white community. It's scary, but none of it gets like exposed or spoken about.
Well, I mean,
But we only hear about the Muslim cases because it's Muslim. But Christianity is Christianity. But we don't hear about Catholics, Christians, bloody whoever, Jehovah's Witnesses.
On here, when I hear about a case where whether they're white, black, Muslim, yellow, green, purple, or fucking pink, I will say if a story comes up where I think a judge has treated somebody too leniently, I'll bring that up. I don't care if it's a white person, and to be honest, the majority of the ones are white people. So I will, it's not that I'm, and I'm not.
I know.
Saying, but I don't target just stories about Muslims, for example. I will, anyone that gets treated leniently that I believe is too lenient by the courts, who has done something heinous like a child-related offence, I will call it out on here. There are other channels that will only focus on Muslims or BAME people, okay, and on here, although I only focus on people in public service, I will call out any, whether they're white, black, green, fucking whatever. This, I do.
Yeah, definitely.
And even people that aren't in the police, if it's a judge that I think has been too lenient on somebody, I will call that judge out for it as well, regardless to who the perpetrator is. So, but I do think, from my own experience, I do think that when you look at it per capita, and I'm using that word because I can't think of another word to use, but if you section everybody off into individual communities, shall we say, as the government want us to do, there is far more per capita of the Muslims doing bad things than there are of white people doing these bad things. The same as there are far more per capita.
But that's like us being sheeple, isn't it?
Point, Pat, because this is a really important point, and I think this is what people need to understand. There is over 1,700 Catholic priests, right, who are going unsupervised, even though they've been convicted of sexually abusing children, and they're going unsupervised.
And then you have to put that. I get what you're saying per capita, though, Dan. I get it.
I don't disagree with that. I want to say that this is one of the reasons why I started the other channel, because what I want to do is I want to give people a single place where if they want to make a video about something, they can come to me and say, Dan, can you put this on your channel? I'll put it on the channel. I'll pay them whatever money that makes. I'll give to them. Do you know what I mean? I don't care. But this is why the Independent Media Alliance is, because I want people who do their own research about different things. And if there's somebody out there that is talking about that particular subject, which I think is very important, then I'll put it on that channel. Unfortunately, nothing's really come up. I have spoken about the church a couple of times on the channel, not many, granted, but a couple of times. If somebody out there wants to report on something to do with that and say, look, this is the situation, the mainstream aren't fucking reporting on it, I'll put it on my channel, on my other channel. I'm more than happy to do that. I want people to be able to spread the awareness of stuff that they have figured out, or they have researched and they have come to a conclusion on. I want them to be able to share that as an alternative media source. But it's not necessarily.
But I don't mean to cut across you, Pat, but what I'm saying is all of this information is widely available and has even been reported in the mainstream media. So it's not like I'm just saying it, Oh,
I know that. I get that.
Someone else needs to start doing a channel, don't they, about it, Dan? I know Dan's got his channel, but Dan focuses on police abusing powers, and he's got his next channel.
It's not necessarily my focus, but when something does come up, I will speak about it. But there are.
I'll tell you what pisses me off, Dan, is when people like you know who they are, right? They sit there and go, "Oh, the Muslim grooming gangs." Do you know what I mean? There's like fucking 300 Muslim groomings, and it's like, well, okay, yeah, I can understand that ain't exactly a fucking lovely way to living life. But when you've got 1,700 fucking priests in the Catholic Church, right, convicted of fucking sexually abusing children, and they're going unregulated. I mean, basically, they're not being followed.
Do you know what, Luke? For the first time, I never thought I would say I agree with you, but I fucking agree with you 100%. And I've never get so vexed about people talking about grooming gangs.
Acceptable. Do you know what
No,
I mean?
it's not.
It's
It
about the
isn't.
agenda. The agenda is to make out, oh, it's the Muslims that are
It is to create diversity within the
But
community.
nobody
Cause
talks about the Catholics that
discord.
are doing it. Do you know what I mean?
Or the police, though. It's not even about. It's not even about like religion, though, is it? It's they're just trying to turn us against people.
It's not about religion. It's about perception, right? Because the average Joe on the street will go, oh, Muslim grooming gangs. Do you know what I mean? But nobody goes on about Catholic grooming gangs. They don't talk about that. Because that's not the agenda that they want to perceive in the general, mass psychosis, if you like. They want you to think of it's all about Muslim grooming gangs.
It is Mandela effect, isn't it?
Even if you had 500 Muslim grooming gangs in the UK, but you've got 1,700 people in the Catholic Church abusing children, right?
But this is the thing,
Let's
there are channels out. There are channels out there that deal with that kind of. I mean, this channel, I try and deal with as much as I can. I've got limited resources. I work, as you know, I do everything on my own. Okay, so I have limited resources to cover as many things as I want to, and because of the name of the channel, I try to cover the police more than anything else. But when there are other stories that need to be spoken about, I will speak about them. And I have spoken a couple of times about priests and things like that who have done fucking sick things. But there are channels out there that will cover that more than me, who have got the time to deal and delve into that kind of thing. You know, and same with government, I leave those channels to deal with that far better than I possibly could. You know, I don't, my editing is, okay, I do what I can. I'm using an editing program from 10 years ago, you know, and my production value is crap. People watch me, not for the production value, they watch me for the information that I'm giving out. And
no, you do good.
Genuinely, if I could cover more things, if I had 2 or 3 people working with me who also done stories on different things, I'd put out a video every half an hour, every day, 18 videos a day, from 12 till 8, 18 videos a day, covering as much as possible. But as it is, I can only cover for myself a certain amount of stuff. And I know you're not having a go at me, Fluke. I get that, and I'm not having a moan at you, by the way. But there are lots of things that I would like to cover, but I cannot, because I just genuinely don't have the time, and I wish I did. Audit or fraud it. Listen, you're going on in the fucking back there, right? Talking about, fuck's sake, I give up. Listen, you've been invited on a couple of times tonight. Okay, you've at one point you just slagged off Fluke and then fucked off, and now you're moaning in the back. Right? The second time I brought you on, you said nothing. So if I'm going to bring you on, are you going to fucking talk properly, or are you going to be a dick and fucking shit yourself and run away? Answer that question. I'll let you on. Right, okay, we get you're not biker ready. My question is, are you going to be a dick and come on and say nothing, or are you going to come on and actually have a fucking open debate without running away again? Because that's what this is about. This is about debating. This is about talking about things. If you don't want to, if all you want to do is come on and slag somebody off and then run away like a little bitch, then that's down to you. But I'd rather you be honest and tell me you're a little bitch, and then I won't let you on. Just say in the back.
Just say to Mickey. Sorry.
Just say in the back, right? You'll come on next Sunday. No, you won't come on next Sunday because it's fucking members' streams. Go fuck yourself. Either come on tonight or you wait fortnight. End of. Simple as that. Either come on tonight. You're saying you've got work tomorrow, but yet you're sitting in the back waiting to come on. Fuck off, mate. Do you know what? Go fuck yourself. See you later.
Dan, I'll be back in a bit, all right?
What a fucking knobhead. Sorry about that, people watching. I know you can't see what's going on in the private chat. But
I've seen, Dan, I have seen it, mate.
Hang on. If somebody's going to give it, I've got work, rah, 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 but yet they're sitting in the back waiting to come on.
Same.
And they use an excuse and they can go and f themselves, as far as I'm concerned. So anyway, I've just kicked up. So fuck
Yeah,
it.
I'll be back in a bit, Dan. I've quickly got to go and do something on my phone.
All right, take your time.
Mate, I'll tell you what, I fucking guarantee you, auditor for auditor is Biker Eddie.
Right. May well be. As I say, I can't
Is
say.
anyone in the backstage now, Dan?
No. I don't know Biker Eddie's voice, so I can't say. I have to, you know.
I know Biker Eddie's voice. I've been listening to that fucking sorry motherfucker for 3 fucking years. I know his fucking voice. Do you know what I mean?
Right.
And when he came on tonight, I went straight away. I was like, "That's Biker Eddie," without even with 1 second of fucking listening to his voice. I knew.
Well, that's why I'm giving. That's why I'm allowing you to say that, rather than saying to you, "Hang on, you don't know," or "It's not," is because I don't know. So I have to, I'll take your word for that. Okay, you say you've dealt with him for ages, so I will take your word that is Biker Eddie, and it may well be. But me personally, I can't say that for a fact because personally, I've never heard his voice, so I don't know. So I can only go on what I'm being told at the moment.
Yeah,
Right,
and I'm not trying to influence your way of thinking or anything.
I get you. I just want to make it. I just
Can
try
you
to
see
make
the back chat, Luke?
So.
Luke, can you see the back chat? I hate saying back chat. It's like I'm back chatting. I
need to go for another. I need to go for another wee, Roger.
Roger.
I'll give you the cane in case anyone misbehaves.
I never misbehave, Roger. Never do I.
He's away for another round.
I'm always well behaved, me. I don't even know what you're talking about. Just always well behaved. But no, do you know what? I just read a comment there from Le Wild's Mickey Mouse about something about some licking some boots or something. I didn't want to lick anyone's boots, but I don't know. Let me find it again. Ain't got time. Go and polish the green shoes whilst the 13-year-old's getting. That's a bit like grim. But anyway, I won't take offence to it because offence can only be taken, it can't be given.
Yeah.
I do not like the cane, RJ, you filthy. Unless it's popping up my. What are they called? I was going to say marigold, but they're not what they called. Sunflowers, that's it. But anyway, but I just think it's like. And you know what pisses me off more than anything, like people were saying about how there's like so many out there that no one speaks about because of their colour, basically, or the religion. It's always based on one. And when I myself have been through it from a very, very young age, I can't even remember the age it started. Pablo took my phone, and that's it. But I'm like, to be part of that and to be brought up with that, and then for people to try and talk on my behalf as adult men and say, oh yeah, but we should do this, we should do that, we should all fucking deport him and this, that, and I'm like, actually, you know what, unless you've lived that life, don't, because I can guarantee you there's more white people out there in the churches, in the police, everything that have been through that.
If you carry on, I think you'll find you'll be booted.
Who's getting booted for what?
No, it's all right. It's just things been going on and said in the chat here. Lost Souls is on.
Okay. Lost Souls. Okay. Yeah, and you've all been warned by Roger. But yeah, so I do agree with you, Luke. No, I said everyone's been told by Roger, and that means business. But, I do agree.
Is Pat still in the chat, or
I think he's gone away.
I think he's still ranking.
Are you looking after the chat? Sorry.
Yes, mate. Yeah.
No one really is, but yeah.
So I just wanted to say, look, I really appreciate you having me on, and I know I can be a bit controversial and a bit sort of out there and whatever else you want to call it, you know.
No,
But
I think you're cool.
No,
at
fair
the
enough,
end of
mate.
the day, oh, there he is, Pap. Thanks for having me
Sorry.
on, mate. I appreciate it.
And you do.
I'm gonna bob off.
subject.
I'm gonna bob off. I'm gonna bob off tonight
Right,
because
just Fluke. Everybody's got a right to say what they want to say on this channel, okay? Providing it's not personally attacking or it's not harassing. So if somebody wants to come on and have a discussion about anything, you're always welcome to come on. You know, you do bring some interesting points to the table, and I appreciate you for doing that. I'm sure the others do as well, because you know, even Angela said to you something you've said tonight, so I know Angela appreciates the fact that
Definitely.
share your opinion.
100%. Especially because me and Fluke have had like.
I'd just like to say that Pap's a fat fucking bastard. How's that?
I will say, you've not seen me, I'm fatter. There you go.
And what I'll say, Fluke, is you haven't seen me naked yet.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. Yeah.
Can you think of a more horrific scene? Oh no, I don't even want to think.
Yeah, I can. I can think of myself naked. I'd be like, harpoon. Sorry, I'll shut up.
No, but anyway, all I was going to say was like, I'm going to close out my little segment, and you know, you guys carry on. I'm sure you'll have a great live stream, so don't worry about it. And thanks for having me on. I really do appreciate it, but I've got to go, mate, because I'm absolutely fucking knackered.
As I say,
Look after yourself.
Appreciate you coming on with your points of view. Thank you very much. We might not always agree on certain things, but at the end of the day, everybody's got the right to have their say, and I want this channel to allow people to have their say. Do you know what I mean? So
it's nice to have someone that has my point of view for a change, you know.
Yeah. Okay. Well anyway, take care, everybody. Look after yourselves. You know,
and
yeah,
take care. Be safe, mate.
Keep it real, and you know, just keep going. You know, because
you take care.
We ain't gonna solve this shit until we fucking get rid of it. It's as simple as that.
You're right. You're
definitely
absolutely right. Take it easy, Flo.
You look after yourself.
All right, take care, guys.
Take care,
look
mate.
after yourselves.
Take care, bub.
Bye-bye. Bye.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Bye.
Sarah, how are you able to comment on here and listen to what I'm talking about, as well as be over on Glyn's channel?
Is Glyn still live?
You're in two places at once. I've just looked at
that was like you earlier, wasn't it, Dan?
And I just looked at Glyn's channel and I saw a comment from Sarah about 30 seconds ago. And now she's on here saying, "Oh my God, I'm naked." So your ears work independently.
But Dan, hang on. How did you know she was over there and over here?
Because I've looked over there. I've just
so then she did the same as you.
No, but I can't hear what they're saying. I can't put the sound on, so I can't hear what they're saying.
I see. That's a good point.
If I put the sound on, you will all hear that sound as well, and it will be very, very confusing. So
yeah, I had my sound on the TV and the sound on my phone. Like early on when I went, Sonic, no, it was like a reaction, but a delayed reaction because it came from TV. Like
I meant Sarah Kay, Sarah Rickard. I meant Sarah Kay. No, I was going to say something then. I fucking completely forgot. Yeah, I mean, listen. I mean, tonight's been brilliant. I'll go for a bit longer because I'm not feeling tired just yet.
Sorry.
Although I have run out of Coca-Cola and I've still got that much brandy left, and I'm really pissed off.
No. Damn it! Shots.
So yeah, so that's really upset me a little bit. And there's no way I'm paying £10 for a fucking bottle of Coke from Uber Eats, so they can go fuck themselves as well.
£10. I know, fucking extortionate, isn't it?
No,
getting a Macca's.
They charge you more than it's worth, plus they charge you a delivery fee, plus they charge you a fucking small shop
service fee. Yeah.
Yeah,
so
and a bag.
And a
you
bag
purchase
fee as
less,
well.
if you
Yeah.
purchase less than a
Rude.
certain amount,
Aren't
if you
they?
purchase less than a certain amount, they'll charge you extra for having a small shop. Cheeky fuckers.
This.
So
Have you got the premium thing with it though?
ever fuck.
Oh, you
Well,
mean
then you would save money, but I need to go for a wee.
They make fuck them. They make enough money out of me without
it's
that
not
fucking
worth
premium.
it. It's not. It
Having that
honestly isn't
premium
worth it.
thing, having that premium thing, just forces you to use them more, and I don't want to use them. It's a bad habit using them.
But you do use them, Dan. You do use them, and therefore you would save. You get free delivery. Why would you not use them?
Well, I would, but then it would be easier for me to use them. Nowadays, I go
But
through.
how do you?
Because sometimes I go, I'm not paying that much, and I'll fuck it off, and I'll just go without.
But how do you get your Macca's and stuff?
Well, sometimes, as I say, sometimes I'll go through it, and I'll go, well, I'm not paying that much, and I'll fuck it off. I use Uber Eats. I use Uber Eats. What's the other fucker?
Just Eat Deliveroo.
Just Eat and Mackie's own. So I've got 4 apps that make it really easy for me to be a
But
fat
did you know? But McDonald's use Deliveroo or Just Eat, depending on who's in your area. But you can get discount codes for both.
The charge is
exactly. But if you get the premium thing on Uber Eats, you get free delivery. Of course, you get free delivery for the month for like £6.
Yes, you do. You get free delivery, but then it forces you to use it. You think I've paid
Without
£6, so I
sounding
might as well
too
fucking use it.
stingy, you do realise that the Uber One, I think it's as it's called. You do
Yeah,
realise
it
the
is.
free delivery
Shut up,
part of
Pablo.
it. That actually hurts the delivery drivers more than anything because they don't get because the way they get paid is from the delivery amount, like so whatever it costs. Say from McDonald's, say from McDonald's to your house, say it's £2.25, which is what it is for me, right? They would get £2.25 when they complete the delivery. When they complete the when they complete the delivery. If you have Uber One,
to me, Jack.
If you have Uber One, they don't get a single penny unless you tip them. So it actually hurts the delivery drivers. So it's not really beneficial.
Listen, Jack, it's a dog eat dog world out there, mate. I'm sorry, but or cat eat cat, whatever. But do you know what? Yeah, but do you know what? You've got to do what you have to do to survive, and if it means getting Uber One or whatever you call, you have to get it.
It's not worth it. That's what I'm trying to say. It's not worth it.
No, it might not be worth it for the people that are delivering, but that's up to them.
Not even that. You are worse off.
They should go work for Just Eat
than without having it. Yeah, but Just Eat's even worse because the thing is, they actually want you.
They don't do Just Eat One.
But they want you to pay within a certain limit. Otherwise, they charge you more. Whereas,
exactly.
Guys, I need to interrupt. I need to interrupt something very serious. Right.
I'm going for a wee.
Mickey Mouse, I've never had an issue with you, Mickey Mouse. Okay, never had an issue. Richard Upton can be a pain in the arse sometimes, but I've never had an issue with either of you. Not enough to say fuck off from the channel, and I'd rather not have to do that. One of you, Mickey Mouse, I think you've been timed out this evening. I'm not sure if Richard Upton's been timed out or not.
They both been timed out.
The reason that's happened is because it is a constant bickering between you both. I don't want to fall out with anybody, nor do the moderators. But the moderators have got a job to do in the comments, and that is to stop people from targeting each other. Okay, and if you two are going to keep targeting each other, and again, I'm not blaming anybody here, but if a comment goes up, you're a twat, Mickey Mouse. No, you're a twat. Richard, no, you're a twat, Mickey. No, you're a twat, Richard. No, you're a twat, and that goes on. The moderators are going to step in, and they're going to have to tell. And they have told you both multiple times tonight. Again, I don't want to fall out with either of you. Okay, I appreciate the input that you give to the channel, Richard. Sometimes, and we know we've had this discussion. You're a bit of a dick sometimes. No offense, but sometimes you make it funny in the chat, but you do go over the top, and we've had this discussion already. I want everybody to be able to come here and not feel like they're being picked on or targeted. Please, can we knock it on the head? If we don't like somebody or what they're saying, please just ignore them. Okay, for the sake of everything, not for me. I don't give two fucks, right? You can argue all you like in the comments, right? I don't care. But I'm thinking about everybody else. Nobody wants to see people bickering in the comments, you know?
No.
I want you to come here and feel part of the community without feeling like somebody's picking on you. If, for example, and I'll use this example, if Mickey, if you didn't say anything to Richard and he carried on attacking you, the mods would boot him. Okay, but because you're biting and retaliating to what he's saying, or vice versa, then the mods are going to then look at both of you as causing issues, and then the wrong person or both of you are going to get booted out of the chat for a timeout. All right, I don't want that to happen to anybody. I genuinely don't. But there has to come a point where a moderator steps in and says, right, fuck it, enough's enough. All I keep seeing is these two people fucking arguing. You know, I hope you can understand that. I hope you realise that it's not a personal thing. Even the mods will tell you it's not a personal thing. Okay, I've asked them to do certain, you know, to act in a certain way with regards to comments, and I'm very open-minded when it comes to comments. I've got very broad shoulders, and the moderators know that. I have people tell me that I will put up far more than lots and lots and lots of other channels, and I want that to remain the case. But we have to try and get on, and if we can't get on, we need to just block the person that we can't get on with and ignore them and just move on. Please, guys, come on. I'm asking you, you know,
if it's not fun, stop.
You've been part of the community for so long. I don't want to lose you. I don't want to fall out with you. You know, I just want people to be able to enjoy the community and the banter and everything else without bringing anything personal into it. And the fact that people start attacking each other becomes it seems to be like a personal attack, and that fucking affects me, you know. And I hope I haven't done anything to you to upset you, but what's going on is affecting me channel, and I'm asking you nicely to please not do that anymore.
Do you mind if I carry on with the conversation me and Angela are having, Dan?
What would you
go for it?
What would you say if I said yes, I do mind?
I don't know.
Carry on. Carry on, innit? We'll just be like chatting away, innit? I'm making. Sorry.
Yeah, go on, Jack. Go ahead, mate.
Thank you. I've been quiet for quite a bit of the night because I've just been listening in, just hearing what people have to say, and I thought when it's my time.
Me too.
It's my time. So, and Fluke's actually not been rambling on all day, which is interesting. But he makes a lot. He's made a lot of good points. Tonight.
I agree.
I'm not even going to mention auditor fraud. Well, I just mentioned him. Fuck. I'm not even going to mention him because I don't want to fuel any fire. But yeah,
shut some petrol on it, mate. You all right?
The Uber One thing, Angela. I agree with what you're saying about it, about how it can help save you a bit of money, right?
Yeah.
You get free delivery. I'm not sure what the other benefits are off the top of my head. Is that it? I'm not sure. I'm not even sure if there's anything else that you get with it. Oh yes. When you tip people, do you know how there's a predetermined amount? When you tip people,
you can customize it. I think.
Well, no, you can customize it anyway. But the buttons that are predetermined. So when you before you order, there's like 3 buttons, and then there's a customize option. They're lower. The prices are lower than if you didn't have Uber One. So you actually.
I never tip anybody.
Which is weird.
Until after it's delivered.
Obviously, you could either tip people, but you could pre-tip before, or you can tip after, which is really weird with Uber.
I'd never do it. Yeah, do you know what? Until my food or whatever's delivered beforehand, I ain't tipping nobody.
Yeah. That's a good thing. I agree that's a good thing rather than a weird
Sonic.
Thing.
Where's Sonic gone?
It's down to the when you get something delivered, right? It's down to the delivery driver to make sure you've got everything that you need, right? The people in the restaurant or kids or whatever, they bag it up. The person who's delivering it needs to make sure that everything's in there. The amount of times I've ordered fucking nuggets and not received my sauces pisses me, it vexes me.
Oh
like,
yeah,
really.
oh yeah, it annoys me as well. When I've had it one time where I bought a box of 20 chicken nuggets, got the sauce, got the barbecue sauce, but not got the chicken
No.
nuggets.
That is infuriating, isn't
And
it?
the worst
Oh,
part
Jay, what
about
most
it is,
funniest thing? Go on.
I ordered the other day, right? No, I ordered.
Because you don't use it much, yeah.
I do use it quite frequently. It's not every day I use it. I've got to be honest, but it is quite frequently though, and I'm not proud of it because I do need to calm down with it because it's not affecting me or anything, but it's more of an addiction if you want to call it, and I need to kind of slow down because I want to save for things, and it's easier said than done. I'm trying, but you know, I'm trying to figure out ways to be able to calm myself down. I can have it, but just maybe every now and again rather than
have a wank. That'll calm me down.
I beg your pardon. I suppose it always makes men sleep afterwards, doesn't it? It's not my Sorry.
I went to so I just bought something for myself just because milkshakes are more expensive now than a large cup of
fizzy drink
of Coca-Cola.
Is it?
Yeah, a milkshake, chocolate, vanilla, banana, strawberry, large, is more expensive than a large Coca-Cola or any of the large fizzy drinks. It's cheaper to buy one of them than it is to buy a milkshake. Which is the weirdest thing because milkshakes were less expensive at the time. The last, I think, about 3 months ago, they were less expensive. They weren't as expensive than the fizzy drinks. How weird is that? A fizzy drink costs less.
Yeah, but their fucking milkshake machine, like their ice cream machine's always fucking broken.
Oh yeah.
No,
yeah.
but did you see the link on my Facebook, Dan?
No.
You need to go back and find it because you know what? If you click on it, it will tell you where there's problems with where there's an outage at McDonald's with the ice cream and milkshake machines. I'm not even joking. Straight up, I promise you, around the country.
To be honest, I don't have the ice creams and I don't drink the
I don't. Well, I had one tonight, but I don't normally.
But
no,
yeah,
but
when I ordered, it was about 8 days ago. I think it was about 7 or 8 days ago. When I ordered, I got everything apart from my large Coca-Cola. It wasn't zero, just Coca-Cola. And
no, the fattest,
usually the option of being able to like say that you didn't receive it, because the weird thing with Uber, if you say that you didn't receive the full thing, compared to saying you didn't receive it at all, they don't actually give you a refund if you say you're missing part of it. They actually just apologize and say, "Oh, we're sorry for the inconvenience." That's it.
No, you should ring them up. No,
Right?
I've got refunds
The thing
before.
is, apparently, from what I've been told from a couple of people, you can actually ring up the restaurant. In this case, if it's McDonald's. If it's so, I'm just looking at the chat. If it's McDonald's, if you ring up McDonald's and you give them the order number and that, they say,
I'll just mute while I relay that to her.
RJ, hang on, RJ. RJ has to go past McDonald's. Can you still hear this?
I can hear you.
No, sorry, I mean RJ. Sorry.
Well, if we can hear you, RJ should be able to hear you.
Yeah.
Okay, well, he has to go past McDonald's.
McDonald's, for some reason, they said that they couldn't do anything about it because I ordered for Uber Eats. I couldn't do anything about it. It's down to Uber Eats. But then when I tried to contact Uber Eats, as you do, there's like the options, the predetermined options you get when you click help, and then you click past order whenever it's arrived, and you say you didn't receive it. Well, it said, unfortunately, we can't give you're not eligible for a refund. I'm like, hold on a minute.
What?
I'm like, I can't even get a refund on the things I didn't get. What if I got a completely different order? The thing is, if I get a completely different order, there's been times, especially some of the some stuff that's been put on Reddits and whatnot regarding Uber Eats orders. Someone actually got a completely different order, then said that they got a completely different order, and all they got was an apology. They didn't get a refund or anything. And
that's unacceptable behaviour. I'd
Yeah.
be furious. I'd be tweeting. I'm not even joking. If anyone went to my tweets, they would see about 3-4 weeks ago. I was furious. I was tweeting, saying, "Listen here, yeah, I'm not even joking, man. They dropped the food off to somebody else's house. How can they even get that wrong? Do you know what I mean? Like,
I just want
but it
to.
took them a few days.
Just want to point
Go on,
out something
sorry.
that Connor said. Get a refund every time. Then again, I hardly do it. People who refund often just get put
Get
in the
off my
bracket
phone.
abusing the system.
Sorry.
You know what?
Pack it up, Pablo.
Hang on. First of all, Pablo, behave your fucking self.
Sorry, he took what? He just closed one of my tabs. Sorry.
Right. Secondly, Eka Mouse or Dave Datura, who's sitting in the back there. Do us a favour.
Oh, is it Dave Chora? No. Okay,
Hang on,
sorry.
no. Touch your nose.
Okay, no way.
Right, thank you. Now go fuck yourself because you're clearly crinkle.
Anyway.
If you booted him, yeah.
Blatantly crinkle with a fucking filter, yeah. Blatantly.
Right, well, I'm just going to put something back for you.
Well, I got the perfect solution to getting the right order when you get a takeaway. She always goes through it when she picks it up.
Yeah. That's what I'm like if I go through it and I pick it up. I'm like, we've got everything. I'm not leaving till we've got everything. Check it. And Ali's like, Mum, no. No, Mum, no. I'm like, listen, we ain't leaving until I make sure everything's in the bag. She's like, Mum, can we not just drive? I was like, no, I'm not letting you move this car until we've got everything. She's like, for God's sake. If they miss an ice cube.
Shall I set up a GoFundMe for Crinkle to get that ironing done?
I wonder what you're going to say there. I know, I'll do it. Pay me, I'll do it.
Hold on, what was it?
What, you want to go and be so you want to go and be in the presence of that fucking scumbag?
Oh no, that wasn't the plan. I thought you get ironing delivered. Sorry.
Well, no, I'm not delivering it. That's fucking extra.
Fucking hell. Sorry. It's GoFundMe, Jesus. God.
Right.
You wouldn't want to go near any of it. You don't know what's been living in it.
That's very
Is
true.
Anyone else in the back? Yeah, Dan.
I don't know.
No.
Okay.
Just speaking about McDonald's briefly, I don't think I mentioned it in the past, well, especially in the past live streams, but something that I remember seeing a while back that apparently the fast food chains aren't doing, like McDonald's, for example. Well, that's what they are in their fast food chain, isn't there? Right. So as you know, there are vegan style foods instead of meat style. So the like vegan burgers, stuff like that, right? And they'll obviously put, if you want it, they'll obviously put vegan cheese rather than normal cheese on there.
How can you have vegan cheese?
Now, many people have tried to order any burger, any normal burger, whether it be Big Mac or whatever, right? And they they wanted a vegan burger, or something on that, but with a normal slice, just a regular slice of cheese, right? They've tried to have it put on the burger. They won't do it. Apparently, it's a what was it? Is it health and safety? No, it's something to do with nutritional guidelines or something. It's something to do with the fact that it's not allowed that vegan products are supposed to be put on meat products. So then people try to order just a regular slice of cheese on its own.
Yeah.
Like in a box, right? And a burger with no cheese, and a vegan burger with no cheese on it, right? And they say, no, we're not giving it you. And they say,
oh
why?
No, they do it
because no, I've seen videos that people they will not do it, and the reason why is because they say, oh, because we know you'll just put that cheese on the vegan burger. And I'm like, and it's a good point because
Huh?
how is it their choice and their decision to choose what we can and can't put on our food, right? That's not me dictating to you what you can and can't put on your chips or fish fingers. You know, if you want to put salt on your
No, but
fish
it's a
fingers,
gate.
it's
No,
down
but
to
because I imagine, no, wait, what it is though is because, like, you can imagine, Pablo, do you need help, mate, getting down or what? You stood there
vegan
like you're
wouldn't
going to
eat
die.
cheese. Well, if that's the
Yeah,
case,
because they wouldn't, would they?
clearly you've never eaten a vegan burger. Though I haven't, but clearly you haven't eaten a vegan
They
burger
aren't they
because
called a
there
bean
are.
burger?
I
That's so
don't know.
wrong, doesn't it?
I don't know.
But
Now, I'm
I
just
think it's
responding
because,
to
you know,
someone
like,
in
you
the
can
chat.
imagine them though.
Vegans
Well, you can imagine them
wouldn't
driving
eat
away, can't you?
cheese. Wipe your chin. Okay.
Yeah, come on. Yeah, but do you know, like, you can imagine they driving away, can't you? And then, like,
Clearly,
going,
you don't know the
what
definition
they
of vegan.
put.
No, I was
Who's
just
saying
responding
that?
to the same. Yeah, it's just some drift wannabe. It sounds like a wannabe.
Isn't it? No.
Oh, that's it. That's
No, I
it.
think
Thank you,
the
Connor.
fact
It's the
is that,
McPlant. That's right. So people
yeah,
want
that's it. I knew it
regular
was
cheese
something.
put on the
Plant, bean,
McPlant. Yeah,
same
that's
thing.
right. Yeah. And the McDonald's workers have been refusing people asking, even just asking for normal cheese with a McPlant with no cheese on it, and having just a normal regular size of cheese in a box. Like they'll get like a burger box and just put a
Yeah.
piece of cheese in there. They won't do it. Right? They've said that they won't do it because your intention is just to put that cheese in the McPlant. But that's our choice. Like if they want to do that, I mean, yes, that's a lot of work because why not just have vegan cheese if you're vegan, if you like eating that kind of stuff. But it's not down to the workers, it's not down to the restaurant to choose what you can and can't eat. You're
Well, you've got
paying
to
for
think that if they
something.
drove away though, wait, you've got to think if they drove
What's
away
your
and then next
source?
minute they take a picture. No, but if
What's
they
my
took a picture
source?
though, you've
My
got to
source
think.
is my brains and research.
No, but wait, you've got to think though, Jack, though, if they took a picture as they left,
Yeah.
then they could be like, oh my God, look what they just give us. It's real cheese and not vegan. And then it could be like all over social media, compensation and that.
I
You know
get
what I
it.
mean?
I get
And
it. It could
so
have
I think that's maybe
negative
why.
effect. It could have a
Yeah, I
negative
think that'd be
effect.
why. But have you ever, and if that's negative, no, but,
I know
sorry
what you're on
about
about, Angela. Have you ever
but I've ordered before, like, a cheeseburger with no burger and bun.
I mean,
Just the
okay then.
cheese and pickles. It's quite funny.
Just want to point something out in the comments again. So, just in response to Connor, not Connor. No, Lisa Stokes, when you said food looks like the poster or picture. No food looks like the picture or poster because it's only an idea of the contents. You are very right. They will never make the food that immaculate and that perfect.
That's because they spend 45 minutes building the fucking thing
exactly
specifically for the camera. It's not
Exactly.
even cooked half the time, or it's not
Yeah.
even hot half the time. It's not a fresh thing that they're showing. Fuck off, Crinkle, you silly little cunt.
Do you know what? Do you know every time that Crinkle's name is mentioned or he appears, we should each get £5.
No, always have to pay £5. Do you want them to? Do every time we say his name?
We would be mega rich. We would be mega rich.
I mean, it says it. Auditors are dickheads, and you won't let anyone say it.
Touch top of your head with your right hand.
Auditors are dickheads, and I'm saying it.
That's your left hand, you prick.
I want to audit an auditor, but with them massive, like, big BBC cameras that you used to get on wheels, outside a police station, like, proper taking the piss. Like,
Crinkle, you know exactly what you said last night, right? And I'm not going to get into
it.
Make fucking allegations about me like that in front of.
Yeah, it was out of order, Crinkle. You know what? And Crinkle, yeah, I've had fucking conversations with you, mate, and we used to get on a little bit. But nah, after last night, mate, you fucking went way too far, and it was disgusting and violent, unacceptable, and it was just like literally.
Listen, your ass fell out when that geezer, whatever his name was, turned around and said to you, he lives down the road from you, he'll fucking meet up for a straightener. Your ass fell out, and all you did whilst he was talking
not that.
was target me, telling me that you want to fight me because I've had a stroke. I mean, yeah, big man, you are, aren't you? You absolute piece of fucking shit. And then you go and
What
make
just that though, was it?
The only benefit
Hang
for
on,
us
hang
was
on,
We're not talking about this, are we? We're not talking about this, Dan.
No. Then you
We're
go
not
and make
talking about this, Dan.
No, I know. I'm not mentioning what it is. You go and make an allegation like you made, okay, in front of several hundred people. I've told you, you can go fuck yourself. You're an absolute pussyhole. You've got my address. I've said my address many times on my channel. I've invited you round. I've told you my address to your fucking face. Where are you? You've never knocked on my
Dan,
fucking door, you little
Dan.
mug. Shut up a minute. Shush, wait. You've never knocked on my door. Okay? The same as every other cunt that I've turned around and said, here's my address, come and see me. None of you cunts have knocked on my fucking door. Why is that? Because you're a bunch of fucking pussyholes who hide behind a computer screen. I'm more than happy to fucking have a straightener. I'm more than happy to meet up with you. Okay, I will be in London soon to pick up my shit from the Metropolitan Police. I'll come give you a fucking knock. So, problem is, the address you've given me isn't your address. And I know that because guess what? I have a private investigator that fucking works for me. So I know that's not your address. So you're talking shit.
Get me, fam.
So
You and all your ends are going to go and do all this. You threatened to slash people up last night, you fucking prick.
At least be fucking man enough, okay, to give you a fucking address. I have. I've given my address. My address is fucking findable online. Piece of piss. Piece of piss.
Can I just say?
My door.
Okay, I can't. I get it. It says you can't handle the debates. Differences with a debate, though. Yeah, anyone can have a debate, but when you go into starting to target people personally, and then you go into threatening people like with knives and shit, Crinkle, that's next level shit. Just saying, mate. And as soon as that happened, yeah, that's like next level shit, yeah. And you know what? That just brings you. You know what? If you cannot turn up to a fight on your own, yeah, with another man on his own, and just use your mouth or your fist. Do you know what I mean? That just shows you're a pussy. Simple as that. If you have to use fucking weapons, mate, you're a dickhead.
I'll just explain to the chat here who's wondering what's going on, and I forgot about that.
Sorry. I'm going to jump off, though. Is it okay if I jump off a minute? Because I need to order a taxi.
Of course it is.
I love you loads, and I'll speak to you soon.
Bye-bye. Bye-bye.
Take care, everyone. Love you loads. Bye.
Crinkle threatened to open me up last night with a blade. He said he would open me up. So I said to him last night, I said, here you go, take your pick. Stand knife or fucking box cutter. Take your pick. Come on, I'll fucking give that. I'll give you both of these, you little muck. I'll give you both of these. And before you get to choose one, I'll put your fucking nose through the back of your skull, you little cunt.
I thought you weren't going to rise to this tonight.
I'm not rising to the other to what was said. This is slightly different, but you're right. You're right. How can you do that if you're a cripple? You'll find out because I'll cripple you, you little cunt. Anyway, moving on.
Okay, so what was we talking about before Cretin over here?
I don't know.
Oh,
why don't you speak to him?
No, I don't want to speak to him. He's not worth it.
Here he is.
Oh no.
So let me on for a debate. Why are you so afraid of me,
What,
Dan?
trust me, I'm not afraid of you, you little mug. I'm not afraid of you at
You
all.
are, man. It seems to me you are, because you always want to silence me. You can't deal with people like me. You don't know how to deal with it.
Oh, you're mad,
Silence you, Crinkle. Did you not see yourself on Base Welshman's channel the other fucking day, mate? If I was you, I'd go and take a look back at that, because listen, mate. I would be embarrassed if I was you, Crinkle. I would be embarrassed of myself if I was you, Crinkle. You take things to another fucking level, mate.
What do you mean another level? I don't even know what I did. Like, it's just
What you did? Welshman's live,
You're a mug.
you idiot.
Well, it's all news to me.
Oh,
I'll
okay.
tell you
Yeah.
what. Right, Crinkle, let me just tell you one thing.
I had a
okay?
mini stroke,
is-
so I can't remember it all.
Oh,
you
yeah.
cheeky- You fucking little cunt. Fuck you.
What did
What a pussy hole, man.
He said he had a mini stroke.
He's
Aye.
fucking
They're
mocking
a pair of
me. He's
tweezers.
mocking me for my strokes. He's mocking me for having a stroke.
Yeah.
Crinkle,
Cunt.
mate. Do you know what? Listen, Crinkle, listen, Crinkle. Dan. Look, Dan had 4 strokes, all right, and obviously, he's got through that. But listen, mate, you will always
Nathan,
be
he
a
doesn't
dickhead.
care. That's
You'll
the thing.
always
He
be a
doesn't care.
dickhead, mate.
he doesn't. He doesn't. He's gone now. He's gone.
He's a
Look, he's just
fucking
popped back up.
swat,
In the,
man.
he's just popped back up in the. Fuck off,
Why
Crinkle.
did you even let him on here?
I think it's because
Right,
Dan's
because-
a little drunk.
No, because I want to give other people to tell him he's a cunt as well.
Right, okay.
He's got.
Well,
He's got. Look,
Crinkle,
people
you're a
told him
cunt.
he's now gone.
There you go.
He's now gone. He's now
Yeah,
gone.
no worries. Crinkle, you're a
There's
cunt.
there's no point of even having him on because listen, look, we all saw him on Base Welshman's freaking channel. I don't know if everybody obviously saw him, but me and Dan were on there.
I wasn't there last night.
Yeah, me and Dan. Listen, I was on there, and listen, he went absolutely. You know, I was thinking, is this guy on crack or something? Is he on something? What's he on? Because he was acting. You know, the man's on something. He's on some sort of drugs or some shit. Because listen, I will have.
He's a crackhead. Of course, he's on drugs. He's a fucking crackhead.
I know he's a crackhead.
Mm-hmm.
Fucking hell, mate. He's oh.
Right, Lost Souls. My bad. Roger, my bad. My bad.
Very bad.
So,
Lost Souls.
I will just say one more. I will just say one more thing. Crinkle's changed his name to OK. I apologise. Well, Crinkle, I don't. I don't apologise, and if I ever see you, I will slap you so hard you fucking glass eye down that field, rolls down the fucking road, and I will skull fuck you. Bye-bye.
Crinkle, if I ever see you, mate, I'll make sure you're fucking running for your life.
Right. Anyway, right.
If I ever meet the mug, my face will be the last thing you ever fucking sees.
My bad. A bit, and I'm sorry.
What did Lost Soul say? Did she bite you off for letting him on her?
No, Lost Soul said she's off because we're talking about him, and
and you brought him on.
Hold on, where is it?
Oh, get fucked, will you, little mug?
Oh my God.
No, John, I'm not bringing it back on now. Right, I've bit, and I shouldn't have bit, but I did, and I'm not gonna now.
I think. Oh, where is it? I had it. Hack.
Look at that. What a comment.
Smacking hard. Oh, great one.
Oh my God. Yeah. No. Smack him so hard that his head will fucking fall off.
Joseph Benoit, I'm all for freedom of speech, but when somebody starts making false accusations about people, that's defamation. That's not freedom of speech. Okay,
Right.
that goes into the realm of breaking the law. So he can go and suck his mum's penis.
It would take not even £300 million and 1 million alpacas you could obtain to actually put him back on at the live stream.
Right. Anyway, as I've said, my bad. I bit again. I shouldn't have bit. I'm sorry.
No, fair play,
Dan, do you know what? If it's not you bringing him on here, you're gonna end up seeing him on another stream. Then you're and then it'll end up being the same thing. So it's all right, mate. It's like with me as well when I was on there. You know, he was saying some things. So I was like, you know, I'm not gonna bother to give it the energy. But I'm like, fucking hell, man, he's just taking a piss. So yeah.
On the side chat, Connor, what he just said, he's got a fucking point, man. He's basically said if he threatens you with violence, he shouldn't be given airtime. Plus, you know how easily he can switch his picture to you know what.
Someone's called in StreamYard. Someone's called. So now, who is doing the threats? ? You're muted. You're muted, Dan.
So, sorry, Jack. Drifter wannabe 10. Yep, he admitted that he smoked crack before to me, mate.
That's just another dick, Jack. Don't worry about it. It'll get dealt with. It'll get dealt with.
He probably doesn't have a dick.
Again, I don't mind if people want to come here and say to me, "You're wrong because of X, Y, Z." I'll listen to that. Somebody wants to come on and go, "You're a fat cunt, fucking grifter, fucking benefit fraud, scrounger, and all this shit." I'm not fucking having it. Do you know what I mean? Somebody wants
The
to come
worst
on and
part
say,
about Cream Careers is he hasn't just done this before. He's also porn bombed, gore bombed,
Yeah.
a while back, which is why he's not allowed. Which is why he wasn't allowed on the channel.
Look, Jack and Blaze. Look, obviously we don't want to keep talking about him, but I just want to go and say one more last thing about him. All right, he, you know, if he doesn't get his own way, and we've all found that out by now, all right, then he will just keep coming back. He doesn't get the message. He wants to stay relevant, and the only way to not show him relevance is to not buy it. Now, obviously, Dan needs going back there. You know, that's up to him. But I learned, you know, I've learned that there's no point of buying. Like earlier on, I'm gonna be honest with you, I'd probably would have gone off at him, but I stayed nice and calm with him because I'm like, you know what, there's no fucking point. But anyway, let's move on from talking about it, Generic.
Yeah, no worries. I'm good. I was just researching something actually because I was talking earlier about Uber Eats and stuff when you mentioned it, Dan, which is why I got onto the whole subject.
Go on, mate, go ahead.
So I've looked at what the benefits of Uber One, a membership that you have to pay a month, right? You get unlimited delivery fees. In other words, it's zero. It's free, right? So effectively, actually, hold on, I just realised something. It's unlimited delivery fee on orders above £15. So you have to pay £15 before you get a free delivery, and if it's on grocery orders, you have to pay over £30. So the Uber One membership isn't actually really beneficial.
No,
really.
it's not, mate. The Jack, look, I had it some months back, or I used it. I had it free, and the thing is with it, it's not really beneficial. I'll tell you why. Because the thing is that you're going to spend that money, and they won't give you back that money. Or have you probably had that one takeaway delivery? You know, you're going to use it up already. Well, they maybe well do, but some people think they won't. All right, so they don't bother. But here's the thing, though. If you like, deliveries are getting
was
more.
a wanker cracks Mike.
Deliveries are getting Jack, are you listening to me?
Yes, I'm listening.
Deliveries are getting more and more expensive, and I've seen. Look, earlier on, I went to go and get a takeaway. All right, and you know, they are getting more and more expensive. They are. Like, I tell you what. This month I've spent, you know, this month and last month and the month before, I spent money on takeaway that I realised in the end I didn't actually have. But because I had quite a bit of money. But then when you actually go and actually buy your food shopping and stuff, and then you actually realise that
hold on a minute,
I need to interrupt. I need to interrupt.
Go ahead, Heather.
Roger's not very well.
Right, okay.
I need to go sort him. Put us into the back room. I'll come back when I know what's going on. If you're not here, guys, I'll be in touch with you tomorrow, Dan.
All right, no worries.
Okay,
no worries.
darling.
I hope everything's all right, hon.
All right, cool.
Take care.
I have. Shit. I hope he's all right.
Yeah, I'm
man.
thinking exactly the same thing. Shit.
Just be the way Heather has and like her reactions and the way she's breathing and stuff.
I looked at her face and I'm like,
something's not right. I noticed that with
maybe all the stress, because that can have an impact on people.
That Jack Blaze, it can, mate. I'll tell you what, some years back when I had an argument with my housemate, I ended up getting high blood pressure, so you are correct.
Yeah, it can happen. Well, hopefully
I had an argument with my housemate and ended up getting a bone.
Oh no. Hey, you've not shown him once tonight up until
I'm surprised you ain't got the dildo of balls on the end bit shown on the camera.
No, you'd like that, wouldn't you? Yeah, you'd like to see that, wouldn't you?
Yeah.
Last time I was there, I had my hand up the puppet's fucking arse, and Keithy boy, he got jealous.
But yeah, Nathan. So previously, what I mentioned about how you pay no delivery fees. Also, apparently, you get 5% off eligible Uber Eats deliveries, whatever that means. Eligible, define eligible. You know, Uber, not Uber Eats. McDonald's. You can't even. When they say eligible, it's like new orders and stuff. So very new orders, you get like a certain amount off your first order. But after that, any promo code you try, Kringle or something.
Dan, behave, mate.
You flash.
You know what? It would be so funny if Dan just decided just to bring him back on, and then all chaos when it broke loose. That would just crack me the fuck up.
He's not coming back on. He's not coming back. He keeps popping up.
No,
you
know what I mean, though, Dan. You know what I mean.
So,
you're not selling
anyway.
it. I don't want to sell Uber One because it's not worth it. As I said to Angela previously, it's not worth it.
Jack and Blaze, look, I'll tell you what. If you look at the price of takeaways, mate, I'm going to be honest with you. In at some point soon, there's not going to be no takeaways around and nothing because they're all putting their prices up.
Well, there's one nearby for me that doesn't actually. Do you know, because some takeaways don't use card machines, because every single payment you make with a card machine, there is a fee that gets taken
30p
out.
Fee, 30p.
Well, I don't know, but whatever it is, right? Whatever that gets taken away from how much. So say you spend £15, some of that will get taken away for a some sort of transactional fee that you have to pay every time you use the card machine. It's just how the card holder, what the card holder's terms and conditions are, and how much you have to pay, etc., etc. And my local takeaway, it's a pizza place. They don't have card machines because they don't want to have to spend extra money. I don't know if it's weekly, monthly, because you have to pay for the card machines, and you have to upkeep every month. You have to keep it up with the prices.
Jacob Blaze, can I ask you a quick question? Do you know what's going on in the world right now in the country? It's to do with it's all to do with that, mate. So basically, where all the prices are all going up, they have to pay more money for stuff, and then they're inflicting the price onto us. But also, they're also charging more money for things because they know people will pay. Because if people want to take away and they've got the money, they'll go and pay. They don't really give a shit. So the takeaway people are probably going to latch onto that and thought, well, we're going to go and charge more money. It's like if you actually go into Uber Eats and all that, they will sometimes charge you more money. Well, in fact, majority of the time, more money on there than actually going to a shop. I went and bought a small kebab from a takeaway place weeks ago, like last year, and it was a small kebab, and you know what the cost was just over £5.
£5 for a small kebab. Wow.
No, it's £6 something for. I think it was a small kebab or medium kebab. I can't remember, but anyway, it was very, very cheap. If you were still going to done that online, all right, on one of these on Uber Eats or Just Eat or anything like that, then it would have going to cost you significantly more because they will take the piss on there. Now, Now, in all honesty, a lot of takeaway places are actually upping up the prices on Uber and that because of the fact that people don't really go into their places.
Nathan,
they would rather this. What?
Nathan,
Roger,
are you okay, mate?
Yeah. I'm gonna call it a night. I had a bit of it wasn't a stroke, I don't think, but I had a bit of an episode there. I just felt really, really queer.
It might be best to get yourself checked out.
But careful using that language, Roger. You'll get cancelled.
No, you need to get yourself checked out, man.
And I'm sweating like a pig.
Roger, I've had a couple of those. I've contacted you. I've had a couple of those episodes myself. Okay, so I get it.
What are the episodes? Can I just
go and go. I'll talk to you afterwards, Nathan. Go and get to bed, Roger. Go get yourself some sleep. And my bad if this live stream has caused you to be stressed or anything like that.
No, it's not that at all, mate. Not that. Stuff like that doesn't stress me out.
Right, I know, but it's different. It's different when you're in a situation like you and I. So if I have, then my bad. I apologise.
No. I could feel it coming on, and I just didn't want to have it happen in the camera,
Oh, my man.
Didn't come home with his tea till late.
Okay. Well, listen. Let me know tomorrow. You're all right, please. Yeah, one of you at least.
Okay.
Yeah.
Roger, put a message in Discord, mate, to let us know. Yeah.
I'm taking him to bed now.
Roger, put a message in Discord, and I'll have a look on there.
Right.
Sorry, Nathan. What was that?
I said put a message in Discord, and I'll go and have a look on there, just so then we all know that you're all right, mate.
Yeah, all right, mate. I'll drop one in there first thing in the morning.
Cool.
Oh, man. Not before fucking letting me know.
Certainly, mate.
I'm
certainly.
sorry, I forgot you're special,
All right.
Dan. Eh?
I am special. I am special. All right, go on, Roger. You go get yourself off to get some
Fine,
sleep, my man.
guys. Be
Take
safe,
it easy.
everybody, and I'll see
Take
you
care,
all
Roger.
soon.
Take it easy, bro.
Bye.
Night, night.
But if shit
Bye,
gets
have a
worse,
good
get that shit checked, man.
Right, sorry,
At
I just
least-
wanted to make sure.
No, yeah,
just
yeah,
wanted
it's
to bring
okay.
that on
Yeah, that's all right, mate.
At least he's well.
Just see
After
Heather,
you-
the way she
after
has, getting me
you-
a fucking fright, man.
You was
I've
gonna.
had a similar episode as some of you will know anyway. I think Lost Souls Paranormal knows. I don't even know if Lost Souls is back in here. I sent her a message to apologise.
Did she
Yeah.
leave because of all the thinger?
No, she left because the degenerate got brought up here.
Yeah, she left because of the degenerate that I let on.
Ah, right, okay.
My bad. But Lost Souls knows what I've been through an episode like I think what Roger's going through, just sitting there in front of the computer doing reports, and all of a sudden you come over all dizzy and sweaty and fucking it's you think you're gonna fall over if you stand up, and it's genuinely not very nice. It is really fucking horrible. So yeah, he needs his sleep now. And
Is it like another stroke coming on or something?
No, I don't believe it is. But when you've had a stroke, your physiology can be a bit fucked up.
I can imagine it's similar to what goes on just prior to the chest pains and stuff like that when you're suffering from a heart attack. It's similar prior to that.
I don't know. I mean, I've
Sweats and
never had a
shit like
heart
that.
attack. I've never had a heart attack. I've only had the stroke, and a stroke is different from a heart attack.
I know
You
that.
don't get the pain with a stroke,
Yeah.
and I think with the way that I've felt only a couple of times, thankfully, since the strokes, is absolutely nothing like having a stroke. The feeling is completely fucking different. It just makes you feel dizzy. It makes you start sweating, and you feel like you can't stand up.
Can I? Did you finish that?
Yeah, go on. By all
What
means,
I was only going to say now, I've done it now. It's not exactly the same, but with 2-pinch discs, and obviously its symptoms will get like worse and stuff. I will have times if I need to go to the toilet. What will end up happening is every now and then randomly, like obviously because of how the nerves have been affected and stuff, it will give me a bit of dizziness, or like I could be sitting down and then so I mean I do understand where you're coming from in that point. Obviously they're not the same thing, but like with 2-pinch discs and it's the same thing with a lot of things that people like disorders and all that. You do like I have to like shake my head and all that. If I feel like like I'm getting dizzy, I have to like shake my head or I have to move. Or like sometimes when I'm swallowing something, it actually gets stuck like halfway down my body. Because obviously what's happened with my spine and all that, so it gets stuck. So then what happens is I basically have to move around. It's messed up. What are you doing, Dan?
He's got his headphones off, so you can't hear him.
Sorry, guys, just doing a voice message.
Yeah, no worries. Right, what was there was something I was going to talk about earlier, but because you guys were talking about
You were talking about takeaways and stuff, mate.
well, no, it was something it was before that. I think it was it was when Tina was here, I think. We were talking about that's it. There was a question that was asked between both of us. You answered. I didn't answer because I didn't get the chance because everyone else was talking. It was about whether we did like better outside of school in terms of our grades, or in terms of being able to learn, understand things better, even if the classes are probably the same size, if not less.
I've learned more useful stuff since leaving school than I ever learned at school.
I learned quite a lot in college. That's how I passed. That's how I passed maths. I'm not trying to say that. I mean, well, yeah, I had a lot more time to revise. I had a lot more, but I had a lot more freedom, and it wasn't like I felt like it was some sort of chore to revise or whatever. In fact, I actually loved taking, when it comes to revision, I love taking the fairly big booklets home, that had lots of different questions that would be somewhat similar to what would be on in the real papers in the exams. I would take them home and I would work on them throughout the day, and then I would bring them in whenever I saw my maths teacher next, and he would then mark them, and then I would then know if what I need to work on what I'm doing great on. And college was the best time for me in terms of education. I loved it. Secondary school, not so much. It wasn't as bad in secondary. Primary school was the worst, because I would say both between primary and secondary, I suffered from a huge amounts of bullying, being bullied, to the point where someone I used to consider a friend, who is no longer a friend, has been a friend for many years. His friends that my mum knew their parents. They were one of them had made accusations because my friend's mom was we're gonna have a baby or whatever, right? And they were saying to my friend that apparently I was saying to them, or saying, basically just spreading things and saying that like, I hope your baby dies and stuff like that. And that affected me, because someone that I used to go around their house a lot, and I used to have so much, like, the memories and that, and then all of a sudden for someone, or for people to just completely ruin it, and just to take the mick and think, oh, it's just a funny prank, it's a funny joke, and then to go and, like, ruin. It's like when you make an accusation against someone, you say someone's I'm not going to use the word, you say someone's a sex pest, a paedophile, all these different types of things that you might accuse someone of doing, but yet have no hard evidence to prove it, right? It affects people. I mean, yeah, it's okay now. I'm all right now, but at the time, I had to live with the fact that people were making things up, which, when he approached me about it, he was really angry at me, but I said I didn't say that, right? And then he got his parents involved, and his parents, because my mum even then was disabled. She was in a hello, Tiffany. She was even then when she was disabled. She was in a mobility scooter. Now, obviously, circumstances have definitely changed.
What?
That was many years and many years ago.
Is there an intruder?
Let Jack finish talking.
I'm sorry.
What?
Nothing wrong with Tiffany.
I know there's not. I've never seen her look like that before. I was thinking, wait, is it actually Tiffany?
This is normal, by the way.
Yeah.
Pretty much. Yeah.
Today's a good day, so
that's a good thing.
Go on, carry on, Jack. I'm sorry.
No, it's okay. And but basically, the thing is, right? A good friendship can be tarnished simply for other people making things up about what you may or may not have said, even though you didn't. Well, what you said, even though it didn't even come out your mouth. You didn't even think about it, and then to get there, and then their parents getting involved because they've told their parents to then have a go, because it wasn't nice, because their parents or their parents' mum banged on our door in regards to it. Yeah, like proper boom, 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 like that kind of thing. And
I thought you was going to say something else, Jack. That's why I looked like that when you said their parents banged.
no, I'm not. You dirty boy. I know what you're thinking. You know you're dirter. What was that? That sounded like a squirrel or something.
Who wheezed?
That was fucking me. I sound like a squirrel.
Yeah, and the thing is, right? Well, my dad was at home at the time because he wasn't at work. I don't know if he was at work that day or if he'd finished. And she's proper having a go at my mom. Why is Jack been saying this about my son? This and that. And mum's trying to be the one to like calm down. Let's have a conversation rather than having a go. And she's probably shouting her mouth off, right? And throughout this entire conversation, eventually it ended. Yeah, they went away. My dad got involved, calmed the situation down. Wasn't my mum's fault. Wasn't my fault. She's known to be a big mouth. But the point is people's reputation can be tarnished from just one accusation, from one thing.
Bringing you on now, Angela.
Whether it be being called,
Thank you.
being called a
That was your left hand, by the way.
whether being called a rapist, a paedophile, whatever, right?
Sorry.
No, you're okay. It's all right. I'll be the judge of when you can laugh and when you can't. I'm joking.
Sorry about that.
No, you're all right.
Sorry, no, Jack.
But
Hi.
the thing is, right? The thing is when you've gone through something that, especially when you've lost someone. I mean, for example, you know, Dan lost access to seeing his kids and everything because of what happened with his ex and all that what happened, right? Obviously, although it's two completely different situations, you will not feel like a failure, but you feel like that. Not necessarily you're not worth it, but you feel like that. You feel like that's it, kind of thing. That there's nothing else you can, like, if you've tried everything and there's nothing else you can do to either make it right or to try and make peace, even though you may not necessarily be in the wrong. It's like sometimes you have to just give up. It's like I tried to become friends with the person that people were making rumors up about, well, not him, but saying that I apparently said that his baby will die when it's born or whatever, right? When it never came out of my mouth, I'd never say something like that.
Jack, can I quickly go and say something to you? So you know how you're saying obviously about people like it was a part how do I explain this one? It was a part when you were saying about obviously about people getting on and stuff. Do you remember this now? You were saying that with me and my mum's husband. All right, we don't really get on. We don't really see eye to eye, but we have to get on because of the we try to get on. So I mean,
Nathan,
yeah.
Don't talk about eyes while Crinkle's hovering. Don't talk about getting on eye to eye while Crinkle's hovering.
He might roll his eyes at you. Sorry. Sorry. It wasn't set for ages.
No, you're
Aye,
okay.
aye.
Right. The thing is
At
some point in our lives, we all go through something. We've all gone through things like, and I was gonna actually, now I've remembered it. So something happened the other day. In fact, no, it was either yesterday or it was the day before. So a friend from school who oh, there's an echo. There's someone. Never mind.
Probably Crickle's arse.
If his ass is that loud, mate, he needs to go to fucking hospital.
Do you know what? You said that now, and you said
It's
that, and I
mine, I'm
just forgot
sorry.
what I was trying to say.
It was
yeah,
you,
A lad from
Angela.
school.
Do you know
Someone-
what?
A lad from school,
ladies
he
are
said.
ashamed to fucking let off gas. Not wrong with it.
Someone
Yeah, big guy.
someone who I used to someone who was a friend but is no longer a friend because unfortunately they're not here in this world anymore. 2 days ago,
Oh.
I found out, well, my mum found out that he had passed away after doing normal things in the day like any other normal person would do, and passing away because of a heart attack. And from what I can understand, you're more prone. Well, I mean, I think there might be statistics to back it up, but they say that people who tend to be more overweight or obese or in that range are more likely, correct me if I'm wrong, are more likely
True.
to get to have a heart attack than those who are,
Yeah.
I don't know,
No, it's true.
with a good BMI.
It is true. It is true,
Straight up.
Jack.
Fat is like myself and more likely to have a heart attack than those who aren't.
Jack, I'm sorry, Angela. I ride a bike, and you know I could have a heart attack. It doesn't matter how fit and healthy you are. You know,
yeah, of course.
No, it does. No, wait, Nathan, it does. No, Nathan, it does. It does. It really does. Because literally, the cholesterol in your body, if you're fatter, it's hard, too much weight for your heart, and therefore, if you're fatter and you're heavier, it's scientifically proven that you are more likely than not to have a heart attack than someone who's thinner. Just saying.
Plus your family liable to have a heart attack if you've had the kidney jabby.
People who are fit can still have them. It's just people who are overweight are more prone to having them.
Yeah, I agree with both of
Absolutely.
you. I agree with both of you. They are more likely to have to have a heart attack if you are overweight or obese than you would if, because okay, an amazing actor that I've looked upon for many years since I knew that he was about, based on watching some of the BBC documentaries or BBC programs like The Young Ones, Bottom, right? If you've ever seen them, amazing.
Yeah,
right?
they're wicked, aren't they?
Rick Mail, right? He passed away
amazing.
in 2015,
really?
and he had a heart attack, right? He went running one morning, came back and had a heart attack, right? And he wasn't overweight. He had very good what's the word?
He was getting on in life though. He was getting on in life.
Yeah, of course.
What's the other guy called? That other guy from
Adrian Edmondson.
No, the other guy has been recently. He was banned from. Was he from something? He sang about. I was going to say the Queen's bollocks, but that wouldn't be right. Never mind the bollocks or something. Never mind. Do you know what I mean? Oh God, that song. Yeah, that's the one. And he was Rick. No, it wasn't, was it?
Ian.
Ian.
I can't remember his second name. His name was Ian something.
He was banned off the BBC, wasn't he, for ages?
His Lop or something like that.
No,
he's a politician.
Dave, I don't know if he's. But anyway, but he's like. Go on, sorry.
It doesn't like. I agree with both of you, Nathan and Angela. It doesn't matter whether or not if you're fit, like you're healthy, you have you've got an average body. It's not, you're not underweight. You're not overweight. You're in a good you're in a good BMI. You're in a good BMI range. Well,
no, I'm well
also,
up. I like being high, me. IQ. IQ. Everything. I'm in a high ones, me.
Whether if you're underweight, overweight, obese, or average, you can still get a heart
Severely.
attack. Obviously, it just
Absolutely.
the more blub, as you said the other day, the more blubber you have, the
Yeah.
more likely
Keep you warm.
Listen,
Can I just say, underweight, overweight.
Overweight. One, two, three.
Angela, there's nothing better.
The wankers
There's-
of Wimbledon.
Angela, there's nothing better. Let me just gonna express this to you. There's nothing better than a woman with a bit of meat on her. Seriously, I hate skinny women. So
Do you get me? Do you know what I'm saying? Like pushing for pushing or whatever they call it. You don't got no idea what I'm saying. Oh my
Listen,
god.
like,
Oh, straight up.
imagine you're going to kiss her and you've got nothing to hold on to and stuff. You know, it's just gonna be like skin and bone.
Get me? Like, who wants to hold on to Skeletor? That ain't gonna be fun, is
Yeah,
it?
mate. I want some love handles.
Right. Okay. I don't know how long. I don't know how long left. How long you're going to keep running this for, Dan? I just thought I'd ask.
Not much longer.
Okay. No. Because
Joking.
I'm going to be going off soon. Whenever Dan goes, I'm going to go anyway.
I'm starting to yawn, so it won't be that much longer.
Yeah. Okay. So there's just one
He
more
looks
thing I
like
wanted to
he's
mention.
his boy anyway.
One more thing I just wanted to mention. It was about the school thing, right? So earlier I was watching some of Dan's old reports regarding was it Dan?
Angela, RJ's at the door.
It was about Posey
There he ain't.
Parker. I saw the one that you did, Dan, about Posey Parker a few months back, and then I was also and I also saw the video of Posey Parker talking to Piers Morgan about trans like women's right, or is it trans rights or women's rights?
Women's rights.
Women's rights. And obviously him using the word transphobic and stuff, and there was something that reminded me about actually no, that's not related. There was something that I remembered about the interview, what you call it, interview. He was calling her transphobic and stuff. As far as we know, it's a made up word. Transphobic is just another word. It's just a word to insult trans people. No, I can't remember what it was now. Posey Parker said something.
Transphobic is to be used against people that have an issue with trans people.
Yeah.
That doesn't mean that they're being discriminatory against them, okay?
No.
Because yes, there are some people that will say bad things about them, but when you talk about them not being able to use women's spaces, like women's toilets and that shouldn't be classed as transphobic. That should be classed as common fucking sense.
Yeah, and Posey Parker. I mean, look at what happened when you did the report. I mean, the reason why I even saw Posey Parker in the first place is because you did a comments video. It was the first one, and one of the comments that you was reacting to or responding to, one of the negative comments on your channel, the first video you did. You mentioned, or you brought Posey Parker into the situation. It was something to do with evidence or whatever, about how they had zero evidence. They were simply trying to get her into the station to probably try and find evidence or incriminate her in some way to then arrest her, etc., etc. Which is why she said, is there any evidence to support that I've committed an alleged hate crime? And it was supposedly based on sexual orientation, right?
Yeah.
People have the right to their opinion, but this is the thing about people making up things. If you haven't got the facts to back it up, don't waste people's time, because it's wasting the taxpayers' money. And if it ever goes to court, which it could or it couldn't, depends on what the crack of the situation is. Yes, I did just use the word crack, but whatever. It's down to your prerogative to join the dots. But yeah, anyway, that's my rant over.
Wait, hang on.
You your
Sorry
fucking
about
hand out and fucking everything else as much as you like, you silly little cunt. You're not coming on.
Yeah, carry on, Angela.
What is he doing now?
Carry on, Angela.
Yeah, he made me yawn. Oh God. No Big Mac, by the way.
I'll give an update tomorrow. I'll hear from Heather or Roger tomorrow, and I'll give fuck off, you silly little cunt. And I'll give an update in my community page on the on
Okay.
Everything okay? Did you get my message in the back thing though? Yeah.
What?
The message.
Yeah, I've seen that.
Do you know what? I'm actually laughing now at the fact that he keeps popping up. It's just fucking making me laugh.
Can I just say though about how, do you know this whole thing to do with that Posey Parker, whatever her name is, and all that stuff? My main concern about it all is like how someone can say that they are. Wait, what was my tweet about? Someone like David, that character anyway, could say they were of a female, like they were like that basically, and then get put into say a refuge, for example, for a battered person, for an example, and then abuse whoever, and that to me is scary because it's becoming such an easy thing to be saying and to get them over. It's also a thing where now I'm the most liberalist person ever, and I'm not ever about people. Like, people should be able to be who they want to be, but when it comes to people being put at risk, I do think there's a problem where you don't know. Like, there was recently, I think there was a guy found in Derby who had tried to say he was a school kid or something, and just to be able to get into schools, and that's just that scary, you know.
Oh yeah, definitely.
Why would people do it? It's just messed up, and I just think for the safety of everybody, I'm not saying like no, people should always be who they want to be and who they feel they should be, and no one should judge them on anything. It's no one else's business who they should be.
You're on about things being scary, right? Honestly, this is genuinely how I feel, right? When it comes to my anxiety, I don't like going out at night. You know, especially during the winter when it starts to get dark around about 3 o'clock in the afternoon, right? When it's about 3 o'clock, or even around when it's already dark to that point, or say half 3, 4 o'clock, it's already dark. I refuse to go out, even though my parents try and manipulate me and force me to go out and say, well, if you don't go out, then you're not going on your computer, kind of thing, right? When I say I don't like going out in the dark, so there's an estate literally around the corner from where I live, right? Now I can choose to go through that estate, which cuts about a 5-minute time. So I get to the shop quicker cutting through the estate than having to go the long way around, right? And you've probably heard the saying, would you rather walk through, would you rather walk down a lit street, a street filled with lit lamps and that, or would you rather walk through a graveyard to get to the same destination in a short period? And I've always said I'd rather walk through the lit street rather than the graveyard. It's something similar to that, you know. Although it's cutting the time.
No, I don't feel stupid at all, you little fucking cretin. Because nobody could see what that was anyway. As far as anyone's concerned, it was a red face. So you can laugh all you like there, playing with your little fucking pecker. Okay, swilling your fucking your glass eye out in your mouth, keeping it clean, you little fucking mug.
Is he just going to porn bomb you, Dan?
He tried to, yeah. Honestly, I'll be down in Lincoln soon.
Right, okay, was that? Can I just say, was that Quinn call?
Yes, it is.
Right, okay. Well, do you know what? There's a case already, and that I'm not. Can I just clarify? Yeah, I am not anti-police. I'm not anti-police whatsoever. I'm not against police. I think that there is a purpose for police, good police, not wankers that abuse the powers. But I've always been brought up to respect police and police officers, and I tell everyone in the area, like the kids, the people I work with, that they need to respect the police officers. But obviously, the police officers need to start respecting themselves, otherwise they'll be nowhere. And you know what? After what he did on your channel months ago, Dan, yeah, that disturbed me enough, yeah, to have caused me mental health issues. I cannot stop seeing what he did. And I'm sorry. No, he might not care. He might not care, but you know what? The police care. The police are just wanting now the go ahead from me to continue with that prosecution. And that's fine now. Enough's enough now, Dan. I'm being serious. This is me from me, not from the channel, not from you, not from nobody. Like with Brian, and I'm sorry to bring this up again, but Bryony today and yesterday, again, I've gone ahead today with the prosecution against her. And that's just the way it is. And I'm sorry to leave it on that note, but Crinkle, you need to sort your shit out because it's going to be coming at you. And you can't get away with stuff that you're doing. It's unacceptable. It's unnecessary. And it's just not okay, basically. And you think you can get away with it. But when people, people are vulnerable, Crinkle, and that are on here, and you know that I've told you personally myself, which I've got personal recording of myself telling you the stuff that I've been through, yeah, and you go and do that knowing that I'm on a live state, like a live stream with you, and then you go and do that, then this is what happens. Karma's a bitch, mate. Karma is a bitch. And this is for me.
I'm not going to say anything. All I'm going to do is this. I'm not going to say any more than that.
Skull fuck with the eyeball.
Yeah, I mean,
you might like that though.
See, the thing is though, like, why does he wonder why people get so much hate for him?
Do you know, he wants to be the same.
He thinks he's untouchable. But does anybody know though, yeah, right, that he used to be a DJ up Manchester way and he was in prison not long ago for beating his missus?
I don't know about
what, Crinkle?
DJ.
Yeah.
Well, Crinkle was actually in prison for beating up his missus.
Yeah.
Go for it.
And he was everyone knows he was a DJ. I can get the proof for all of this, everything.
I'm fucking begging you, Crinkle. Go for it. Go to the police. Go to them. Tell them you feel fucking, what's the word, traumatized. Go for it. Go and fucking do that.
Picking on me is not nice.
Go to the police.
Because you know what, Crinkle, who they're gonna believe, Crinkle, at the end of the day? Someone that's already reported you months ago. Reported you months ago, Crinkle.
Listen, Angela,
You were reported.
They can see what I've just done. I won't hide it. My live stream will always take up.
Absolutely.
Angela,
shut up. Shush. They're going to see what that was in relation to, and they're going to go, do you know what, Kringle? Fuck you, mate. You deserve it. So, fuck you, Kringle.
Angela, how come? What was the reason why he beat up his wife?
I don't know why he beat her up, mate, but it lost him his job, that's for sure. And then, it's there. So he's got a little platform on. He's got a little platform on. He's got a little platform on SoundCloud, which he does his music, and he seems to think that no police is going to help you to act. Mate, Jim will work alongside them. Like I've said this fucking to Bryony the other day, I work alongside police every fucking day. Trust me, police are going to help me. They're going to keep me safe, and they're going to believe me over some fucked up crack smoking fucking prostitute having twat.
Angela, he's been. Listen, why would they?
Dan doesn't do that, does he? Because she is the one. Hang on a minute. The one you're talking about there, Crinkle, yeah, is the one that I've taken today. Yeah, charges out against for being for malicious communications. So go suck your own fucking dick, mate. Suck it good and hard, because no one else is going to fucking go near it. It's probably got a fucking that much fucking COVID and penicillin on it. Fuck knows what else. You fucking vile. You're a dirty bastard, mate. Dirty. And you go around threatening to fucking shank people and slice people up. You're a fucking disgusting state of them. You're not even a man. You're a fucking. You're just an. You're just a ball of
Angela.
Fucking.
Angela.
What do you call him? Cells.
Angela. Man, it makes a lot of sense. And so why you want to meet any man?
I think now we need to. I think rightly what Roger said earlier, and pretty much quite a lot of other people. I think we need to stop giving him the centre of attention and just.
He's toxic, mate. He won't change.
I understand he's
You are
toxic, but the
correct.
thing is, you're only adding.
I'm agreeing with you, Jack.
Yeah,
I'm
of
agreeing
course.
with you.
You're adding, like, when we're talking about him, we're adding fuel to the fire. We're adding more lighter fluid.
I'm gonna add fucking petrol to this fire, mate. Don't worry about that, mate. Is that so? The defamation video about me should be removed. Trust me, Crinkle, mate. I'm gonna be fucking making more videos about you now. You've come in as backstage, and I know a hell of a lot more about you than you know that other people know. Trust me, yeah. So I'm gonna be adding more fuel to this fire that you fucking started, mate. And you play with fire, you get burnt. Simple as that. Yeah. So bring it fucking on. I don't give a fuck whether Dan said you were fucking trying to anything about a vulnerable woman. She's cleanly proved she's not vulnerable. She's a sadistic psychopath. Simple as that. Yeah. She's a sociopath, a psychopath, a fucking nut job. Yeah. The police have all said that. Yeah. Simple. There's no fucking two ways about it. But you're also a nut job. You're also a sociopath. But you're also a woman beater, fucking DJ from Manchester who got fucking sent on his way. And now more's going to be exposed about you. I've kept my mouth shut long enough about it. So, adding fuel to the fire and you're going to get burnt, mate.
Crinkle, like I said earlier on, it makes sense. Listen, because
No, you don't have a mate. No, you don't, mate. But do you know what? Yeah, simple as that. Yeah, you don't. But you know it's you. And I know it's you because go and check out your own SoundCloud, yeah? Let's go there. Should we do it now? I don't mind doing it now. Should we do it now? No, you do. You want to come on and talk now, do you? You really think you're going to come on and talk? You're fucking crazy. You're a fucking lunatic, mate. You have fucking lost the plot. No, you haven't. You've lost your eye, mate. So fucking do one.
Angela.
Sorry.
Angela, I think as much as he is a pain in the arse and he doesn't deserve to be spoken about because he's a cretinous piece of shit. Yes, I did just say that. I think that we all need to stop getting, I'm going to use your word, vexed a little bit. I understand that he's done quite a lot of things that that are outrageous. He said quite
the thing
a lot
is,
of things.
though, the thing is, though, Jack, he pushes people too far.
I understand he
pushes he pushes people too far, though. He pushes people too far, though, Jack. And the thing is, though, like Bryony, the last couple of days, she's pushed me too far. And when she's pushed me too far, I've rung her up and I've told her straight up, don't fucking have my name in your mouth. Every time you have my name in your mouth, I'm going to ring you. Simple as that. And then at that point, I knew I'd lost that. But like, I knew I'd lost control of that situation, so I handed it over to the police.
Sorry, Angela, Jack, you need to understand something as well, mate. So I know exactly what you're saying. All right, but let me go and say something to you. He said, look, when he was on Welsh's channel as well, I was actually going to go on and literally just to go and say hello to Mark and everyone, Reverend, and obviously Base Welshman and all that. And then let me finish, mate. Let me finish, please. And I was listening to some things that he was saying, and I was like, you know what? Please let me on. Please let me on, because he does bore people up. You know, he was talking crap about benefits and all that. He is also on benefits. He does revel people up. You know, I went on there. Do you know, I didn't go and shout at him like I normally go and do. But you know, you can go and put your 10 bobs worth across to him without going off on one. You know, but sometimes he does just get you reveled up because he's a fucking twat.
But at the same time, as much as he is a pain in the arse and as much as he can say things, and I know that we all have our limits, and we can definitely go over our limits, and we can definitely basically flip out, right? And rightly so, no one's going to stop you from doing that. However, there needs to be a time where you need to kind of calm yourself down and stop yourself, because you're going to get to the point where you're like Angela and you just get really riled up to the point where you can't calm down, right?
No, I can calm down, Jack. I promise, I can.
No, it's not.
I can calm down and I'm calm.
You understand what I mean, though,
No, I get what you're saying. Yeah, where you get to the point where no return kind of thing. I get what you're saying. Like,
and also
that's exactly why I contacted the police the other day about Bryony, because I know that I'd basically snapped with Bryony. Do you know what I mean? Enough was enough with her, and I rang her. And then she messaged me that I rang her and then I messaged her and then she rang me till like 6 o'clock in the morning, and I messaged her. And then in the end I was like, you know what, I can't deal with this shit no more. You know? So I rang the police, and then in the end I was just like furious with her because she kept using my name again, and I'm like, you know what, keep my name out my mouth, because literally if she was someone in the street up here a few years ago, she would not be still bloody horizontal. Do you know what I'm saying? Do you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
No, horizontal. Is it horizontal? No, she would be horizontal
Angela,
and not vertical. Do you know what I'm saying? That'd be years ago, though.
With that said, guys, I'm calling it a night now.
Perfect.
All right. Listen, thank you everybody that's been.
I'm
on
a
the panel.
grass. Proves my point. Can I just say?
That's been
Sorry.
on the panel this evening. My apologies for anybody that I've
Sorry.
let down in biting to that little cunt. People in the comments who have been bitching, go fuck yourselves. If you have an issue with somebody on the panel or on the channel that you don't like, please don't get into it with them on the chat, because it doesn't make yous look good. It doesn't make the channel look good. Please just ignore them and block them, and just, I know that's hypocritical coming from me, not ignoring Crinkle, but if you'd known the shit that he's been saying the last couple of days, you'd understand why. And you think that the problems that you guys have are bad. Trust me. But with that being said, I do appreciate everybody for coming on, everybody in the comments, everybody who supports the channel in one way or another, whatever way that you support, whether it's watching videos or sharing the videos, or even being a member of the channel. I genuinely appreciate all of you, all of your support and actions help the channel grow, and I'm genuinely really appreciative of every single one of you. Jack, nice to see you again, my friend. It's been a while, but thank you for jumping on.
No worries. Thanks
Sonic,
for having me, Dan.
I wish I didn't have to see you anymore, but
feels mutual, you bald twat.
I know it is. I know. Nathan, thanks for jumping on. Thanks for being calm.
Fuck
Appreciate
you,
it.
too. Listen, I can be calm.
I'm thanking you for it. I'm being nice to you. I'm saying
Well,
thank you.
I decided to be unnice.
Well done, mate.
Tiff, nice to see you. Sorry you've not been on for long. Should have come on earlier.
It's okay.
Your fault. There we go.
No, I'm only messing with you, Dan. I appreciate that. I appreciate the other feedback, man.
Love you too, Keith. Love you too.
Oh yeah, Keith. How you doing, Keith, today?
Adrian, I'm finishing up. Adrian, you're late, I'm afraid.
Tiff, how have you been, by the way?
I hope next time you're on here,
better.
Whatever issues that have been today, I hope they don't follow to next time you come on. And I don't not want you to come on next time, because you've been part of this community for a long time. So I don't want you to fall out with anybody, and I don't want to fall out with you. So I hope that next time you come on, clean slate, and hopefully we can move on and forget what's happened tonight, whatever it is, what's happened.
Jacka, nice to see you again, buddy.
Yeah, no worries. Thank you.
Everybody else in chat, thank you for joining us. Much appreciated. There probably won't be any videos tomorrow, although there might be one or two, because I've got what's it called? An appointment tomorrow. But I will try and get stuff out. Failing that, I will see you on Tuesday in the comments.
Don't put yourself out, man. If you need a break, take a fucking break, Keith.
Yep, I agree with that one.
Yeah.
Well, it's not that. It's if I sit here doing nothing, I get bored. So
So you've got a hand for.
I wouldn't go that far.
If I get everything done tomorrow early enough, then I'll probably work on a couple of videos tomorrow.
Yeah.
But other than that,
No doubt we'll see you on Glenn's live stream too.
Oh man,
in the comments.
Oh yeah, I'm definitely gonna be on there tomorrow.
But I'm ending the live stream. I'm ending the live stream now. Ending broadcast. Thanks again, everybody. Love you all. Good night.
Hey.
Good night.